Bug. Day 920 since the day. This is the BBC News. It is 3 o'clock Greenwich Wartime, broadcasting to our friends in the Western Hemisphere on this, the 920th day since the start of the war. Later in this programme, we will provide an in-depth report about the tragic aftermath of the full-scale nuclear exchange between India and Pakistan, followed by a report about the situation in the Middle East, where the conflict continues to rage between Israel and its neighbouring states, except for Jordan, which today reaffirmed its alliance with Israel against the Caliphate and its allies. But first, the news from the United States. Today, the self-declared federal government based in Bluemont announced that the former states of Virginia and Maryland have been brought up to what the government defines as Level 1 status, meaning that all forces allegedly in conflict with the reconstituted federal authority in Bluemont, as it now describes itself, have been pacified. The Bluemont government announced earlier in the year that it has abandoned its plans to establish the Army of National Recovery, more commonly referred to as the ANR. Today's announcement of the completion of establishing stabilized status in those two mid-Atlantic states has been attributed to actions waged by the traditional armed forces of the United States. The Bluemont government declared that the victory was achieved by units withdrawn from confrontation with China's occupation of states in the West and other units that were in service overseas on the day the war started. After our reporting of other news of the day, a panel of experts will discuss the apparently changing status of the situation in North America. But first, this message for our friends in the western provinces of Chinese-occupied Canada. The chair is against the door. I repeat, the chair is against the door. Chapter 1. Day 920 since the day. Do you remember the opening line of that book by Charles Dickens? It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. John Matherson whispered the famous line with hands wrapped around a warm mug filled with, of all things, coffee. Real coffee. He looked over at his friend Forrest Burnett, who had arrived bearing the precious gift. Where it had been looted from, John had learned never to ask. Forrest's crooked face, twisted up by his old Afghan wound, left eye socket covered with a patch that certainly gave him a pirate look, smiled in reply. "Wasn't that from the movie where the guy gets his head cut off by the French mob at the end?" Forrest replied. John chuckled. "Yeah, something like that." "That guy was crazy, stepping in to take his friend's place at the guillotine, and to top it off, the guy who gets rescued escapes with the girl. Never did like that movie. Why mention it?" John sighed, standing up and walking over to the window of his office to look out. The first snow of late autumn had arrived early this year, blanketing the Montreat College campus with half a foot or more. Old-timers prognosticating over woolly caterpillars and nut-gathering squirrels had predicted this was going to be a tough one, and this early November snow appeared to be the first proof. Before the day, a first snow, for John, was a time of relaxation and happy memories. Classes were usually canceled, forewarned by the Weather Channel on the Internet. He would have stocked in extra firewood, and it would be a long day of reading by the fire, Jennifer and Elizabeth outside playing, coming in soaking wet for some hot chocolate, and later in the day board games like Clue or Monopoly. If the power went out, so what? It added to the cozy feel. At least for the first few days, camping out by the fireplace and watching the woods fill up with snow. Before the day. Jennifer is dead. His eldest daughter, Elizabeth, all of 19 years old, was a mother with a 2-year-old son and had finally taken a further step away and moved out of the house in Montreat. She had married Seth Robinson, the son of his old neighbor and close friend Lee, and was living with her new husband, and they were already expecting a child. How that as well had changed after the day. Only a few years back, the line had become that 25 was the new 18. Most kids were expected to go to college, get a degree, start their first job on the career ladder, date for a while, at last find the right partner, settle down, and around 28 to 30 finally start a family. It was again like the world at the time of the Civil War. To marry at 16, 17, an unmarried girl at 21 was seen as already becoming an old maid. No longer, and the historian in John read it as something that was primal, that after a tribe, a city, an entire country had lost so many lives in a war, the paradigm shifted to marrying young and starting families young. The so-called baby boom of the late 40s and 50s, a recent example. At the other end of this age spectrum, Jen, dear old Jen, mother-in-law of his first marriage to Mary, was gone. Perhaps in a different time her life might have gone on for another 5, even 10 to 15 years. But gone now as well were all the hospitals and medications that extended life, and thus something primal occurred with the elderly. Once they had seen too much tragedy, the will to live, for so many, was simply extinguished. She had quietly slipped away in August. He had seen it far too often after the day, the elderly one day calmly saying that they had experienced enough of life with all its vicissitudes and it was time to leave. He found her one evening sitting alone out on the sun porch, happily talking with her husband, young Jennifer, and her daughter, his wife Mary, who had died long before the day. She was talking to ghostly presences. He stood silent, eavesdropping as she talked and laughed softly to replies that were silent, at least to his ears. Michaela had slipped up to his side, listened as well for a moment with tears streaming down her face. Michaela then guided him to the far end of the house, telling him to leave her be, that as a nurse she had often seen such, a clear sign that the beloved who had already crossed over were gathering to help in the final journey. Jen insisted upon going to sleep that evening, not in her own bed, but out on the sun porch that looked out over young Jennifer's grave. They found her there in the morning, as if just gently asleep. They buried her next to Jennifer. Yet another thread that connected John to a former life severed that day. Even his old familiar office was gone, burned out in the fight with Fredericks back in the spring. It was decided to move what was left up to the Montreat campus and set up a new town office in the basement of Gaither Hall, a logical decision after it had served as the backup command post during that fight. It had been suggested to actually move it into the now empty office of the college president, but John could not concur. That office complex held for him a deep symbolic significance. When a special meeting involving representatives from across the ever-expanding state of Carolina took place, he would unlock that room for use. Centered on the office wall opposite the desk of the college president was the famed painting of George Washington kneeling in prayer at Valley Forge. It was a reminder of his friend Dan Hunt, who once occupied that room and died in the first year after the start of the war. His own office downstairs in the basement of Gaither was an easy walk from his home, and just down the slope from the college was the new factory, christened the Dreamworks. Within the walls of what had once been Anderson Auditorium, full-scale production was underway, assembling new electrical generators complete with wire work for drawing out copper wire for the generators and the stringing of power lines. The electrical light that illuminated his office regularly flickered as power fluctuated up and down. The system was, after all, jury-rigged, very much a learn-as-you-go process. The snow was picking up again, swirling around the small campus commons below Gaither, the tattered American flag that had flown during the air battle with Fredericks's Apache choppers standing out stiff in the northeasterly blow. Watching such moments with the first snow of autumn falling had once indeed been the best of times, and he tried to not let melancholy take hold. He was actually drinking real coffee. The room was illuminated by an actual electric light bulb, and the wood stove that students had installed in the room was radiating a pleasant heat, the way only a wood-fired stove could. "Why so depressed, John?" Forrest asked. John heard a match striking and looked over his shoulder and saw Forrest leaning back in his chair and, of all things, actually lighting a cigarette. Merciful God, how he now longed for one as well. But the promise to his dying daughter and the potential explosion from Michaela if she ever detected the scent on his breath was enough to restrain him, even though he did step closer and inhale the drifting smoke. "Just the snowfall triggering a lot of memories this morning," John replied, settling back into his office chair, his gaze still lingering on the snow, dancing on the wind. The sound of laughter echoed, and he caught a glimpse of a couple of his students sliding down the slope on a makeshift sled. Kids, long ago hardened by war and back-breaking labor to repair the damage of the spring battles to Gaither Hall before the onset of winter, were taking a break, and again being kids. Their unit commander, Kevin Mulady, would soon be out with a shout for them to get back to work, but for the moment he was glad to see them enjoying themselves. "Yeah, same here," Forrest said, gaze drifting off as he absently reached over with his one hand to scratch the stump of his missing arm. "Feeling it again?" John asked. "Ghost limb, they call it," Forrest said with a chuckle. "Yeah, it feels like it's still there and itchy as hell. Memories of snow for me get all screwed up by this." He motioned toward the missing limb with his good hand and then up to the eye patch. "I loved to hunt as a kid. We always got a lot more snow over on the north side of Mount Mitchell than you did here. Easy to track deer, fox, bear. Friends and I would even camp out in it, get a deer, and then just stay out in the woods for days living off the venison and some potatoes and corn we packed along." He smiled wistfully. "And more than a few mason jars of shine and a bit of homegrown weed as well. A lot better than sitting in a damn boring history class in school and, given the way the world is now, a better education for our futures as well." "For someone who apparently hated history classes, you sure know a lot about it," John said with a smile. "Oh yeah, you were once a history professor. What good did that do you when it came to surviving in this mess?" "It helps at times, Forrest." "Okay, I guess it did when it came to running things and getting that declaration, as you folks call it, written. Not a good that'll do, though, if the BBC reports are true." "Gave me the idea for how to face off against the posse." "You mean you used Hannibal's plan for the Battle of Canny?" John smiled at that and nodded. "Seems you know more history than you let on, Forrest. Often the mark of a good leader, which you sure as hell were and still are. And it should have told me not to volunteer for that extra tour of duty in Afghanistan. The way it was being fought by the time I shipped there, it had turned into another Vietnam. Build loggers, hunker down, can't shoot even when shot at, and the bad guys own the rest of the countryside, while we wandered around like fools trying to win hearts and minds." Forrest shifted his gaze to the storm outside as he took one final drag clear down to the filter and let the cigarette burn out. He stood up and went to the window, pulled the flimsy curtain back, looked out and sighed. "When I copped all of this in Afghanistan, it was a day like this one." He motioned again to the eye patch and the missing arm. "It was a freeze-your-ass-off day. Still haunted by the memory of all that pink, frozen slush where the rest of my squad lay, blown apart, the crunching sound of footfalls on snow as the bastards who ambushed us came in to make sure we were all dead and loot our weapons and gear. That's my memory of snow now." John was silent. It was the most detail his friend, who but 6 months back had been an enemy who had damn near killed him, had yet said about the day he was torn apart in a war all but forgotten now. Several minutes passed as they silently sipped their contraband coffee, a gift Forrest would show up with occasionally, with a clear, don't ask, don't tell understanding between them. Forrest lit another Dunhill, smoked it halfway down, and then pinched the flame out, sticking what was left into his breast pocket. "To what do I owe the honor of your visit today?" John finally asked, for it was a very long trek over the mountains, requiring several gallons of precious gas for Forrest's Polaris six-wheeler. "You've heard the BBC reports about Roanoke being pulled in with the government up in Bluemont?" "Yeah, I was about to suggest the state council getting together here this weekend to talk it over. It is only prudent to expect we might be next on their list. I expected an immediate response after the way we trashed their ANR unit back in the spring, and then nothing. But I think something has got to be stirring by this point." Why I said best of times, worst of times, John replied, watching as the last wisps of smoke from Forrest's cigarette coiled toward the ceiling and then disappeared. Best of times, worst of times. And this time it was Forrest. I was hoping for a winter of peace after so much crap these last few years. You think it'll go bad? If you expect shit to happen, John, you'll never be surprised when it does. Thanks for that cogent piece of advice. The price of a good cup of coffee and the offer of a cigarette. Anyhow, beyond bearing potential bad news, I thought I'd hang around here for a few days. With the storm, it'd be a good time to teach some of your kids winter survival stuff. Good idea. What made you think of it? Because before it's done, I think they'll be fighting a winter campaign, my friend. Up in the mountains of Afghanistan, it was colder than Valley Forge, the Bulge, even the Chosin Reservoir in Korea. The Afghans understood it more than a few out there with me did not. I don't want to see that again. You think it will come to that? Don't you? John did not reply. There were far too many other worries at the moment. The harvest was barely adequate to see his rapidly expanding community through the winter, especially with this early onset of autumn snow when there should have still been time to gather in additional forage. 2 years ago, his worries extended only as far as Montreat, Black Mountain, and Swannanoa, but in the exuberant days after the defeat of the forces from the government at Bluemont, dozens of other communities had allied in, as far south as Flat Rock and Saluda, north to the Tennessee border, east to the outskirts of Hickory, nearly 60,000 people in all. A tragic number when it was realized that more than 500,000 had once lived in the same region. The city dwellers who had survived in the ruins of Asheville were, of course, welcomed, but few came in with any kind of resources, having lived hand-to-mouth on what could be scavenged from that once upscale, New Age-oriented community. It was the backwoods communities like Marion, even Morganton, with groups surviving like the one led by Forrest, who joined with a quid pro quo of skills and even access to food that really counted in what all were now calling the state of Carolina. Forrest was usually not the talkative type, and John remained silent. Something else was up with this man, and John waited him out. Someone came into my camp yesterday, Forrest finally offered. I think you should come back with me and meet him. Who is he and why? Some of my people found him wandering on Interstate 26. Poor bastard is pretty far gone. Several ribs broken, bad frostbite, and coming down with pneumonia. He got jumped by some marauders on the road and took a severe beating. Chances are he'll be dead in a few days, so we decided he should stay put and you come to him. John did not reply. Forrest was not given to extreme reactions. Months earlier, he had come into Black Mountain, leading nearly 50 of his community after they were hit by an air attack from Frederick's Apaches. The man had been gut-shot and kept refusing treatment until those with him were treated first. If he judged their refugee to be too sick to travel, John wouldn't question the decision. Who is he? Says he's a major with the regular army. Claimed he served alongside you years ago, name of Quentin Reynolds, that he was with the army that took Roanoke. Quentin, John whispered. The name struck somewhere, but if they had served together, that was close on to a couple of decades ago. Claims he was an adjutant to General Bob Scales, who's in charge up there. Bob Scales? And with that, John sat bolt upright. It was Bob whom he had been speaking to at the Pentagon when the EMP hit. It was Bob who had been his mentor during his Army career and who had arranged through the Good Old Boy Network his teaching position at Montreat when John left the military to nurse Mary through her final months in the town where she had grown up. Bob is alive? He didn't say that, just that he served with him. Still, I got to talk with him, John said excitedly. He looked back out the window. The storm was picking up. Think we can make it now if we left today? If it's like this down here, I wouldn't want to venture crossing over Craggy Gap and the Mount Mitchell Range with night setting in. It was really blowing in as I came over this morning. Best let it settle down first. Damn it, John sighed. This Quentin, think he'll make it? Can't say, to be frank. Just had a gut sense I should come over and tell you. Anyhow, who is this Bob Scales? I served with him years ago and thought he had died when things went down. If he is in charge of things up in Roanoke, my God, I gotta find out. John's worried thoughts were interrupted by the sight of Paul Hawkins running across the commons, head bowed low against the storm. Paul barged into the room, bringing with him a cold blast of air, Forrest cursing for him to close the damn door. "John, you gotta come see something now," Paul cried, features alight with a broad grin, made rather comical by the mantle of snow dripping from his broad-brimmed hat. It was Paul and his wife Becca who had discovered the 19th century journals of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, known as the IEEE, in the college library's basement, the trade magazine for the new industry of electricity. Filled with discussions and debates about the new science of electrical engineering, complete with detailed patent applications by the likes of Edison, Tesla, and Westinghouse, it was a discovery that ignited the plan to restore electricity, a blueprint to bring their community back online. "What is it, Paul? I'm kind of preoccupied at the moment with some news Forrest brought in." He nodded to his friend sitting in the corner. "Can't explain it, you just gotta see it now. You too, Forrest." John looked over at Forrest. "You sure we can't go back over the mountain today?" John asked anxiously. Forrest shook his head. "Maybe first light tomorrow." John knew better than to second-guess Forrest, and he sighed. It would have to wait. He looked over at Paul, forced a smile, and nodded. "Well, let's go see what has you all fired up." If Paul thought there was something worth going out into a blizzard for, it had to at least be interesting. The two pulled on jackets and, with heads tucked down, followed Paul out into the gale, Forrest cursing all the way as they followed Paul on the walkway that led up to the old library. The storm was of such intensity that John realized Forrest was right. To cross over the 6,000-foot-high mountain range in this weather, no matter how urgent the mission, would be suicide. The library, a building that architecturally had never fit into the classic native stone construction of most of the other buildings on campus, had always been a source of woe. It had leaky ceilings, and even before the day, it had been sealed off for a semester because of the dampness and mold. Once into the building and his hat and scarf removed, John took a deep breath and knew his allergies would soon nail him. The main part of the building was dark, the sound of dripping water echoing. A single light shone through the swinging doorway leading into the back office, where Paul and his young wife had taken up quarters, preferring to live there rather than in so many of the well-built and now abandoned homes and cabins that surrounded the campus. At least this part of the cavernous building was warm and cheery, a large wood stove providing heat. Becca was there, balancing a newborn twin on each arm, and John smiled at the sight of them, going up to kiss Becca lightly on the forehead. "How you doing, young lady?" "Feeling better, thanks to Michaela's attention and help." As she spoke, one of the newborns stirred, whimpered slightly, and then nuzzled back in against her mother. As is too often common with twins, they had been a month premature. There was a time when that was not much of a concern, with nearly all hospitals providing intensive care neonatal centers. But now? The babies had come into the world in what was the community's local hospital in the old hotel, the Assembly Inn, on the far side of campus. John's wife, who was due herself in another 2 months, had taken charge, and rather than let them return to their makeshift home in the library, she had ordered the three to stay at their home, setting up a nursery in the sunroom and hovering over all three during the first crucial weeks. It had been an emotional experience for John, his home again echoing with the late-night cries of newborns, the sight of a very pregnant Michaela up with them every night, in the morning holding one of the girls while an exhausted Becca nursed the other. The sun porch had been the final sick room for his daughter, Jennifer, who died there. It was also where his mother-in-law, Jen, had slipped away. He had tried to balance all, death and new life in the same room, and in some small way, it had helped to ease his grief and heart-rending memories. John fought down the temptation to ask to hold one of the twins for a moment. Michaela had repeatedly warned that in this now heavily germ-laden world, the less exposure they had to others over the next few months, the better. Paul, after a quick kiss to Becca's forehead and a fond look at the girls, was already pointing the way to the basement door. John and Forrest followed him down into the darkness, and at the bottom of the stairs, Paul flicked a switch and a single fluorescent light flickered to life. It was definitely something John and Forrest were still not really used to. A flick of a switch and a light comes on. The town's electrical grid was still slowly expanding from its first base at Lake Susan, and half a dozen other hydro projects were underway across the state of Carolina, but electric was still strictly rationed to public facilities and even then only ran for half a dozen hours each day. Paul and Becca had a special exemption for the cavernous library basement, able to illuminate their work area by recharging old flashlights while the power was on and suspending them from the ceilings so they could continue what they called mining the past. And from the way Paul was acting, he must have hit pay dirt again. John looked around the storage area in wonder. The air was heavy with the disquieting scent of mold, mildew, mouse droppings, and tens of thousands of slowly decaying magazines and books. He paused to look at one pile that Becca said she was sifting through, a vast stack of Life magazines going back to the 1930s. The sight of it triggered memories of when he was a boy down with a bad case of the flu, when his mother would come home from the library every few days with magazines from the Second World War era and the ones from the Civil War centennial of the early 1960s, inspiring his lifelong interest in the subject. Life, Look, Saturday Evening Post, Newsweek, Time, even a pile of Mad magazines created a nostalgic smile and also a sadness for the lost world, not just of his childhood, but for everyone's loss. "It's back here, you guys," Paul cried, pointing the way, and John felt pulled away, resolving that someday, if there ever was a someday without all his worries and concerns, he'd come back down here and perhaps just spend that day with Mad and the zany artwork of Don Martin, or dig through the stacks of Boy's Life for short stories by Ray Bradbury, or just look at the cover art for Saturday Evening Post and the lost world of Norman Rockwell. He looked over at Forrest, who was smiling as he thumbed through an aged copy of Playboy. John wondered why anyone would ever donate that to the college library book sale. Forrest shrugged. "I used to get it for the articles," he said a bit defensively, and John laughed. A pleasure, since laughter was now so rare in his life. "Really, I love Gene Shepard. You know, the guy who wrote that Christmas movie about the kid with the BB gun. Here's one of his stories." John looked over Forrest's shoulder, a bit disbelieving, only to see it was indeed a story by Shep, whom he used to listen to on the radio when he was a kid, and had once used the identical excuse when his mother had found his stash of the infamous magazines hidden behind his desk. "Come on, you two, and leave that magazine there." Paul stood, pointing the way farther back into the rabbit warren of the basement. John followed him, going past a table stacked with educational tools discarded decades ago, old Duquesne machines, which were 35mm projectors rigged to a record player, the slide changing every time there was a high-toned beep from the record. Students were forever trying to imitate the sound of the beep to throw the projector off for some show for health class. Overhead projectors, abandoned when PowerPoint came along, stacks of 8-track music cartridges, old classical 33 RPM records, which were useless, though older 78s were sought after thanks to those who had found hand-cranked record players in their attics and basements. Mimeograph machines, which even he had tried to fiddle with after the day, but the copying solution with its unique alcohol smell was nowhere to be found or reproduced. Just the sight of those old machines triggered a memory of the smell when a teacher handed out an assignment or bulletin, the blue ink smearing at times if still wet. There were IBM Selectric typewriters, a dozen or more. John had looked those over as well after the day, hoping that maybe the ribbons could be looted for his long-ago worn-out Underwood manual typewriter. There were several Singer sewing machines, from back in the days when the college was a female-only institution and students were most likely taught home economics. Of all things, a grandfather clock caught John's eye, something that might be worth salvaging until he saw that the weights and pendulum were fake, an electrical cord draped up over the top of the machine, and back in a corner, of all things, a pinball machine, a classic Black Knight, which he remembered was still in use in the student lounge when he had first come to teach at the college. Paul had stopped at a workbench in the far corner of this moldering gold mine of lost memories and lost technologies. He was smiling like a guide in a cave who was obviously proud of his domain as if he himself had created it. He was pointing at a tan box, the corporate logo just above the keyboard, a more than 30-year-old Apple IIe computer. "You found an antique computer and—" John asked, voice trailing off. "Behold," Paul said, still grinning, and with a flourish he clicked the on button for the 14-inch monitor and then the computer. The screen flashed to life. The room filled with light as the screen warmed up and came into focus, displaying the Apple logo in glorious RGB color. John actually stepped back in amazement, almost feeling like some tribal primitive, a flash memory of the teddy bear characters in one of the Star Wars episodes, which he hated since militarily it was so absurd, going near crazy with wonder and then worshipful awe at the sight of C-3PO floating around the tribal gathering thanks to Luke using the Force. "My God, it works," Forrest gasped. "Hell yeah, it works," Paul cried. "What's this?" He put an old 5.5-inch floppy disk into one of the disk drives. It started to whirl and click, and all three stood silent as the seconds passed, and then a tinny, familiar tune, barely audible, echoed from the monitor speaker, and the logo for Pac-Man flashed onto the screen. "Oh, my God," John whispered in awe, a deep, almost tearful nostalgia filling him. When Elizabeth was 5 and recovering from a long bout of the flu, his wife, Mary, had pulled their old Apple computer out of the attic, set it up by Elizabeth's bed, and entertained her for a long, rainy spring day with Mary's favorite games the two of them had played while they were students at Duke. He had written his master's thesis on that computer, needing over 20 floppy disks to store his paper on proto-computers created for gunnery control prior to World War I. He was the envy of many students, and even some of the professors who were still on electric typewriters or just beginning the transition to the first IBM Micros, as they were then called. Just running the final spelling check had taken several days, which at the time seemed like a miracle versus having to pay some English major to manually check your work one final time and then hand type it yet again. Using a brand new, expensive 2400 baud modem, he had actually managed typing in lengthy string codes via a system called the Internet to try to access data from a British library without success, but it was still a fascinating adventure at the time. Printing it out had taken half a day on their tractor feed dot matrix printer. He could still recall the speed and buzzing sound of it as it glided across the page. A momentary pause as the tractor feed advanced the paper up one line, and then the printer head running backward across the page. "Mind if I join you three?" John looked back to the darkened staircase and forced a smile of welcome. It was Ernie Franklin, the man who saved his life during the final confrontation with Dale Fredericks. He was grateful, of course, but at times Ernie could be more than a little domineering. "I sent word to Ernie about my find," Paul whispered. "Why?" Forrest asked. "He worked for IBM back in the days of Apollo and the shuttle. Figured the old guy might know a thing or two." Ernie stepped up to the workbench, gazed at the screen for a moment, and snorted. "It would have to be one of those damn apples. Damn toys." "I did write my master's thesis on one," John retorted. "And then they screwed everyone over when Jobs dropped the operating system and went running off with those dinky 9-inch screen Macs. We laughed our asses off over all you Apple fanatics stuck with the 2E system." "Wait a minute," Paul interjected. "I asked you over here to explain something, Ernie. We can argue about which system was better later." John nodded, looking back at the image on the screen of the Pac-Man character, the tinny theme playing over and over. "Could you turn that damn music off?" Ernie asked. "My daughter was addicted to that damn game, and it drove me crazy." Paul looked at the machine, not sure what to do, and Ernie just stepped forward and flipped the switch, turning it off. All three gasped as the screen went dark, as if he had pulled a curtain back down over a returning to the past from before the war. "If it turned on before, it will again," Ernie replied calmly. "But before we do that—" He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small flashlight and clicked it on. If anyone in their entire community was prepared for life after the day, it was Ernie Franklin and his family. After more than 3 years, they were still living off long-term rations stockpiled years earlier. His all-terrain Polaris was still running, and John had learned not to ask just how much gas he still had stored and treat it against degrading. The old guy was always proud to show off his solar-powered flashlights like the one he had flicked on now, and without bothering to ask permission of Paul, he popped the lid off the top of the old, one could even say antique, computer. This basement was Paul's domain. John waited for a response from Paul, the young man who had designed and brought back to life the electrical system of the community, but Hawkins said nothing, obviously deferring. Ernie peered inside the guts of the old apple like a dentist poking around in the mouth of a victim in the chair, grunting with disapproval. "Inexcusable," Ernie whispered. "You educators never knew how to take care of a computer. Look at all this dust, and what the hell is this?" He pointed down at the motherboard, and the three leaned forward to look over his shoulder. "Looks like dog or cat hair. This is a mess. For now, leave it off. I'll take it back home and blow it out." "What?" John asked. "I'm taking it back with me. I still have some canned air." "Canned air?" Forrest asked. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Pressurized air in a can for cleaning computers." "Just blow on the damn thing," John whispered. Ernie did not even bother to reply to what he thought was such obvious stupidity. "Let's wrap it up. I'll take it with me." "No way," John stated quietly and forcefully. "It stays here for now." Ernie braced himself back up, ready for a good argument, something he always took delight in. "Look, Ernie, it stays here. This thing is pure gold. Transporting through a storm back to your place, that's crazy. Just go get that canned air, whatever else you need, and come back here." "That will take at least a gallon of gas," Ernie replied with a cagey smile. "Will the town provide it?" John sighed. They were scraping the bottom of their gas supply. His dream of somehow going over to steam power for transportation and the running of precious farm machinery still at a cold start for now. But this was too important to argue about at the moment. The curiosity about this discovery and all that it implied was overwhelming. "Give me the bill tomorrow. I'll make good on it." "Sure." And without further comment, the lid off the computer, he reached to the side and flicked it back on, and again the three standing around him gasped as the screen flickered to life. "I thought you said it needed to be blown or something," Forrest said, and there was a bit of a grin as he spoke, for Ernie was infamous at times for going into off-colored repartee. Paul cleared his throat and nodded back to the stairway where his wife, having tucked the twins in for their nap, was standing and watching the goings-on. Ernie nodded, backing off, and continued to peer into the machine. "It's okay for the moment," he finally replied, continuing to examine the motherboard and other boards slotted in for the video and sound, chuckling with delight. "Damn, I gotta admit, in its day it really was something, even though it was a toy compared to what we were developing with IBM. A 64K machine for under $3,000, and that was in 1980s money, no less. You know, I helped design the operating systems for the space shuttle. 5 computers not much bigger than this thing ran that entire spacecraft. That's when we had to squeeze out every bite of usage in the software. No gigs and terabytes around back then, even with the big Cray machines the military had. We were still storing data on 10-inch magnetic reel-to-reels when I first started." He sighed, and for a moment John could sense the inner sadness of this man who had been viewed as a crazy Jeremiah by some when he would publicly warn about the fragility of the nation's infrastructure. He had retired to these mountains with that exact thought in mind, that it was all about to come crashing down. "Ernie, The question is how and why, John asked, interrupting his musings. What? How and why is this computer working? Ernie stepped back and looked around the semi-dark room, illuminated only by the single fluorescent light overhead and the softly glowing television screen. Easy enough. I bet this machine was dumped down here 15, maybe 20 years ago when you guys finally decided to leave Apple behind and upgrade to a Pentium. Someone stuck it in a corner, and the key thing, it was totally offline. The EMP pulse and its impact has a lot of variables. Intensity, line of sight from the weapon burst, how much shielding this basement provided. Ernie shined his flashlight around the room, chuckling sadly at the sight of all the piled-up magazines, books, and electrical tools that were once part of the business of teaching at a small college. He walked over to where several white and black boxes were stacked under the workbench. "Now these babies," he announced with delight, "those are mine. I helped write some of the software, IBM 8088s. Our competition for the apples, which you educators love to cling to. Bet the administration at least had those. They always were smarter than professors when it came to this stuff." John bristled slightly at Ernie's jab as he squatted down, wiping dust and mildew off the front of one of the boxes. "Yep, a tower box model. I got to take a look at this next." "Wait a minute," John interjected. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Ernie, how, why, and what do we do with it?" As he spoke, he nodded back to the apple. "Like I said, it survived the EMP pop and then just sat here undamaged. Nothing unusual about that." "How come we didn't know before?" Forrest asked. "Well, because we just didn't have the juice," Paul replied. "Once we've got at least some electricity going, why, we just kind of—" The question was so damned obvious, John realized. Why didn't any of them come running down to this basement the day after they got a few kilowatts of electricity running and start trying to hook things back up? "I never really thought about it," Paul said woodenly. "Too busy with getting lighting, juice for the sterilizing autoclave, and hot water in the hospital, high-intensity lighting for the surgery room, more juice for the chemistry lab, stuff like that. Any of the computers sitting in faculty offices and such were just dead hunks of toasted boards and wires and tossed into a basement or dumpster after the day, figuring they were all fried, because they were all wired in and got zapped by the full overload," Ernie stated. "Ernie, a question?" John asked. "Sure, what?" "You, of all people, didn't you think to stick a computer into your basement inside one of those Faraday cages folks were later talking about?" Ernie looked off, now obviously embarrassed and caught off guard, his silence answer enough. John remembered how a few months before everything hit the fan, how Paul and others with the IT team for the school had finished remodeling the computer center because the school was creating a new major in cybersecurity. The old machines, in an age where a computer aged faster than Detroit-built cars of the 1980s, were just simply tossed into the dumpster after the hard drives were downloaded for anything of value and then wiped clean. Truly a throwaway world that now seemed 1,000 years away. The fluorescent light overhead began to hum and flicker. Ernie quickly reached behind the apple and pulled the plug, the screen going dark. "This power supply isn't clean at all," he growled, glancing over at Paul. "What do you mean, not clean?" Forrest asked. "Just that," Paul sighed. "Someone throws a switch on in the hospital, it sucks up a few kilowatts, the voltage to the rest of the grid fluctuates, and that can be death, especially for these older machines. It's exactly the thing that can kill this computer while we're gazing in wonder at it. I'll bring some surge protectors along." He hesitated. "All right," Ernie sighed. "I got a couple of portable solid-state solar charging battery systems at home. Gives clean, steady juice for electronics. I'll bring that over as well to power these computers." "You got one of those?" John asked sharply. "Nice to know now." Ernie shrugged. "Be prepared, as the Boy Scouts used to say." "But you didn't have a computer stashed off, did you?" "You accusing me of something, John?" Ernie snapped back. John held up a hand in a calming gesture. "No, but still." Look, we all got caught with our pants down in different ways. My wife Linda kept complaining that I was trashing up the basement with cast-off computers, so like everyone else, I tossed them out when I upgraded every year or two. He sighed, and John could see that the memory troubled him. The old guy had most likely spent many a night kicking himself with that memory of all the computers he had once owned and then thrown out rather than storing away. Again, the throwaway society before the day. At least some of the old-time ham radio operators had hung on to those precious devices and had them stashed away just in case. Some even took pride in the niche hobby of actually operating old ham radios with vacuum tubes rather than newfangled transistors. Such a lost world, John thought sadly, looking at the darkened screen of the computer, symbolic of all that they had allowed to slip out of their grasp. America, in an instant, plunged into darkness, and wondering at this moment if the few small flickering lights of hope were going out now as well. He remembered Sir Edward Grey's heartfelt cry when midnight struck on a warm August evening in London of 1914, and war with Germany had come to pass. The lamps are going out all over Europe. We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime. In a way, how prophetic his words had been. That first war ending 100 years of peace. The prophetic H.G. Wells predicting it truly was the beginning of the end, complete with atomic weapons. The steady, peaceful advance of the Edwardian era did indeed die in the trenches of Ypres, Verdun, and the Somme, with civilization taking a step backward to unleash poison gas, flamethrowers, bombs tumbling from the sky into undefended cities, and millions tearing at each other in the squalid mud of the trenches in primal rage with knives and bare fists. It led to a second war of death camps and brilliant flashes of light delivered on August mornings, 31 years after Edward Grey spoke and H.G. Wells uttered his prophecies, as entire cities were incinerated in a blinding flash. Then the long years of what was called a Cold War, civilized nations ready to unleash 1,000 such flashes of light over their enemies, no one realizing at first that when they created those first such bombs, it was not the blast, the fire as hot as the heart of the sun, that could destroy. It was something subtle, a mere microsecond of a massive gamma-ray burst ignited out in space that, as it raced to the Earth's surface at the speed of light, would free off electrons in the upper atmosphere's oxygen and nitrogen, and as it did so, building up to an overwhelming static discharge that could cripple the greatest nation in the history of humanity and leave 90% of its citizens dead 2 years later. It was something he had long ago learned not to allow himself to dwell on too much, for surely it would drive him to impotent despair. Here he had been asking Ernie the how and why of this one computer surviving, when the far greater question still was how and why his entire nation, his entire world, had allowed the unthinkable to happen. Who was responsible? Surely someone must have known it was coming, and with that coming his youngest daughter became marked to die. "John, are you okay?" It was Becca, who was standing behind him, reaching up to touch him on the shoulder with a soothing gesture. He realized there were tears in his eyes, and he forced a smile. "Yeah, sure. The baby's asleep? Like kittens." It was hard with just those 2 words to hold back long-suppressed tears. Those were exactly the same words Mary used long ago to describe Jennifer when she was tucked in and asleep. When they had learned she had a highly aggressive type 1 diabetes, they could not help but hover watchfully over her. The memory of it was made even more poignant after Mary learned she had something aggressive as well. Breast cancer that would finally take her, leaving him with 2 young girls to raise. Nights when he would look in at her asleep, the 2 girls asleep to either side of her, knowing their mother was ill, and with childlike instinct sensing that she would soon go away from them forever. And he would think of them as 2 kittens nestled in against their mother. He struggled for control, turned away from the others and walked off to the other side of the basement, absently picking up one of the old Life magazines as if studying it, his friends having the instinctive sense that he wanted to be alone. The magazine was from right after World War II, falling open to an article, "Our boys are coming home." Pictures of the old Queen Mary being escorted into New York Harbor, fireboats around it sending up a salute of red, white, and blue-colored water, the Statue of Liberty in the background, joyful mothers, wives, and children embracing young men with dark, haunted eyes, age far beyond their years etched into their faces, in tears as they returned embraces. On the following pages, an article about the new homes to be built 1,000 at a time in a place called Levittown. Gone. All of it gone. The young captain from the ANR he had taken prisoner back in the spring, and who was now part of his inner corps of advisors, had briefly served with that force on the Jersey shore, facing Manhattan, a deadly island now quarantined with reports that bubonic plague and cholera were still epidemic, with the few thousand survivors still living there, scurrying and scrounging in the vast, abandoned concrete canyons. No nuclear blast had leveled what was once said to be the pulsing heart of the Western world. Just quietly turn off the switch, and in an instant it was as uninhabitable as Antarctica or the searing Gobi Desert, its once fertile lands that had greeted Henry Hudson and Peter Stuyvesant long paved over, except for Central Park, where it was rumored that feral dogs, once tamed and loving golden retrievers and spaniels, had been wiped out, replaced by breeds of mongrels who again hunted in packs and would kill anything, including a man foolish enough to wander into that overgrown forest. He closed the magazine and set it aside. It was too much to bear, feeding this sudden surge of depression. He again could hear the other four talking among themselves, a bit of a friendly argument that did have an edge to it as to why no one had thought to check on old computers and other electronic devices earlier. He wiped the tears from his eyes and took a deep breath. "Galileo and the telescope," he said. The others fell silent and looked back at him. "What?" Paul asked. He forced himself to smile. At least there was still a touch of the college professor in him, and as he looked at Paul and Becca, there was a flashback to when they were students in his history of technology class, more often than not paying slight attention to him as they gazed lovingly at each other in the back of the classroom. "You remember our discussion about Galileo and the telescope?" he asked, taking a few steps back to join them. "Not exactly," Paul replied. "It's like this, and it applies to us now," John said, taking a deep breath, feeling a bit of calmness coming back with this diversion. Grief was a luxury in this world, especially for him, the one that far too many looked to for strength. Later, if still troubled, he'd let it back out when alone with Michaela, though even after their more than 2 years together, he still felt uncomfortable when memories of his long-departed first wife troubled him. He had loved Mary deeply, but it was different from what he now felt for Michaela, where there was a more mature intensity and a sense that she was truly his equal partner in all things. "I'm all ears for this history lesson," Ernie interjected, and now he did smile. It was at least one area where Ernie really did defer to him, and there was no sarcasm in his voice. "Think about it," John continued. "It is an unanswered question I find to be fascinating. Modern eyeglasses were being manufactured by glassmakers in Italy as early as the 14th century. They could even grind them for each individual's needs. They used to be given as a symbol of achievement to scholars at universities of that time, since most of them had gone half-blind after years of studying manuscripts in dark rooms like this, illuminated only by candlelight. Across 300 or so years, lens grinders were making glasses, and the question is, how come not one of them, even by accident, one day held up one lens in front of another and had the "oh my God" moment that the two lenses, one in front of the other, were a telescope? He fell silent and now smiled inwardly, The grief of a moment before pushed aside. It was almost like being back in the classroom again, and this time, even Paul and Becca were listening. Then some guy in Holland, can't remember his name, actually does that and does go, "Oh my God!" He put the lenses into opposite ends of a leather tube, thus the first telescope. The four were silent for a moment, and he wondered if they were caught up, as he had always been, with the fascination of this question of why 300 years had passed when the tools were there, literally on any lensmaker's bench. "So you're saying that stuff for telescopes lay around for 300 years and nobody thought to do it?" Forrest asked. "For starters, yes. I remember this Italian girl in the dorm across the commons from my room when I was in college. We had a telescope aimed at her window 24/7. Ernie interjected. "You'd think one of those Italian glassmakers would have figured that out." John sighed. There was always someone in a class to blow away a teaching moment, and even Becca laughed, commenting that was exactly why every girl in Anderson Hall always kept her blinds down. "You're losing the point," John finally interjected, a bit exasperated. "Please continue," Becca replied, though there was still a touch of a smile as she looked over at Paul. "So this guy in Holland makes the first telescope, and, typical then and now, the government gets wind of it and tries to clamp down a security lid on the whole thing." "Why?" Paul asked. "Military secret," Forrest said, and John nodded. "In Afghanistan, we were under strictest orders to smash our night vision gear if we ever thought we were going to be overrun. They had stuff they had captured from the Russians years earlier, but nowhere near as good as ours. He who sees first or sees farthest wins." "Exactly what happened," John continued. "Holland was fighting a bitter, decades-long war with Spain, actually the Habsburg Empire, for their independence. A 10-power telescope at sea gave them a huge advantage when from miles away you could tell if that ship on the horizon was friend or enemy, to run or to fight. But, like with all weapon systems, the secret doesn't remain secret for long, and soon the word was out." "Same as today," Ernie said softly. "I still want to get my hands on the damn idiots who allowed North Korea and Iran to get the bomb." "So do we all," John sighed, and again the thought, surely someone knew before they were hit. Surely someone knew it was coming. He let the thought drop for now, for it most certainly would take him back to his melancholia of but minutes ago. "Anyhow, to finish this little class," he said, clearing his throat, "and this is the really interesting part. Galileo receives a circular letter, sort of like the trade journal of his day, from a friend describing this new invention. Being Italian in Renaissance Italy, he goes to a lens maker and shows him the design, and he now has his own telescope to fool around with and then starts making his own. But here's the fascinating part. He actually plays around with it for some time until one night he points it at Jupiter." "Checking out the girl bathing in the river down the street until then," Forrest interjects. John just sighed and pressed on. "That night changed everything. He was the first to observe what we now call the Galileo moons, and in doing so presented proof that the universe is not geocentric." The four just looked at him, and he could sense his old students were now prepared for and would politely endure his launching off on some professorial run of 30 minutes or more about just how fascinating this moment was. But he stopped there, aware that they were standing in a cold, dank, mildew-laden basement, and if Michaela found out that a young mother still recovering from giving birth to twins had been forced out of politeness to stay and listen, there'd be hell to pay. Besides, with all the rush of emotions this experience had triggered, he was suddenly very tired. The point is that apparently every computer in use on the day we were hit got fried. We go without electricity for over 2 years until you two— he nodded gratefully to Becca and Paul— bring us back at least to the late 19th century world. But then, in all the rush and excitement that created, none of us actually thought to look at the old electronic tools stashed away and forgotten in places like this. So thank you, Paul and Becca, for this discovery. You two are our Galileos." He was pleased to see that his words had hit. Both of them were smiling at each other, Paul's arm slipping around Becca's waist as he kissed her on the forehead. A thought struck him. We lost our house in the fight with the posse, but my mother-in-law, Jen, God rest her, was a regular pack rat. Beside the old cars, she hung on to everything. I remember when we moved in, there must have been half a dozen old cell phones in a desk drawer. No good without the towers, Ernie interjected authoritatively. I know, but just curious. We all used to joke how we could remember phone numbers from when we were kids, but once the cell phone craziness hit and then the smartphones, one simply just said a name or tapped a screen and the number was there. We lamented all the photos lost, all the text messages that touched our hearts and were saved being lost. Just curious now. I'll dig them out and bring them into the office tomorrow and see if they light up again. No good in that, Ernie replied, other than nostalgia. The question really is what to do with this computer and any others we might get running again. Go on, John offered, for it was indeed the question that had hit him the moment the screen had flickered to life and he was staring at that damned grinning Pac-Man. Databases, Ernie replied. Lone computers like this Apple IIe are nothing but toys. John was silent, not leaping to the defense of an old friend of a machine that had enabled him to write a master's thesis in near record time. It was linking them together, the Internet back in the mid-'90s, that truly launched the revolution. A machine alone, okay, it's entertaining and kids can play that dang Pac-Man and Mario on it until the motherboard finally fries off, and the way this one is smelling, I don't give it very long unless I take it apart and clean it. I'm thinking about databases. Uplinks, for example. Those guys up in Bluemont don't tell me they don't have systems up and running. I'll assume the low Earth orbit sats got killed off on the war blow, but the ones up at Geosync, I'd give my left... He paused, looking at Becca. Excuse me. I'd give my left arm to be able to tap into that data flow, and they don't know I've hacked in. After mentioning losing an arm, seconds later he realized the faux pas he had committed in front of Forrest, who had indeed lost an arm. He looked over at the veteran anxiously, and Forrest forced a smile. At least it wasn't the arm I used for important things. Ernie offered a weak grin of thanks. John, however, was looking at Ernie wide-eyed. Could you actually do that? Eavesdrop into Bluemont's comm system? I already knew the story about Galileo, Professor Matherson, and yeah, maybe I could. John looked over at Forrest, remembering the reason his friend, a former enemy, had ventured over the obstacle of the Mount Mitchell range in what was becoming a driving blizzard, with word that someone who had once served with his closest friend in the pre-war army had trekked 200 miles to eventually reach them. I'm giving you whatever gas you need, Ernie, to move whatever you want here to this basement. If you can get any of these machines up and running, do so ASAP. I'll put the word out in a town announcement for folks to start rummaging through attics and basements to see what can be found. I'd advise against that, Forrest interjected. Why? We learned that our old bastard friend Fredericks had one or more people of his planted here. Let's assume the same. For now, I'd suggest keeping this nugget quiet and let's talk to that Quentin fellow first. John took it in, hesitating. Galileo, don't you think he regretted blowing his mouth off about his discovery? Forrest interjected. He should have stayed quiet a few years, done his research, gotten it out to a trusted few others. Instead, he invites the church officials in, and bango, he's on trial for heresy and under house arrest for the rest of his life. John looked at his friend with surprise. Hey, a lot of long nights when deployed, plenty of time to read history, same as you, even if I didn't get a fancy degree. John smiled and nodded in reply. Until this storm lets up, we'll focus on what Paul and Ernie are playing with, John said, though at this moment his thoughts were far more focused on who Quentin Reynolds was, if indeed Bob Scales was alive in Roanoke, and what portent that was for the future. Chapter 2. It was 2 days before the storm finally abated, the morning of the second day dawning bright, clear, and still. John was up first, shivering as he pushed kindling into the wood stove, the sole source of heat for the house, watching it flare to life as the kindling ignited from the hot coals from the night before, and then carefully feeding in split lengths of seasoned hickory and oak. Memory of another time hit him every time he did this. His abandoned and burned-out home up by Ridgecrest had a fireplace. Of course, everyone wanted one when they moved to the mountains, and it was a source of comfort for Mary in her final days, wrapped in an old family quilt and nestled in an overstuffed chair pulled up close, John making sure the fire was blazing cheerily. The fireplace was purely psychological for Mary, though young Elizabeth, fed some propaganda in her middle school classes, would sniff, saying it was inefficient, polluted the atmosphere, and contributed to global warming. She was right on at least one point. The amount of heat generated when compared to the warm air sucked up the chimney all but equaled out. But there was something about crackling wood in the fireplace, the radiant heat striking a primal chord that just made one feel comfortable and content on a cold, snowy day. Now it was different. The wood was not delivered, as it once was, by one of his neighbor's friends at $100 a truckload, at least somewhat seasoned and stacked by the back deck. During the first winter after the day, it had been a mad scramble for heat, any kind of heat, and more than a few had died. Not from freezing, though that did happen, but more often from pitching heart attacks while trying to hand-cut and then split firewood, complete to chopping down decorative dogwoods and cherry trees in the front yard. Long forgotten was the time when nearly every home and farmstead had its own woodlot of a couple of dozen acres, up on the side of a mountain slope too steep to be cleared for plowing or even grazing. Preparing for the next winter started even before the last snows of spring had melted off, and was why a farmer cherished having several sons, whose daily chore was to spend a few hours every day cutting down trees, bucking them down to stove length, splitting the stove-size wood by hand, and stacking for curing, not just for warmth come next winter, but for daily cooking, heating water atop the kitchen stove for the occasional bath, all of it accomplished by hard labor. Gone as well was the essential knowledge of anyone 150 years back. Seasoned hickory and oak put into the fire would last through the night. Maple was easy splitting. Pine was good for a quick start-up fire, but didn't last for heat. Locust became fence rails. The now extinct chestnut could be burned, but also made excellent furniture. In a pinch, with the woodpile running low, unseasoned ash could be harvested and used, and if out on a cold, rainy day, one could carry some rolled-up strips of birch bark, which would burn like a torch to get an emergency fire going. Information essential for living, which nearly all had to relearn to survive. The Melton brothers, after months of back-breaking work, rebuilt a long-ago dam face while the rest of their family labored for weeks to shovel out the silted-up marsh behind the remnants of the dam. Dams long ago built to block off once bubbling mountain creeks often fell into eventual disuse as decades of summer storms and the floods of springtime thaws trapped hundreds of tons of silt, the narrow valley pond behind the dam turning into a marsh and then eventually abandoned. And besides, who needed a water-powered mill dam with all its labor and headaches when first steam and then a 20-horsepower electric motor could do the same amount of labor? In this new world, gradually being rebuilt, the Meltons were the first in the valley to actually get a water-powered sawmill up and operating just below Ridgecrest along the aptly named Mill Creek, because down its tumbling length there had once been a dozen small mills for wood cutting, grinding corn for, among other things, making mash for a still hidden nearby. They built it on a site where a great-grandfather had once run a similar mill, which, when the revenuers were not poking around, supplied mash to stills up and down the valley. Ernie and family tried to argue they now owned the land and had the surveyor plats to prove their modern legal argument. It had nearly turned ugly until John helped negotiate a deal that whatever logs Ernie dragged down to the Meltons with his old reliable Polaris off-road vehicle, the Meltons would cut up for free. And if a few mason jars were mixed in with the returned firewood as well, no further questions would be asked. The historian in John loved the sound of that mill, knowing he was hearing the echo of a long-ago age of water power, the creaking of the slowly turning water wheel, the rasping of the saw driven by the wheel, the redolent scent of fresh-cut wood and cool mountain water cascading over the water wheel. And although corn for actual food was still a national priority, in this, the third year of harvest since the start of the war, he was learning to turn a blind eye toward the thin columns of wood smoke rising up from nearby valleys and the occasional whiff on humid fall mornings of corn mash fermenting. He would ease his sense of duty with the thought that, as it was in the beginning, so it is again. Farther downstream, Paul Hawkins's team was waiting for the community of Old Fort to finish rebuilding what had been their original dam for a water-powered turbine so that he could set a generator in place and get the small community of survivors down there back online. The villagers of Old Fort, all but wiped out by the posse attack, planned to run a wire along Old Route 70 toward Marion and sell the power for trade items and food. In this, the third year since the day, an economic trading system was again back in place, and it did include white lightning brewed in remote mountain valleys, but now included much else as well. Those with foresight to stockpile some precious metals found they indeed had real worth again. In fact, by the standards of this terrible new world, they could be counted as wealthy, the silver and gold not just something to be locked away in a safe for just in case. Just in case had indeed arrived at last. Increasingly scarce was .22 ammunition, so that it was hardly on the trading market anymore, worth far more per round than the rabbit or squirrel it could put on the table. The weapons to be valued for hunting were the old flintlock rifles, once the realm of history buffs, reenactors, and muzzle-loading hunters. Lead salvaged from dead car batteries and saltpeter from manure pits provided two of the ingredients. Sulfur came from the old resort spa of Sulphur Springs down in Rutherford County, which long ago had provided the crucial element for gunpowder manufacturing from the colonial period and the Civil War. The Peterson family, Old Man Peterson, once a good friend of John from Civil War Round Table days, had set up the family business, which tragically killed his daughter and grandson, who had made a fatal mistake several months back out in the mixing shed, blowing up themselves and the entire building. There was even talk of scrounging up enough bronze or brass to make several small cannons for defense, a strange thought given the town had endured air attacks from Apache helicopters and now had a precious Black Hawk in their possession, a world of retro weaponry mixed with surviving remnants of a prior age. Beyond the trade in gunpowder from Rutherforton and networking out to other communities struggling to come out of a dark age, a viable economic system was indeed emerging. It was not until after Fredericks' defeat that John had learned that within Asheville, Fredericks had actually attempted to impose a mandatory confiscation of all silver and gold coins that had once been government minted. Unknown to those areas outside of Fredericks' brief period of control, he claimed a decree from Bluemont had ordered such, with a so-called fair trade of $100 in printed money for each silver dollar and $1,000 of paper money for each 1-ounce gold coin. Only those caught with silver or gold on them complied under duress, meaning, "We caught you, give us the coins. Here's your paper, now go and keep your mouth shut, or you are under arrest for illegal trading." Those thus caught referred to the paper as being not worth a damn Frederick, or to a more direct scatological reference as its only real use. Yet another troubling bit of information that had come to light after that vainglorious man's bloody defeat. The paper currency was even how those serving with the ANR had been paid. Those who had survived and surrendered after the battle to take out Fredericks were expecting execution, and thus were stunned by the offer to stay and join the community. All of them were young, generally in good health, thanks to the rations they had lived on for months, and were then divided up and assigned to different units within the State of Carolina's militia. There was some resentment for the first few days on the part of his own people, for, after all, over 30 from the town had been killed fighting against these young men and women. There had been one tragedy when a young man from the college murdered one of the ANR troops, blaming his victim personally for the death of his fiancée in the fight to take the courthouse in Asheville. It proved to be an extremely tense day, the nearly 100 ANR prisoners fearing that they had been lulled by John's promises and that Fredericks' warnings that to be taken alive by those mountain rednecks would mean torture, rape, and death. Some had gathered together, ready to fight or flee, when more than a few locals supported the young man's vengeance killing as justice, plain and simple. It proved to be just about the most difficult day John had ever faced. The community had yet to stand down from a state of military emergency. Therefore, John was deemed to be in command under military law. Reverend Black had insisted upon sitting on the tribunal since the accused came from the college where he now served as chaplain, rather than a civil trial since the crime had occurred while the community's troops were still in military service. Reverend Black, when he pronounced his vote with tears streaming down his face, startled everyone, declaring it had to be done, quoting Old Testament verses, that killing in combat was a tragedy that had haunted mankind from the beginning. But this death was cold-blooded murder, using the translation of murder rather than thou shalt not kill. John realized he had to carry out the sentence himself, as he had done with others. It could not be delegated, though he spent hours praying over it, hoping to find a personal way out. At the end, the young man took it stoically, forgiving John for what had to be done, and appealing to the dead man's friends for forgiveness as well. Memory of it, along with so many other memories, still woke him up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night. As to the regular army prisoners, especially the helicopter crews that had slaughtered many in Forrest Burnett's community, there had been outright calls to execute them. But John had had enough of executions, even though many, especially Forrest's community, which had endured the atrocity of being strafed by the pilot, cried for blood. In the end, John ordered them banished, pushed to the far side of the barrier on Interstate 40 at the top of the mountain and told to start walking. Chances they would survive a week were nil, and it was decided by all that the punishment was just. The after effect? The ANR survivors witnessed something they had never expected, even expressing regret for the entire tragedy and its end result, and thereafter no mention was made, at least publicly, of having been on one side or the other in the battle for Asheville. The ANR commanding officer, who had grown up near where John originally came from, now served as a platoon lieutenant in the militia, and what she and others had said about life outside of their valley added more fuel to his worries. All the ANR personnel had told him, along with reports by the BBC, served to fuel his suspicions and concerns about what exactly was taking place at Bluemont, and he was eager to get on the road to Forrest's community on the far side of Mount Mitchell. The fire within the stove was now crackling hot, radiating warmth. He remembered an old favorite author who wrote on Americana, Eric Sloane, his works filled with wonderful, detailed sketches of life long ago, stating that a wood fire heated you twice, from the labor it took to cut, split, stack, and haul the wood, and again when it finally burned as it now did before him. All well and good, John thought with a smile. If one was young and 20 and had grown up with life being such. There had been offers, which he always saw as little more than attempts at bribes, to provide him with wood and so many other things, but it was a point of honor that he worked and traded for it like everyone else. Before she passed, Jen, almost as if it were an afterthought, had revealed that there was a stash of several $100s of face-value silver filling half a dozen mason jars tucked away in a corner of the basement. When the government had gone over to clad coins back in the 60s, her husband, George, had denounced it as a damned conspiracy and had taken to emptying out the silver dimes, quarters, and occasional $50 into a jar on his nightstand at the end of every day, and then stashing them in the basement when filled. The find had truly made them rich, and the historian inside of John had of course been fascinated by this first step back to a real money-based economy when he started offering a quarter here, a few dollars there for the essentials of survival. Silver and gold had disappeared from the economic flow long ago, and now finds like his were reintroducing them. Throughout the various communities that now made up the state of Carolina, there was hardly a basement or attic that had not been ransacked by surviving family members, and more than a few looters going at abandoned properties in search of such stashes. One such prowler, A drifter who had slipped in past the security posts guarding the approaches to Black Mountain had been caught just a few months ago. Murder and rape were, of course, capital offenses, as was the case with one of his militia killing a former member of the ANR. Stealing food had been added to the list as one for which one could possibly face capital punishment. Some said it was little better than the obsessed policeman in Les Miserables hunting down a man who stole a loaf of bread. But after the starving times of that first winter, people did die for lack of a loaf of bread, or the pig they had been raising on scraps to provide meat for the winter suddenly disappearing. There was no jail in the town, except for an overnight lockup for the occasional drunk and disorderly. In such a time, to punish someone by locking them up in a warm jail, feeding them, and then having to feed and compensate someone to watch over the offender was absurd. An infraction of stealing other than while mobilized for military service resulted in a civil court. If the theft was not crucial to the survival of a family or the entire community, the standard punishment had finally become a sentence to labor in the communal farmlands. Thus it was for that looter in search of a stash of gold or silver who labored for a month and then disappeared the night his sentence was completed. A supreme irony was for all those who had secured their precious metals in bank vault safe deposit boxes. With the failure of electricity, the vaults were automatically locked, sealed as tightly as some long-lost ancient tomb. Owners of what some claimed were hundreds of ounces of gold, only able to stand outside the empty buildings and stare forlornly. John and the town council had even agreed to divert power into the old Fifth Third Bank on Montreat Road, a surviving employee then attempting to unscramble the locking systems, to no avail. Those standing outside watching the attempt, growing frustrated, started to suggest just blowing the entire thing up, which was, of course, vetoed. So the bank still stood, as did the other banks in town, the treasures within as remote as if lost in the hull of the Titanic. Inwardly, John breathed a sigh of relief, for if successful, there would have been a rush to crack into or blow up every bank in western North Carolina, and the flood of coinage pouring out, triggering that age-old nightmare of inflation. As for those who had purchased gold and went along with it being stored at a safe and secure location in Switzerland, they were truly out of luck. John sat by the open door of the wood stove for a few minutes, dwelling on all the events and changes taking place, willing to bet that Ernie had awoken the Hawkins family at dawn, tool bag in hand, ready to continue probing the computers found in the library basement. He watched the flames dancing, enjoying the radiant heat blossoming out, the fire, as it always does, weaving a hypnotic spell, the iron sides of the old stove cracking and pinging as they expanded from the heat. "How about some eggs and grits for breakfast?" He felt Michaela's warm touch on his shoulder and looked up at her with a smile. "Sure, but sit down with me for a few minutes first." She laughed, pulling her flannel robe in tight, revealing just how pregnant she truly was. "If I sit on the floor, it will take a forklift to get me back on my feet." "Come on, I'll help you." With a groan, she sat down by his side and snuggled in close, extending her hands toward the glowing fire. "Sleep okay?" he asked while brushing a wisp of her golden hair back from her forehead and then kissing her. "Little Badger must have woke me up half a dozen times. That baby wants out." He laughed and put a hand on her bulging tummy. He waited, and a moment later was rewarded with a kick. Laughing, he kept his hand there and kissed her again. "Wish you'd wait a few more days before trying to get over the mountain," she announced. "It's still most likely snowing on the north slope, and the wind up there can kill. You ever read Jack London's To Build a Fire?" John smiled and nodded at the memory of a scoutmaster when he was a boy, getting the troop out of Newark and up to what at the time John felt was the true wilderness at High Point, New Jersey, for a 3-day winter survival trek. Shivering around the campfire at night, the scoutmaster had read that tale to his group of frozen city kids, most of them convinced their leader had gone crazy to drag them out on this trek. John remembered reveling in the adventure of it, all the time imagining that it was like being with George Washington's troops at Valley Forge, or the midnight march through a blizzard to take Trenton. Romantic then, but Michaela did have a point. Temps could be 20 degrees colder up at the crestline at Craggy Gap, and though calm down here, it could be a 30 to 50 mile-per-hour blow up there. He had approached Billy Tyndall yesterday with the thought of using their Aeronca L3 to fly him over the mountain range, a short 20-minute hop by air, so he could meet this Quentin Reynolds, and Billy had replied with 2 words: "You're crazy." He then went on to a lecture about the killer weather conditions to be found around Mount Mitchell, pointing to an old FAA map of the region pinned to the wall of the makeshift hangar, where a specific warning was printed about the dangers of severe turbulence in the area. You ask any pilot who's not crazy and thus still alive about flying around up there, especially in an old underpowered tail dragger, and they'll tell you that you are indeed crazy. We damn near got killed last time you and I flew there. It wasn't the bullets and Apache helicopters that scared me half as much as getting slammed by a downdraft and sending us right into the side of a mountain, so no way. So waiting for a crystal clear and very calm day was out. "It can't wait," John finally replied to Michaela. Forrest said the guy was in bad shape. If he slips into pneumonia, he could be on the edge of dying unless we can get some of our antibiotics into him, and that alone is reason enough to at least try to get to him. There's something about the name of this guy that rings a bell somewhere in my head, beyond the fact that he claimed to have served with my friend Bob Scales. I gotta go. All right, help me get up. Eggs and grits, something to stick to your ribs. John never could figure out the Southern obsession with grits, but when one has gone through a starving time, the memory lingers. Did I hear grits? The 2 looked back to see Forrest coming out of the guest room, pulling up his suspenders over his shoulder, deftly doing so with his one hand. John stood up, helped Michaela get to her feet, pushed a few more split pieces of hickory into the stove to ensure a good long hot fire, and closed the door. A moment later, Michaela had the iron skillet resting atop the wood stove. She'd also set an old-fashioned percolating coffee pot filled with water, which was again coming out of a faucet tap thanks to the electrical pump that soaked up a significant part of the town's electricity, but again provided safe, clean running water to most homes, and another item of the past, ready to put in some chicory roots and an herbal concoction. Oh, damn it, wait a minute. Forrest sighed at the sight of the coffee percolator and disappeared back into the guest room. They both knew he had some, the scent of it as seductive as any perfume, and both of them had silently hoped he still had some left. Etiquette was never to ask people if they had a secret stash of some precious item like chocolate, honey, coffee, or cigarettes. One waited to be offered, and while visiting with John and Michaela, coffee, wherever it had come from, was part of breakfast again. After the meal, Forrest would step outside, at Michaela's orders, to enjoy his one cigarette, Michaela keeping a watchful eye on John so that he didn't break his vow to Jennifer. Forrest returned, and in his open hand he held out 4 small plastic K-cups, hazelnut no less, fully caffeinated. Michaela all but snatched them from his hand. Along with rare .22 bullets and silver coins, the once ubiquitous K-cups had become a cherished trade item, the coffee within still fresh even 3 years later. Michaela carefully cut each one open, not letting a single grain fall to the floor, and emptied them into the percolator before putting it on the stove. Now tell me you got some of those creamer cups and packets of sugar, and life will be complete, John interjected, breaking a golden rule of good manners. Forrest smiled, reached into his pant pocket, and produced 3 of the creamer cups as well. Sorry, but sugar is out. Apologies for asking, John replied, but Forrest smiled. Who'd have thought those darn things would one day be worth so much? Within minutes, the grits were simmering atop the stove, and heaven of heavens, the scent of coffee brewing filled the room. The sound of the coffee percolating was a flashback to childhood. Cold winter mornings, still dark outside, coming down to the kitchen, his father nearly finished with breakfast, letting John have a few sips of the warm brew before bundling up to take the train over to the gas plant in Harrison. It was a breakfast sound that disappeared with the advent of the Mr. Coffee machines, a sound he still missed, and all the other nuances of that time and place. His father's insistence on heavy cream and to hell with the cholesterol count, fresh bacon at least 3 times a week, or even the dreaded winter breakfast for kids, hot oatmeal with a slab of butter and perhaps a sprinkling of cinnamon. There was something about the quiet of breakfast time that triggered such nostalgia for John, particularly on a cold day, the sky a sparkling blue, the freshly fallen snow reflecting the morning light, the trees, especially the pines, still blanketed from the storm just past. John helped to set the table, appealing to Michaela to get off her feet while he placed a single egg on each plate, doled out the grits, and then carefully poured cups of coffee for each, as a proper host, shorting himself slightly while making sure the provider of such largesse had an extra gulp in his cup. Sitting, they joined hands, John reaching over to touch Forrest's empty left sleeve, said grace, and then wordlessly dug in, savoring each bite. Meal done, there was several minutes of silence, each one enjoying their cup of coffee while gazing out the window, until Forrest finally stirred. "Time to get going." John nodded, helping Michaela to clear the table and clean the dishes in a pot of hot water that had been set atop the wood stove. Even now, after 3 years, people were still falling ill because of the lack of hot running water. The Saturday night bath was again a 19th century ritual of heating water on the stove and standing in an old wash tub, soap again a mixture of lard and wood ash and crushed mint leaves, to at least create some kind of pleasant scent. John pulled on a tattered snowmobile suit that hung loosely on his lanky frame, followed by ski mask and gloves, and hoisted his emergency travel pack stuffed with winter survival gear, including a small tent, dry clothes rolled up inside a plastic bag, some dried beef jerky, and matches with a twisted-up piece of birch bark packed in a waterproof container. He picked up his M1 carbine, which had become his preferred weapon, checking to make sure it was cleared, holstered a Glock, and waited for Forrest to suit up in the guest room. Michaela looked at him anxiously. It was still also ironic. They were only traveling 20 miles up over the Mount Mitchell Range and down to where Forrest's community had decided to remain, even though there was plenty of vacant housing in Asheville and right here in Black Mountain and Montreat. John had argued repeatedly with Forrest before winter closed in to move, but Forrest always rebuffed him that he and his friends preferred to stay on the land that had once been their home. None of them were cut out for what he still sarcastically called city folk, and he did have the logical point that by staying north of the mountains, his community kept an eye on the northern flank of their world. The year before the day, several of John's students who owned Jeeps had offered an adventure ride for his 2 daughters and himself, and it had turned into a day the girls adored, traversing fire roads and trails clear up to Mount Mitchell and back, soaking in the splendor of a sunlit autumn day. Now they were suiting up as if going into combat. There was still always a remote chance that perhaps some marauders following the old Blue Ridge Parkway were in the area and would gladly kill for Forrest's old Polaris 4x6. Forrest came out of his room wearing heavy winter camo, left sleeve cut off and sewn closed. A hunting rifle was slung from one shoulder, and a military-grade M4 taken in the fight with the ANR was slung around his neck and across his chest. "Ma'am, thank you for your hospitality," Forrest said, nodding politely to Michaela, old mountain etiquette coming to the fore, extending his hand, giving her 6 K-cups, which she tried to refuse. John watching the exchange and, of course, inwardly hoping that the game would play out with Michaela reluctantly taking this incredible gift, which could mean coffee in the morning for nearly an entire week. "Take care of my husband," she finally replied, kissing Forrest on the cheek. He actually blushed slightly. He had long ago come to accept that his scarred, twisted face with one eye missing gave him a deadly-looking demeanor, and rare would be the woman who kissed him, even in a friendly gesture of politeness. "He can take care of himself, ma'am. Otherwise, I wouldn't salute the son of a bitch." "Yeah, can be that at times," she said with a laugh, and then turned and looked John straight in the eyes. "I know you've got to go, your damn sense of duty and all that, but, John Matherson, if you get yourself killed and leave me 7 months pregnant, I'll never forgive you." He looked around the room. More than enough firewood was stacked by the stove. the fire within radiating a comfortable glowing heat, augmented by the brilliant sunlight streaming through the sunroom window. If all went well, he'd be back by midday tomorrow. If all went well, something that in this world no one ever took for granted. They went down to the basement garage, the place where there had once been a lovely blue Mustang convertible, destroyed in the fight with the posse. The old, battered Edsel still ran, but was rarely used now since it was such a gas guzzler. When time again permitted, he planned to go into Asheville and prowl the abandoned automotive shops, finding a set of tires to match up with a 1958 Edsel. The tires on his nearly bald. The engine as well needed a major overhaul, and trying to find new rings and valves would be another challenge. They opened the garage door, and it took a minute for Forrest's open-air vehicle to start and keep running. John put his gear in the back well, double-checked the 2 jerry cans, making sure they were filled with gas, waited for Forrest to ease the vehicle out of the garage, closed the door behind him, and climbed into the open-air seat. Just sitting there made him doubt the wisdom of this trip. It was freezing cold. The old-fashioned thermometer next to the garage door, mounted to a faded tin frame advertising the new 1958 Edsel, registered 15 degrees. His wife was right. Chances were it would be below zero up over the pass. He tightened up his jacket, made sure no flesh was exposed, looked over at Forrest, and nodded. Let's go get Lee Robinson and hit the road. Chapter 3. Still alive? Forrest asked, looking over at John, who was shivering like the last leaf clinging to a tree in a hurricane, though John realized it might be that he was still scared witless. Going up the mountain range wasn't too bad, though the snow depth gradually increased. There was little wind. The sunlight was sparkling with such intensity that John cursed himself for not bringing along sunglasses. It was a journey through what he could only describe as a world out of the old tourist calendars that used to be sold in town of the splendor of the Black Mountains on a winter day. Pine and spruce branches were bent low under the weight of snow, forming tunnels along the old fire road as they crept up toward Craggy Gap. But as they neared the summit, harsh reality suddenly closed in. The pass at Craggy was concealed by low scudding clouds racing up the north slope of the mountain range, gaining the Blue Ridge Parkway for a short run westward to the paved road that led down to Forrest's community. They drove into a true whiteout. Visibility barely beyond the front hood of the Polaris. The unrelenting wind had stripped the trees bare of snow, to be replaced with a thick coating of rim ice that actually stuck out horizontally from the bent-over branches. The roadway itself was blown nearly bare of snow, but around the first bend they encountered a 6-foot drift, created under the lee of a cliff. Forrest actually sped up, laughing as he plowed into it. John and Lee both cursing him, Forrest with but one hand clutching the steering wheel while shouting for John to shift the vehicle into 4-wheel low drive. They nearly stalled out and then broke through, a few seconds later skidding sideways down the ice-covered road until they hit a patch of snow and thus gained traction again. At least the parkway was 2 lanes wide with crash barriers to stop them from tumbling into a gorge, but once off the parkway and onto a paved road that led down the north side of the mountain, John felt his nerves beginning to snap. The road was a series of ice and snow-covered switchbacks, the clouds lifting enough to reveal the terror ahead. "We'd better think this one over," John cried, but Forrest, laughing, just hit the gas. It was a long, white-knuckled toboggan ride of several miles, speed building up, John convinced they were going to crash or flip, Lee cursing madly from the back seat, but just when death seemed inevitable, Forrest would shout for John to shift to gear, and the Polaris would skid around a curve, straighten out, and then descend toward the next switchback. John realized that the twisted-up, battle-scarred veteran was one of those types that after coming so close to death, had just simply lost his fear of it and even enjoyed challenging and taunting it, the adrenaline far more addictive than any drug or booze. They finally reached level terrain, Forrest skidding to a stop and without comment getting out of the Polaris to relieve himself by the side of the road. "You crazy bastard!" Lee shouted. You could have killed us all back there, and for what?" "Afraid of dying?" Forrest asked, looking back with a sardonic smile at Lee. "We're alive. We had a hell of a rush. What more could you ask for?" "I'm walking back," Lee muttered, looking over at John, who was shaking so hard he could barely unzip his ice-coated snowmobile suit to relieve himself as well. 5 more miles from here, we'll take the fire lane over there. Cuts the trip in half and saves on gas. At least the last few miles were somewhat more tranquil, except for one steep-pitched turn, John hanging onto the roll bar overhead to maintain balance while looking down at a ravine to his right that dropped 50 feet or more, where he saw poking up out of the snow at the bottom the wreck of a long-ago lost Jeep. "That one killed a cousin of mine 5 years back," Forrest announced casually. "Freaked out that his fiancée had broken their engagement. He got liquored up and went out night hunting for deer, missed the turn and went over the cliff. He always was a stupid bastard. Took 2 days to find him, and we just decided to leave the Jeep there as kind of a memorial." "Crazy must run in the family," Lee grumbled. At last they came out to a paved road, and suddenly the land looked familiar, the exact same spot where Forrest and his community were camped when they had taken him prisoner back in the spring. Smoke wafting up and streaming away from a stove rigged up inside the community firehouse promised warmth. The ragtag array of old RVs and camping trailers ringed in tightly around the firehouse, which was the community center. Why these people still elected to stay here again filled John with wonder. 6 miles away, there had once been a luxury resort of million-dollar vacation homes, complete with its own airstrip, all of it abandoned. He could see their side of it, though, for this, after all, was their land going back 150 years or more. Forrest and his friends had grown up in these valleys, knew every trail, and though game was all but completely hunted out along the south slopes of the mountains, over here a skillful hunter, especially when tracking in winter, could still find deer and bear, as clearly evident by the 2 bucks, gutted and skinned, hanging up outside the fire station. Forrest pulled up in front of the fire station, a small crowd of well-wishers coming out to greet him. John recognized more than a few, former enemies who had joined their side in the confrontation with Fredericks. There were polite handshakes, a few inquiring as to his wife and her health, and thanks for the help she had extended when so many had been injured. John peeled off his ice-covered ski mask, unable to conceal that he was still shaking, and someone immediately led him into the fire station, an elderly woman shouting for the crowd to let him warm up while she handed out hot mugs of, what else? Yet more coffee, which, though scalding hot, John downed in several long gulps, sighing with relief, luxuriating in the warmth within the building. "How's our guest doing?" Forrest asked. His question was greeted with silence, and John felt a wave of dread. The old woman who had handed him coffee finally spoke up. "He died during the night." "Son of a bitch," Lee sighed, looking over at John, who sat down, shaking his head. "We should have gotten him to the hospital," Forrest finally said. "But with the storm coming on—" His voice trailed off into silence. "Have you buried him yet?" John asked. The old woman shook her head and nodded to a side room of the fire station. John stood up and followed her while unzipping his snowmobile suit. Being inside felt stiflingly hot after so many freezing hours to get to this futile conclusion. He inwardly cursed. If Forrest only lived next to I-26, they could have easily transported him in a truck down to Asheville before the storm set in. The old woman opened the door, and John felt a slight wave of nausea. How his wife ever handled the daily exposure to all the scents of a hospital ward was beyond him. It smelled like a sick room, and he wondered if there was the first faint whiff of decay in the air. The body still rested on the bed the poor man had died in, covered by a sheet. John drew the sheet back. No matter how many times he had seen the face of death, it still struck at him. It was said that pneumonia was the old man's quiet friend, but it was obvious that the final hours must have been a terrible struggle. The man's face was contorted, eyes still open, features ashen gray. I'm sorry. I should have taken care of him, washed and laid him out proper before I let you in here," the elderly woman escorting him whispered, and she reached over with gentle fingers to close the dead man's eyes, and tried to wipe away the grimace, though rigor mortis had already set in. "I know this man," John sighed, gazing intently. "I remember him from the War College. I think he was on my friend's staff." John pulled up a chair and sat down as Forrest and Lee came into the room. "I knew him," John said again. "Not well, just one of those staff types, always standing a few feet behind and to the side of a general." He struggled to dredge up more of a memory. The world before the day was filled with so many memories, so many of them now hazy, distorted, washed over and replaced by the trauma of the last 3 years. The dead man before him was one of thousands of memories. Perhaps they had sat in on a conference together, maybe shared a drink with others. Wasn't there a military history conference at the War College where he had given a lecture? If so, it wasn't noteworthy enough to remember right now, and that in itself struck him as tragic. Another life had disappeared. Who and what he was, John could barely remember. Did he have a family still alive that treasured him and would want to know his fate? Did he have any papers, military ID, anything like that on him? Forrest shook his head. No wallet, nothing. The guy was pretty well beaten up when we found him. Muttered something about getting jumped by marauders on the far side of the pass for Interstate 26. He had several busted ribs, a lot of bruises, cracked jaw, and nearly out of his head when Forrest brought him in, the old woman said, and as she spoke she gently reached out to smooth the man's hair back from his forehead, a maternal gesture that touched John. "Janet here was a nurse. You remember her sister Maggie, who took care of you when you first came to visit us?" Forrest said. "Visit?" John smiled at that. When he was captured, with a busted rib as well, Maggie was the first person to show him sympathy. Maggie was gone, killed in the airstrike back in the spring. "Your sister was an angel," John said. "And thank you for seeing to this man. Did he say anything to you about how he got here and why?" "Not much I could understand. He kept asking for you, sir. Said he had served with a friend of yours, Bob Scales." There was a sudden leap of hope. On the day, John had actually been talking to Bob, who had called because it was Jennifer's 12th birthday. In the final seconds of that conversation, Bob began to cut the friendly chat short, his tone changing, saying, "Something is going on here," and then the connection went dead. For nearly 3 years now, he'd wondered what had happened to his old friend. Was he still alive? Did the man lying on the cot know the answer? And perhaps even more important, why had he come here? Had served with Bob Scales? And John hesitated. Or was now serving? "I'm sorry, sir, he kept drifting in and out." "Janet, it's John. Please. Now try to remember everything he said." Forrest left the room and returned a moment later carrying a couple of folding chairs, deftly opening them. "Could we leave the room?" Lee whispered. John looked back at his friend and could see that Lee, with a stomach even weaker than his, was getting queasy. Janet nodded in agreement and drew the sheet back over the body, and Forrest motioned for them to head into another room. The 3 men stripped off their winter gear, Janet coming in a few minutes later bearing 4 cups of coffee, black. "I'm sorry, but I gotta ask, and hope I'm not being impolite," Lee said. "You guys always have coffee. How?" Janet looked over at Forrest, who, in spite of the gravity of the moment, actually chuckled. "I always said don't ask, don't tell, but this time, okay, I'll spill. We found an abandoned truck, gone off a ravine up near that rich folks resort you keep wanting me to move into. The dang truck was loaded with cases of these K-cups, cases of them. Sorry, I kind of forgot to tell you about it." There was a tense moment of silence. There was an understanding among all that finds that could help the entire community should be shared. But it was not mandatory. The few who had tried to press the issue as an actual statute once the initial state of martial law was over with were denounced as thinking like commissars. Medical supplies, a truckload of preserved meat or canned fruit that children needed and such were one thing, but tens of thousands of K-cups? Finders keepers, John finally replied, and Forrest visibly relaxed. Sorry, John. There were 100 cartons of high-class cigarettes in there as well. Don't even mention those, John replied sharply, not even wishing to contemplate his struggle with that addiction that still haunted him. For like nearly all ex-smokers, years could pass, and yet still the urge to try just one could hit. The only thing that kept him straight was his promise to Jennifer. John looked over at Janet, who was sipping her coffee. Try to sort through it all, even the trivial, which might be really important. Like I said, he was brought in here badly beaten up, half frozen to death, frostbite to fingers and toes. If he had survived, he might have lost those anyhow. 3 ribs staved in. Wondered that his lung wasn't punctured. That injury was certainly no help when it came to the pneumonia already setting in. Cracked jaw as well, which made it even harder for him to talk and understand what he was saying. Fever was up over 102 when I got to him. No way to check blood oxygen level, but I could tell it was dropping. I was praying you'd get back with some antibiotics, but by last evening I knew he was over the edge. He slipped into a coma and died at around midnight. What exactly did he say? John asked, pressing for something, anything. He came somewhat clear for a brief period just before slipping into a coma. I've seen that happen before. Said to tell you that you've got to get to General Scales up in Roanoke and stop them. She hesitated, looking to the door as if to make sure no one else was listening. He said, EMP might be on the table. What? Were those his exact words? EMP is on the table, Janet said. Whose table? John interjected, leaning forward, eager for an answer. He never said who, what, or when. Was he remembering how the war started, talking about now or the future? I kept trying to gently prod him when he was conscious, but like I said, he was feverish and pretty well out of his head when he was brought in. I think if he had been out in the open even a few more hours, he'd have died from exposure and would be lying under the snow rather than in the next room. John wearily shook his head and sipped his coffee. Anything else? Please try to remember his precise words, ma'am. Just that you, John, had to get to a General Scales. Was he talking like General Scales was a memory from the past? I think I recognized Quentin. We might have served together while at the War College. Was he talking like that, rambling about our past, or that I had to see him now? There was far more to this for John than just the urgency of a question about a garbled message from a dying man. If Quentin was speaking in the present tense, that meant that Bob Scales, one of his closest friends from before the war, was still alive, a prospect that could profoundly impact his responsibilities as a leader of his community. It meant a respected and beloved friend had somehow survived the day. He had heard about the reports on the BBC that Virginia had been pacified by forces of the regular army. Was Bob the general in command? Janet was silent for a moment, obviously carefully going over her memories. Forgive me. I should have had a notepad with me and written it all down as he spoke. I'm sorry. Don't blame yourself, Janet, he replied, though inwardly he wished she had indeed done just that, for memory of a conversation with a dying man that one was trying to nurse at the same time could indeed become garbled. There was something, she sighed. Again, I'm sorry. I should have written it down as he was whispering to me. He rambled about going to Roanoke. Find Bob there, or something like that. John looked over at Forrest and Lee, who were taking it all in, but wisely were remaining silent. I got to add, maybe call it a perspective. Sometimes he was talking as if it was before the war, kept saying he had to get his wife and kids out. When he talked of them, he would cry. It was terrible to see him like that. Poor man was such a tortured soul. Who isn't? Lee said softly, gazing out the window. He said something about looking up H.G. Wells's epitaph, that the guy was right and will be right again. Why would he mention H.G. Wells's epitaph? John wondered. He had read Wells as a kid, but all he could remember was The War of the Worlds and an old movie, Shape of Things to Come. Wells wrote the script for him back in the 1930s, predicting the coming of World War II. And you checked over everything he had on him? John asked. Everything. Forrest and I stripped him down to check for injuries. He was in military fatigues, but no winter overcoat, weapons. Something about the marauders after taking him had stripped him down and joked they were going to sell him. She paused. You know, there are still some hideaway groups out there that won't hesitate to take someone as food. John nodded. Fragments of groups like the Posse were still out there in remote valleys and on mountain tops. They had learned to stay clear of his communities, but like jackals, they did linger on out on the fringes of a slowly re-emerging civilized world. What he still had on was soaking wet. We stripped him down and found no paperwork or anything like that. All we could do then was to bundle him into warm blankets, give him aspirin and a few shots of moonshine and hope for the best. I told Forrest to fetch you. The poor man kept saying you were the one he had to speak to. Sorry, but that is all that I can tell you. Whatever answers he had rest now with his soul. John stood up and went back into the temporary morgue, respectfully pulling the blanket back to gaze at the battered corpse as if somehow an answer would emerge, or, like Lazarus, he might rise up to return and tell thee all. He sat by the body for several minutes, the others not entering the room, as he gazed at the mortal remains of a major he could barely remember. The dead offered him no answers, just silent wondering. He covered the body and returned to the room where his friends waited in silence. Forrest, can we get home before dark? Forrest sighed and nodded. Chapter 4. So that's it, John said, leaning back in his chair after reciting the adventure of the previous day and the mystery it now presented. The small office was crowded, representatives of the Senate, for what they defined as the state of Carolina, packed into the room. The body heat from so many people, along with the wood stove, made the room hot, the scent of the air all but overpowering with its warm, musky smell of unwashed men and women. The long-ago paintings of the Founding Fathers gathered in debate made them always look all so clean. He now understood far better why old films would at times show an effete French or English nobleman daintily holding a scented handkerchief to his nose. With the onset of winter, even the weekly bath had become a laborious chore. Michaela was one of the few who still insisted upon a Saturday night bath for both of them, and during the summer a skinny-dipping jump into Flat Creek on a near-daily basis, even though it was freezing cold throughout the year. But at least in the summer they could lie out in the backyard to sunbathe and wistfully talk about a day to come with electricity restored, when they might even scavenge up an old jacuzzi and somehow get it running again. Most had reverted back to the 19th century practice of putting on long johns when the cold weather set in and not taking them off until spring arrived. John often wondered if the founders had smelled as bad. Hard to picture the brilliant Jefferson or Washington himself smelling like those gathered in the room, even when at Valley Forge. He tried not to breathe deeply, but Michaela, who was impervious to such things, noticed his discomfort and cracked a window open, letting a gust of frigid air into the room. A few shifted uncomfortably, but others nodded a thanks. I've reached a decision as to what I think we should do, or, to be more precise, what I should do, John said. But we are no longer under martial law. It will require significant resources, therefore it is up to you. It's precious little information to make any kind of decision on, Reverend Black said, starting off a debate that John feared might run for hours. A stranger who you think you recognize wanders into our region, claims he wants to talk with you regarding something that involves an old army friend of yours. Yes, that's basically it. Black sighed. When a man's time is drawing to a close, he often drifts back years, decades. A good friend of mine, a colonel during the Second World War, climbed out of bed the night before he died and started to wander about the hospital corridor, yelling at the staff to put their helmets on and get ready because a banzai charge was coming in. The poor guy had to be restrained. He kept yelling and cussing at everyone, this from a man who until his final days you never heard a foul oath from. Black smiled wistfully. It was good old soldier cussing at its best. Forrest chuckled softly. I can teach some new ones any time you want, preacher. Black gave him a bit of a baleful glance, but then smiled. Even the way he was talking, the turns of phrases sounded like something from an old movie rather than the way we talk today. My point, he was back in 1944 up until the moment his last breath slipped out of him, with me holding his hand and praying by his side. His last words, though. Black's voice faded to a whisper, and he was obviously struggling to hold back on his emotions. His last words, "Let us cross over the river and rest under the shade of the trees." That put a lump in John's throat. "Stonewall Jackson's last words," he said softly. "Precisely my point," Black replied. He was in a different time and place, perhaps remembering that quote from a class in West Point when he was still a plebe. I think it might be the same with this poor tragic Quentin. Therefore, John, I have serious doubts as to anything he said. "Tell A.P. Hill he must come forward," Lee Robinson interjected. John looked over at his friend and nodded with understanding. "What?" Ernie asked. "Some of the last words of both Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson," John said. "They were back on the battlefield calling for a trusted general to bring his troops into the fight." "So the whole thing could be a hallucination?" Ernie asked. "It could be," John replied. "Then take it as such, John. We've got way too many other things to worry about. That report that a new band of marauders is camped in what is left of Charlotte. The chatter we're picking up from BBC and other sources that the Bluemont government is officially ceding all territory west of the Mississippi to China and Mexico. The fact that we have to face the reality that as we incorporate more isolated communities into our state, food supplies through spring are coming up short. Let's stick with what we know." There were nods of approval from several others gathered in the room, including Michaela. "Wish I could agree," John said, looking out the window, a light flurry of snow swirling down outside. First a blizzard and then this, so early in the year. He hoped it was not a portent of a hard winter to come. Before the day, such winters were a source of pleasure for a college professor, usually resulting in a relaxing day off to play with his daughters or just sit by the fireplace and read. Now it was a reinforcement why not too long in the past hard winters were referred to with dread with names such as the freezing time or starving time. "John, there's nothing new on the BBC," Ernie announced. "Actually, something of a shutdown with their reporters, all foreign reporters being expelled from Bluemont, or for that matter anywhere else within areas controlled by that government." "Precisely why I am worried. Really worried. After we beat the hell out of Fredericks and then the far too public announcement that we were forming a state of Carolina until such time as the nation came back together. You remember the BBC report just a few days after we took Fredericks out that this entire region was being declared as a level 5, meaning in control of terrorists and rebels. But then after that, I thought they were going to hit us hard and fast as an object lesson. Instead, zero response from those who claimed to be the central government." There were some nods of agreement. "I still want to believe the bastards simply gave up on us," Maury Hurd interjected. "Their failures with trying to make some sort of military force out of their ANR, the way they got the crap kicked out of them in Chicago, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, or whatever is left of other cities up there, knocked Bluemont on its heels and they've backed down. And now with winter setting in, I want to believe that we have nothing to worry about, at least until spring." "Want to believe?" or know for a fact, John replied. Maury sighed and shook his head. John gestured to the faded map of the United States that adorned the wall to his left. Doing so triggered a memory of Frederick's doing the same to him just 6 months back with his grandiose talk about a reunited America. These reports from the BBC are that Bluemont is in negotiations with China and Mexico. They've already conceded all territory west of the Continental Divide and south of the Red River. And word is as well that Texas and others are putting up a hell of a fight about that, Ernie interjected angrily. What the BBC might say is one thing, but the reality on the ground? There was a breakdown of any semblance of an orderly meeting as others interjected that it would indeed be a very cold day in hell before those living in Texas or any other state along the Continental Divide would tamely submit to outside occupation. Food and security can often trump any argument about national identity, Reverend Black finally interjected. Besides, how many actually survived out there? In the first summer after the attack, chances are more than 90% died in Tucson without air conditioning or any source of water. Where does Denver get its water from? Again, a major die-off. Sure, maybe some ranchers know what to do, but 50 raiders like the posse show up at their ranch to steal cattle. What's left a day later? Forget about the old fantasies of life out west with everyone a self-reliant cowboy. Sadly, I'm willing to bet chances of survival out there were far less than in our secured valley here. His grim pronouncement silenced the room. Let's stay focused on what John is talking about here and now, Black said softly. I, for one, have to admit I'm changing my views somewhat in seeing his side of the argument. I might agree, Michaela said, her voice controlled and cold. But not John this time. Yeah, this is personal for me. We've got a baby coming in 2 months, and I want that child's father alive and here. Call me self-centered, but I claim the right for it after everything we went through back in the spring. The others looked over at her, and John could not make eye contact with his wife, whose anger he knew was barely contained. When he had first talked with her about his thoughts after returning with Forrest the night before, it had triggered the first real shouting match of their marriage. Just let me go over the facts one more time, John replied, avoiding his wife's malevolent gaze. Someone who apparently is what he claimed to be, a major who either is or was serving with General Bob Scales, tries to reach me with a message. He dies before reaching his goal. He says something about an EMP. And no one is sure if in his delirium he was talking about what happened, Forrest snapped. John, I held a lot of buddies as they died. He looked off, his already twisted face contorted. They usually babbled about a woman, a wife, a girlfriend, their children. More than a few younger ones cried for their mothers. Damn all war! Forrest sighed and then fell silent, withdrawing into memories too intense to show before others. Precisely the point, Michaela snapped. I've sat through many a death watch, and so have you, John. He lifted his gaze to her, and from deep within that gaze held a warning for her to go no further. Yes, he had done as she said, and a day, barely an hour, did not go by without memory of his daughter dying, whispering to take care of her beloved stuffed animal Rabs. Michaela fell silent, and then silently mouthed, I'm sorry. Perhaps tragically, her action now firmed his resolve. The paradox of so many loving relationships where, when one challenges the decision of another in public, they often become even more determined to see it through, while a quiet word whispered when alone could have so easily worked and swayed the decision in the other direction. I have to go to Roanoke, John said, and he looked over at her as if anticipating a response. But she was silent, though he could see tears clouding her eyes. Something is up, and we would be foolish not to assume after the way we wiped out Fredericks and his gang that there would not be some sort of response. Throughout the summer and up until this early advent of winter, I dreaded suddenly hearing helicopters coming in. That or just the flash of fuel air bombs going off as a reprisal. If anything, the lack of response has made me even more anxious, as it should have for the rest of you gathered here. He looked around the room at the representatives from the Asheville City Council in Hendersonville. The storm and need to conserve precious fuel had prevented the other members of the Senate from such outlying regions as Morganton, Weaverville, and Waynesville from attending. An old-fashioned, handled telephone lay on his desk, off its receiver, their definition of a conference call, so that those representatives could at least listen in over a crackling phone line. "There are only two ways of getting there," John continued. "The first by road. We have the captured Bradley to do that. And Lord knows how many landslides, fallen trees, down bridges, marauders like the ones that poor Quentin ran into, and for that matter, the government garrison that is reportedly still in Johnson City to block you," Ernie replied. "And we all know anything beyond Hickory is still a no-man's land, so that way is out too. So the only other way is by air." He looked first at Billy Tyndall, the pilot for their precious L3, who firmly shook his head. "It is 140 air miles to Roanoke. I already looked it up. And sure, give me any open field and I can land. But after this blizzard, who knows? But we'll have to haul our own gas to get back, and that all but maxes out the weight load, so my vote, no way in hell." "I already figured that, Billy. The L3 is too precious to risk. It's duty tactical to keep an eye on the interstate approaches, and you are doing a magnificent job, my friend. And I, for one, am telling you, wait until spring." John shifted his gaze to Maury Hurt, whom he had not apprised of the plan he was formulating and the reasons behind it. Maury, who had been leaning against the far wall, stiffened. "You gotta be kidding me," he snapped. "Just hear me out, will you?" "I already know what you're going to say next," Maury replied. "We've got a captured Black Hawk helicopter that we took from Fredericks, and you want to use it to go to Roanoke." John simply nodded. "You're crazy." "Like I asked, just hear me out." "Oh, I'm all ears, John." As Billy already pointed out, it's 140 air miles to Roanoke. The Black Hawk has a combat radius of around 350 miles, a ferry range of over 1,000 if we keep the weight load down, which means we can fly up there, scope things out. If we get a clear indicator that my old friend General Scales is there and in command, I would venture a landing to meet with him. If not, we just turn around, haul out, and return without even landing." "And who do you mean by we?" Maury asked. "You're the designated pilot now." Maury shook his head, laughing nervously. "I had a couple of 100 hours as co-pilot in a Huey over 20 years ago." He did not add that his career in the National Guard as a chopper pilot had been cut short by a nasty crash, a few cracked vertebrae among other assorted broken bones, and a lifetime of swearing off flying since then, until this current situation when they snatched one of Fredericks's Black Hawks in the fight for Asheville. "I've got a total of 10 hours flying time in that damn thing, and it scares the crap out of me. Sure, we captured a helicopter, one without any manuals or servicing routine other than what Billy, Danny McMullen, and I can guess at. Damn it, John, a chopper isn't like that old plane of ours where you change the oil, do a compression test once a year, and that's it." "It is a bit more complex than that," Billy interjected. "But, yeah, Maury's right on this." "Maury, yes or no? Can you fly me to Roanoke and back?" Maury hesitated. "Yes or no?" "If I plan to see my grandchildren," and he paused before the next jab, "or your child that's coming, all bets are off." John sighed with exasperation. "Let's get down to the bottom of this and why I feel I have to go. I think this Quentin Reynolds was carrying some information way too important to ignore and to let disappear in the frozen ground with his dead body. He died for a reason, and that was to somehow get to me with a message. What? I don't know. But for him to set off overland to reach me means it must have been damn well important. Or the excuse of a deserter who got jumped on the way, then, delirious, had some made-up story to worm his way into our community." Ernie sniffed. "You yourself said you still aren't even sure if he is valid or not." "Look, damn it, there is one fact that can't be disputed. I served under Bob Scales during Desert Storm 1. Without his help, I would never have moved here." He hesitated, looking at Michaela. "When my first wife was hit by cancer and wanted to be close to her family in her final months, it was my friend General Scales who networked me into a job at Montreat. If he is still alive, I owe him a hell of a lot. If he is still alive and sent this Quentin fella to find me, it must be important. Damn important." Michaela offered a sad smile of understanding, and he nodded his thanks for that. "Quentin Reynolds, I believe, just might have been sent by my friend to contact me. Just to know he is alive means the world to me." "And you'll risk your ass in the only helicopter in our entire state to find out?" Ernie interjected. John wanted to shout yes in reply, but thought better of it. If he turned this personal, the council would vote him down, and frankly, he could not blame them then if they did. The question of why has to be answered, and answered now. If it is about an EMP, another one, we had damn well better find out, and quick. It might have been the ravings of a dying man remembering the tragedy all of us endured, or was it a warning that we might get hit again? The low murmuring in the room of those he could sense were about to tell him to just calm down, relax, go home with his wife, and take a few days off after the stress of his trip over the mountain, now fell silent. "Are we going to be hit again?" John asked. "By who?" Again it was Ernie. "Why bother? America is finished as we know it. Sure, we flattened Iran and North Korea. India and Pakistan are turning each other into radioactive wastelands, the same in the Middle East. We still have the nuke boomers at sea. Why would anyone want to hit us again?" John looked at Forrest, and though he felt the demonstration would be absurd, perhaps it was the only way to get his message across. "Forrest, you got any of those K-cups of coffee on you?" Forrest, who had been listening intently to John, recoiled slightly. "What the hell is this, a shakedown? Just yes or no, you got any on you?" "Yeah, why?" "Give me one." "Why?" "Okay, loan me one. I promise I'll give it back." Forrest reached into the side pocket of his battered fatigue jacket and pulled one out and reluctantly tossed it over. John snatched it and looked at the lid. "Hazelnut, my favorite," he whispered, and he put it on the desk in front of him. "Okay, my friends, who's going to grab for it first?" "Come on, John, what kind of game is this?" Reverend Black asked. John could see the hungry gazes of those crammed into his office. His own indulgences with Forrest these last few days he had not discussed with anyone else in this room. Michaela and Lee, the only ones present who had enjoyed the largesse of Forrest's secret hoard. "To my point. You all want it. I know you do. But let me just add this one caveat in." "You and your professor's Latin," Ernie sniffed, his gaze locked on the small white plastic cup. "1 chance in 10. Now, make it 1 in 100. That coffee in there is laced with cyanide poison. A 1 in 100 chance it turns into you drinking the Kool-Aid, Jonestown kind of stuff. Some of you remember that insane day. Still want it?" He could see the confused glances. "Hell, you might risk it for yourself just for the taste of coffee again, but share it with your spouse, your kids? Who wants to try it?" No one spoke. He scooped up the white plastic cup and tossed it back to Forrest, who looked around a bit suspiciously, reminding John of Gollum the way he clutched at the one ring and quickly slipped it back into his pocket. "Point made," John announced. "What point? Damn it!" Ernie snapped. 1 chance in 10. Maybe 1 chance in 100 that the message that Major Quentin Reynolds was carrying was a warning of things to come. Last time we got hit, no one here knew it was coming, and look at us now. Suppose someone somewhere is planning to do it again. Suppose my friend General Scales is still alive and wanted to get a warning to us. "Then why all the mystery?" Ernie retorted. "If your buddy is still alive out there and has this big secret he wants to warn you about, just fly in and tell us or get on the radio and announce it. The whole thing is screwy, John, and you know it." "I agree in part, Ernie. Yeah, it is strange. a lone guy claiming to have served with the general showing up half dead. But we definitely live in a screwy world. Maybe my friend has reasons for not doing what she said. I can think of a dozen of them. Name one. He knows something he can't let anyone else know for whatever reason and wanted to get word to me. Sent it out on a radio and the entire world can listen in. Fly here? That draws notice as well. I could go on, but there's a couple, for starters. Ernie took that in. Or the whole thing could be a trap to lure you out of this valley by claiming a friend is still alive with some sort of secret message. You take the bait, and Bluemont gets payback for Fredericks with you dangling from the end of a rope. John could see Michaela go tense over that one, nodding in agreement. It was exactly what she had said within minutes after he returned from trying to see Quentin. It was a setup to entrap him. Think about it. John pressed in, avoiding eye contact with his wife. We are just starting to get back on our feet. We've got electricity back, a lab here on campus making antibiotics and anesthesia. They even think they'll get one of Doc Weiderman's old X-ray machines he had packed away down in the basement of his office on the day things hit back online soon. Think of what that would have meant after our fight with the posse and with Fredericks. We've got water pumping again through the town water mains. We are starting to crawl back out of the darkness. But if we are hit by another EMP, again, without warning, we might as well just bury the last 2.5 years of struggle, dig a grave for the rest of us, and crawl into it. Who would be crazy enough to do that again? Maury asked. John shrugged. Who was crazy enough the first time? After the fact, we finally figured out it was North Korea and Iran handing off nukes to terrorists who launched them from container ships in the Gulf of Mexico and the Pacific. There are still terrorist cells out there, maybe wanting to this time provoke a full-scale global nuclear war. Could be China wanting to push us down even further, but stand there looking innocent and then suggesting we need more aid east of the Mississippi. Ultimately, it doesn't matter who. He paused for a moment. Did it ultimately matter who did it last time? The result was the same. It took us to the edge of extinction. If it might happen again and there is a chance we can get a forewarning, I want that chance for all of us. There's one other reason now, Ernie said. John looked over at him, ready to let fly with an angry burst for him to remain silent, but then realized the secret would soon be out anyhow, and laying it on the table could help with his argument. Okay. This is classified, and I mean strictly classified. It has to stay in this room. John paused, looking at the telephone receiver on the table in front of him, tempted to hang it up. But those listening in were now part of the government as well. Do we all understand each other? What I say next can go no further. There were nods of approval, all now obviously filled with curiosity. We've managed to get a few computers back up and running. A few computers? Billy said. So what? Play Pac-Man or some dumbass flight simulator on them? The internet is gone forever. At least here, and unless linked up, they're useless. Didn't A.B. take in Asheville once offer a course on aircraft maintenance? Ernie asked. Yes, why? How did they teach it? Computers, of course, and anything hooked into the net and plugged in for power got fried. Maybe the maintenance manuals for the L3 and the Blackhawk were on CDs. I got another old PC up and running over in the library yesterday while our hero John and company were trying to kill themselves going over the mountain. Give me a computer, give me data stored on a CD, and I'll get the machine to run it. You want it? Billy could only nod. And fiber optics, my friends, were not cooked off. They're dark now, but give me enough machines and the juice to run them, and I'll get a network, at least local, up and running again. So we can play games and send those damn tweets, someone snapped. No, damn it. Data transfer was the lifeblood of what we were. Medical libraries, technical data beyond the magazines moldering in the school basement. Find a way to hook me in, and we can even eavesdrop on Bluemont. Though John was growing increasingly frustrated with Ernie taking the topic off the point he was trying to close in on and talking about more than he should, this did catch everyone's attention. After I left IBM back in the late 80s, that was the business my wife and I set up. We wrote the software and provided some of the hardware for those big array dishes. Not the crap units you all started to get with your televisions. I'm talking about the big stuff used by governments. Chances are the LEOs were most likely taken out in the war, but the GeoSync stuff, I bet, is still definitely online. "Translate, please," the Asheville rep shouted from the back of the room. Oh, geez. LEO, low Earth orbit. Companies like those direct television networks, their satellites were high up, 23,000 miles up, what we call geosync. The ComSats up there were heavily proofed against any kind of electromagnetic pulse. Had to be in order to survive solar storms or coronal mass ejections, as we call them. Chances are Bluemont and other surviving governments are still using them for chatter and for encrypted stuff as well. You give me enough juice. Some fairly recent computers that some rich kid tossed into his basement when Mommy and Daddy gave him an even faster unit for his damn stupid games, and I know how to start listening in. "You mean hacking?" Maury asked. "Yep. Hell, my wife is a pro at that. Some years back, we installed the tracking software for a Middle Eastern country to link into a geosync satellite." "Which Middle Eastern country?" John asked. Ernie just smiled and replied, "Classified." No one interrupted as Ernie smiled expansively, pleased that he had obviously taken over the meeting for at least a few minutes. "Well, the bastards welched on the last half of a payment of around $1 million. Figured they had the system we installed, so why bother to pay some Americans once they had it in place?" Ernie started to laugh. "They hadn't counted on my wife, Linda. She sent them the usual notices and finally a warning, and they basically told us to screw off. Anyhow, they didn't reckon on her. She had a Trojan in the software, hacked into it on day 121 of overdue payment. After all, due proper notice and warning, of course, and fried their entire system off. We lost $1 million, but laughed our butts off." Ernie chuckled at the memory of it. "We have another resource as well," John chimed in. "This college was starting up a cybersecurity major just before we got hit. We have some kids here that were getting top-notch training in how to keep systems secured from hackers. Which means that in order to stop a hacker, you have to know how to hack," Ernie interjected. "Put those kids to work doing something useful rather than having them dig for roots and who knows what we might find out. Not just about this rumor regarding an EMP, but a lot of other stuff we haven't even considered. It's out there. It's time we started listening in, and if there is another EMP that hits without warning, and the machines I've got up are running when the hit comes, we're back in the Stone Age, this time with no hope of return." "What Ernie told us is another reason I have to go to Roanoke," John quickly announced. "We are coming back online. Ernie, if another EMP is popped today, or a few months from now, what happens to your work?" Ernie looked at him and finally nodded. "I changed my vote, John, even though it will eat up a hell of a lot of our reserve fuel for that chopper. I say go and get your answers." John looked around at the others. "Let's say Ernie's statement is a motion. Those in favor?" All but two raised their hands. The pilot who would have to take him, and Michaela. And he knew there would be hell to pay once back home, but like it or not, and though the thought of a helicopter flight did turn his stomach over, it had to be done. Chapter 5. John finished packing in total silence. There had been no cross words between him and Michaela after the meeting and the decision to go, and the silence was indeed deafening. He scanned through his checklist of extra clothing and winter survival gear one more time. He had added in old-fashioned auto maps, once put out by Exxon, covering Virginia, Tennessee, and North Carolina, just in case they went down and had to hike back. The backup plan, if such happened, was to try to raise radio contact with Billy Tyndall, who would attempt to fly out and pick them up one at a time, but if that could not be done, it would be at least a 2-week hike, in winter, to get back home. He had carefully cleaned his Glock and was packing along 4 extra magazines. His shoulder weapon would be drawn from the community armory, an up-to-date M4 with half a dozen magazine loads. He heard Maury's Jeep, driven this time by Danny McMullen, pull into the driveway. Rather than come in, Danny wisely just tapped the horn a few times. John shouldered his backpack and walked out to the sunroom where Michaela sat by the window. She was clutching Rabs, his daughter's much battered and beloved stuffed rabbit, and the sight of her brought tears to his eyes. She looked up at him. She was crying. He walked over and knelt by her side. She turned away from him and began to shudder with sobs. "I've got a bad feeling about this one, John," she gasped. Then she turned, holding Rabs, and threw her arms around his shoulders. "I have to," was all he could get out. "We've all lost too much. Jennifer became like my daughter. Poor old Jen like the mother I never really had. And now this? I never knew I could love a man with such intensity." She broke completely, holding him tightly, and as she did so, he could feel their baby quaking within her. He loosened her embrace, leaned down, kissed her distended stomach, and tried to force a laugh through his tears. "Little bugger just kicked me in the face." "And if I didn't love you so much, I'd kick you too," Michaela cried. "Haven't you done enough? Everyone in town feels the same as I do, even Ernie. You damn near got killed more than once this spring. You've done enough. Forrest is eager to go, so is Ernie. You've already written out a letter to this Scales person, if he is even real and still alive. They can carry it and just drop it. Please, John." Her tears were coming so hot and fiercely she couldn't talk for a moment. He did not reply. He had stated he was going. What was now defined as the Senate for their so-called state had reluctantly voted in agreement, and there was no backing out now. Chances were she was right. He was acting on an assumption, and though he had not articulated all of it openly, he fostered a deep-seated fear that Quentin had come as a warning, that something terrible was about to unfold, and he might be the only person who could find out what it was and act. He had argued with himself in the hours after the meeting that he was simply being paranoid and taking too much upon himself, but his decision had been made, and long years of training and experience still told him that so often a first hunch, a gut feeling, carried with it the need to act. He could only pray that Michaela's gut feeling came from emotion and was wrong. At least he could hope that was the case. Danny tapped the horn again. John reluctantly stood up, easing out of Michaela's embrace. She stood up and threw her arms around him. "Damn it, John Matherson, if anything happens to you, I think I'll kill you." She began to laugh through her tears. "God go with you and bring you back safely to us." "Clear rotors!" Maury shouted, leaning out the window. It had been agreed that Billy Tyndall would stay behind in case he was needed with the L3. Danny McMullen was therefore in the co-pilot seat. He had 0 flying time in a chopper. His military experience in the Air Force was working on the big stuff, B-52s, KC-135s, but at least he had a sense regarding the Black Hawk's power plant, and it was better than no one. A security team of 3 was going with John, led by Forrest and accompanied by Kevin Millady and Lee Robinson. They could have taken half a dozen more, but each additional man was another 200 pounds of weight, which equaled more fuel being needed. Besides, Maury's few hours of flight experience were with an empty load, and Danny in the other seat would have to learn on the job, so the less weight the better. Side doors were opened for liftoff at Maury's insistence in case something went wrong and they had to get out quickly. The twin turbine engines above and behind John were winding up, rotor picking up speed, icy cold air whipping in around him. He looked over at Forrest and Millady, sitting opposite him. John had, of course, endured many a chopper flight while in the Army and never liked them. More often than not, he had his puke bag out within minutes. Those two, though, were grinning. Millady shouting it felt like old times. Forrest, M4 slung across his chest, raising his one hand in a thumbs up. They are actually enjoying this, John thought, struggling to maintain a calm outward appearance. Several hundred from the town had turned out to see them off, for this, after all, was a major event for the community, with their police chief, Ed, struggling to keep the crowd back 100 yards. Maury might have some idea about flying, but John knew that getting a helicopter up and away safely was a hell of a lot more difficult than taking off in the L-3. They lifted off, nose pitching high, rolling as well to starboard. He could see Danny frantically pointing at something on the dash. The chopper then lurched forward, almost nosing in, Danny cursing so loudly that John could hear it even over the roar of the engines. And throughout it all, Forrest and Milady seemed unfazed. Lee Robinson, for whom this was the very first flight, had a nervous, death-like grip on John's shoulder and was cursing as well. Glancing out the open side door, John could see the horizon tilting at what must have been a 30-degree angle. In a light plane at takeoff, it would surely be a stall, but Maury nosed back over, and gradually, like a yo-yo going up and down, they started to gain altitude, lose it, pitch back up again, and finally, nose tilted down slightly, began to move forward, still rising up, clearing the Ingrams' parking lot. Maury finally managed to gain some directional control, nose pitched forward a bit more, speed relative to the ground picking up, and he spared a quick glance over his shoulder, motioning for the side doors to be closed, blocking out the frigid blast. The flight path was shaky at first, nose oscillating back and forth as Maury gingerly worked the controls, but at least was putting more distance between them and the ground. He nudged the chopper into a northeasterly direction, dipping the nose a bit more to gain bite with the rotors and forward speed. They crossed over the Swannanoa Gap, now up 500 feet above ground level. It was the place where the great battle with the posse had been fought out. Looking out the port side window in the door, John could see the steep slopes around what had been the Ridgecrest Conference Center, the woods still evidently flame-scorched from the battle. They hit a burble of turbulence as they cleared the gap, while still picking up speed. Down below were the twisting turns and tunnels of the Norfolk Southern Railroad, an engineering marvel of the 19th century, the longest and toughest mountain grade east of the Rockies that had taken half a decade of labor by thousands to traverse those 11 miles to the top of the pass. He caught a glimpse of the Melton sawmill. In spite of the cold, the water still flowing with enough energy to turn the wheel and the saws within, while a mile farther down was the clearing where the power dam for Old Fort and beyond was being installed. Work stopped for now. They continued to climb. Danny had handed him an old FAA aviation sectional map of their route. It would skirt along the northeast flank of the Appalachian Mountains to just south of Roanoke and then cross over the range to sweep down on the Virginia city located in the southwestern corner of the state. With a stiff northwesterly wind still coming down into the south in the wake of the blizzard, both Maury and Billy had warned them it would be a bumpy ride. But at least on the way up, by gaining altitude up to 8,000 feet or so, the wind quartering on their tail would help whisk them to their goal and save on fuel. For the return flight, if they did not land, the flight plan was to get down low into the valley to avoid the stiff upper winds. As they reached their cruising speed of 140 miles an hour, a mile and a half up, they were soon sweeping past the majestic side of Linville Gorge, formerly known as the Grand Canyon of North Carolina. It was a flash of memory for John, who had taken Jennifer and Elizabeth on a hike all the way up to the top of Table Rock. It had been an exhausting trek, made even more memorable because of the fright all of them had due to an encounter with a rattlesnake on the way back down. Jennifer had been terrified to the point where John had to carry her the last half-mile down to the car, while more adventuresome Elizabeth wanted to go poking around in the brush with a long stick to find another one. Snakes were definitely one of the major negatives in his life, and during the previous summer, perhaps because of the radical decline in human population and snakes' natural predators, such as possums, which some residents trapped as food, they had become a plague in the Montreat Valley. Regardless of his city-bred fears, some of the kids at the college had taken to eating them, a thought that turned John's stomach. As they soared over the gorge and Table Rock, he hoped all the snakes down there would freeze to death with this early winter. They shot over Brown Mountain, that mysterious place with strange glowing lights that locals claimed were lanterns carried by long-departed native spirits, and then past the once popular tourist attraction of Grandfather Mountain, abandoned, carpeted in a deep blanket of snow. More turbulence, and then the stomach-churning scent and sound of Lee getting sick, heaving into a plastic bag, spilling some as he cursed and fumbled to try to seal it shut. Forrest and Milady, sitting across from them, chuckled at Lee's distress. Forrest fishing into the pocket of his winter fatigue jacket, pulling out some salted beef jerky and offering it over, shouting for him to chew on it. John could not help but smile at Lee's scatological response, even though he was fighting down nausea himself. In spite of their disagreement, Michaela had set out some ginger tea for John to drink before leaving, a tonic she claimed actually did work with motion sickness, and perhaps it did so at this moment. They soon crossed over Interstate 77 up near Mount Airy, the highway twin ribbons of white, the snow-covered humps of long-abandoned cars still cluttering the road. As they passed over villages and small towns, here and there he could see a plume of smoke from a chimney. Mount Airy, which had claimed to be the role model for Andy Griffith's Mayberry, actually showed signs of life. A cluster of homes in the center of town had smoke pouring from chimneys, and a few farmhouses on the outskirts of town showed signs of life as well, with even what looked to be several horses out in a snow-covered field. But so much of the landscape was empty, barren, devoid of life. No roads were cleared, of course. The landscape below, once teeming with life, now a vast, dead world that was once bustling with the activities of man. Near the interstate, except for Mount Airy, village after village appeared to have been burned out and abandoned. John unbuckled from his seat and, crouching low, went up forward to squat between Maury and Danny. Maury looked over his shoulder after struggling for a moment with the controls, nose pitching down slightly. "Damn it, John, you moving around throws off the center of gravity on this thing." "Sorry, just wanted to check on how we were doing." "Fine, but just don't move around now." "We on course?" Maury had yet to figure out what must have been the built-in navigation screen during the few hours he had practiced with this chopper, and decided not to waste battery and fuel to figure it all out, so they were navigating by dead reckoning and an FAA sectional spread out on Danny's lap. "That's Interstate 81 off to our left on the other side of the mountains. We're crossing into what was once the state of Virginia." The way Danny had said "what was once" struck him. "About 20 minutes out, I'd reckon. The wind up here is giving us a good 50-mile-per-hour boost." After Mary died, John had taken the girls on several trips up to the War College at Carlisle to visit Bob Scales when he was commandant there, and then would bore Elizabeth to death, spending a few days visiting and hiking around Gettysburg and Antietam. Jennifer, however, loved the trips because of the Boyd's Bears shop just south of Gettysburg. He pushed that memory aside. It was far too poignant. The drive up and back was a long one. It usually took 4 hours or so to pass Roanoke, and here they were approaching it in little more than 50 minutes. "Anything on the radio?" John shouted. Maury shook his head. He had barely mastered that system as well, knowing enough to have it tuned to 122.9, the old frequency for general air traffic in what had once been defined as uncontrolled airspace, and alternating it with the frequency for what had been the civil airport at Roanoke as listed on the FAA map. They started over the mountains, turbulence picking up again, Danny shouting off waypoints he had marked on the map with a grease pencil while working an old-fashioned circular slide rule, once the standard tool of all pilots, to check on relative ground speed and rate of drift from the quartering tailwind, giving course corrections to Maury. John looked over at his friend and could see that he was relaxing a bit. If anything, this first cross-country flight was instilling some confidence in his friend, who had only practiced locally since the capture of the chopper, carefully conserving their limited supply of jet fuel with each practice flight. John scanned the gauges, figured out which one was fuel, and was pleased to see they had consumed little more than 1/8 of their load. More buffeting as they dropped through 3,000 feet, airspeed up to 170 miles an hour, a whiff of an unpleasant scent produced by Lee mingled in with the exhaust from the turbines. "That's Roanoke," Danny announced, pointing 10 degrees or so off to their port side. In the cold winter air, It stood out clearly just beyond the low range of hills surrounding it, larger than Asheville. Plumes of smoke were rising up, not for heat, but rather buildings that were burning. "Think it's hot down there. Something's going on," Danny announced, looking over at John, who nodded. The airport was located just north of the city. To reach it, they'd have to fly directly over the city and whatever was going on down there. "Swing us west, Maury," John said. "Circle us out a half-dozen miles or so. Don't go directly over the city, and we'll approach the airport from the other direction." It came up quickly with a ground speed of well over 3 miles a minute, John scanning the air around them. There was a flash of light from a building at least 10 stories or so high, smoke rising up an instant later. "Damn it, there's fighting down there!" Danny shouted. John felt a hand on his shoulder, looked up and saw that Forrest was leaning on him for support, joining them to look forward. "Looks like a hot LZ to me," Forrest shouted. "Where's the airport?" Danny pointed to the right and forward. John picked up the binoculars resting in a flight bag between Maury and Danny, knelt up, trying to keep his balance, and finally got a close-up glimpse of the airport on the far side of the city. It was packed with aircraft, nearly all military. 6 helicopters, a mix of Black Hawks and Apaches, and 2 old C-130s. Friend or foe? Like the choppers Fredericks had brought with him back in the spring, nearly all the aircraft lined up below were painted in faded desert camo scheme, military equipment brought back to the United States after the day. "Someone's calling us," Maury announced, slipping one headphone back and looking at John. "Demanding we identify ourselves. What should I do?" This was not exactly what John expected. But then again, what did he expect? A deserted city? A destroyed city? A war going on that they were blundering into? But certainly not a welcome mat with a big sign scraped out of the snow. "Welcome, John. We were expecting you." "John, what do we do?" "Just state we're from Carolina, and if General Scales is available, to put him on the line." Maury did as requested, waited, and then shook his head. "They're ordering us to land immediately." Maury gazed intently at John, who mulled that over for a few seconds while looking toward the city that was now off their starboard side 6 miles away. There was definitely a fight going on in the downtown area. It looked similar to Asheville, a cluster of taller office buildings downtown, suburban sprawl stretching out for several miles in every direction. "Tell him we'll comply." "What?" Forrest shouted. "Are you flippin' crazy, John? There's a fight going on down there. We land and Lord knows what we'll be getting into. Whoever is down there will keep this bird, and if we're lucky and not shot on the spot, we might just be allowed to walk home." "Just tell him we'll comply," John shouted again, "and then be ready for a low-level pass so I can drop a message pod and then get us the hell out of here." He looked back up at Maury, who now had approximately 11 hours of stick time on this chopper. He was asking for a maneuver that nearly all pilots loved to do. Legally, or when no one was looking, illegally. Before the day, the mountains around Asheville served as a practice range for pilots preparing to deploy to Afghanistan or wherever there was mountainous terrain, and he always got a kick out of watching their high-speed passes, sweeping in low through the Swannanoa Gap, skimming up over his house, at times nearly at rooftop level, and weaving in and out across the mountain passes, and all of them most likely had hundreds of hours of airtime before trying such maneuvers. Maury grimaced, Danny looking over at the pilot and forcing a smile. "John, get aft! Make sure everyone is strapped in and open the door!" Danny shouted. John staggered back the few feet to the aft compartment, sparing a quick glance at Lee, who truly fit the definition of green-faced, shouting for him to tighten his belting. Forrest strapped in across from John and then shouted instructions as to how to open the side door, which John had to struggle with as the helicopter pitched back and forth, the door at last sliding open, the cold blast of winter air whipping by at 140 miles per hour, stunning him. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the message pod, a plastic torpedo-shaped container with a 30-foot red streamer attached to it, snapping off the rubber band that held the streamer in a tight ball, letting several feet unravel. He glanced up and through the forward windshield and saw that Maury was banking in toward the airport, but was now caught in a strong crosswind, struggling to crab the chopper so they could fly down the length of the main runway. There was a hell of a bounce as Maury nosed over, Lee looking at John wide-eyed, and a second later disgorging what was left of his breakfast and dinner from the night before onto John's lap. "They're threatening to shoot if we don't land," Maury shouted, barely heard above the roar of the slipstream racing past the open door. "Tell them to screw themselves," John shouted. "After we get the hell out." They crossed the threshold of the runway, going flat out, Maury, nervous at running so low, bobbing up and down, tail rotor assembly swinging back and forth as he fought to keep control at such low altitude, with a variable crosswind sweeping across the open runway. John glanced up again. They were 100 or so feet up, crossing over the paved runway, a large white number 12 flashing by underneath. To their right, he could see the airport terminal, the building burned out, collapsed, a couple of dozen private aircraft long ago abandoned, pushed off to one side of the tarmac and jumbled together. Next to it, the control tower was still intact. He wanted to shout for Maury to try to get closer to the control tower, fearful that the dropped message might not be noticed. He waited a few more seconds. "They want us down now!" Maury shouted. John ignored him, leaning out the open door, message cylinder and red tail ribbon bunched up in his hand, anxious at the thought that it just might get wiped aft and tangled into the tail rotor. They swept over a grounded Apache, several personnel on the ground craning to look up. Or were they pointing something? And in answer to the thought, he caught the flash of a tracer round snapping past the open door. He threw the message cylinder out, arm getting whipped back by the slipstream, slamming it against the outside of the chopper, the wind sucking the glove off his left hand, shoulder feeling as if it were about to break. More tracers, a metallic crackling sound behind him, like someone punching a hole through aluminum or titanium, which was exactly what was happening as several rounds slammed into their Black Hawk. The impact startled Maury, who instinctively pulled the chopper into a steep banking turn, and if not for the safety harness, John would have been pitched out. Gasping for breath in the violent crosswind, he caught a glimpse of the message cylinder already down on the ground, the red tape attached to the tail still spiraling down, someone running toward it, while at least two others with weapons raised were continuing to fire at them. "You damn fools!" John screamed, making a universal rude gesture as Forrest, one-handed, stretched out and grabbed the back of John's harness to help pull him back in. Even as he did so, Maury pitched the chopper hard to starboard, causing John to tumble back in, landing hard on the floor, which was splattered with Lee's vomit. Kevin Mulady unbuckled himself from his safety harness, half-crawled over Forrest, and slammed the port-side door shut. "We okay?" John shouted. "Sons of bitches!" Forrest yelled and pointed to the side of his helmet. It was dented in, a bullet having creased it. John looked at it, a bit shaken. A couple of inches farther down and his friend would be dead, and he realized that for the bullet to have entered thus, it must have snapped past him by a margin of only a few inches as well. "We okay?" John shouted again, Danny looking back at him. They were past the perimeter of the airport, heading east. Danny returned his attention forward and was obviously saying something to Maury, pointing toward the instrument panel. John unclipped the safety harness and crawled up between the two. "Problems?" "Yeah," Maury shouted. "I think we've been hit. And look off to your right. An Apache that was up in the air is peeling off toward us." He looked to where Maury was pointing and caught the flash of rotors. The narrow profile of the Apache was hard to see, but he could discern it was headed their way. "They're ordering us to come back, land, or we'll be shot down." "Can they?" Maury was silent for a moment, attention focused to where Danny was pointing at one of the gauges. "One of the turbines might have taken a hit. It's heating up a bit, RPM dropping. They're designed to take punishment. Let's just hope it holds together. Supposedly you can fly this thing on one engine, but I wouldn't want to try it right now." Maury banked again to port, taking them on a direct easterly heading away from the Apache. "Can he catch up to us?" John asked. "Don't know," Maury shouted. "I remember the Black Hawk is a bit faster than the Apache. At least it was when I was flying these things. Wait a second." Maury pulled his headphone down over his left ear, listened intently, spoke, and then pushed it back up so he could talk to John. "Told them we want to come back, but call off that Apache first. Telling them that might buy us some time." John looked to the glint of rotors from the Apache. It was still on course toward them. It was hard to judge distance, but he appeared to be at least several miles off. "If he's got an air-to-air, we're screwed," Danny shouted. Maury looked back at John, raising a quizzical eyebrow, passing the decision on to him. Air to air? He mulled that over for a few seconds. The Apache was doing ground support. Besides, air-to-air was not usual armament for a helicopter unless one was expecting to tangle with enemy air assets. Fredericks didn't have anything like that. Otherwise, the L-3 would have been toast. "Just keep going straight east for now," John replied. "And pray both engines keep turning," Danny added. "Can we outrun him?" John asked. "So far so good," was all Danny said before focusing back on scanning the instrument panel. John fell silent, letting them do their job, looking back over his shoulder to see that Forrest had his helmet off, had passed it over to Kevin to examine, the two of them talking away as if this were just another typical day. "We got any kind of warning if something is coming up our tail?" John shouted. Danny pointed at the blank computer screen. "It's all in there," he replied, "but I'll be damned if I know how to run it. Besides, what the hell can we do if they have an air-to-air? We're toast." "Thanks for the reassurance," John replied, and he backward crawled to his seat, trying to avoid the mess that Lee Robinson had splashed onto the floor and to which he had added in the last few minutes. John strapped himself back in and settled down, trying to block out the smell. He knew there was an old saying with pilots that no matter how good an engine you have, when flying at night or over water with no place for an emergency landing, your engine always starts to sound rough. It had been years since he'd last been up in a helicopter, and he tried to compare what he was hearing now versus back then. Something did sound rough. And looking forward, he could see that Danny was focused on the instrument panel and saying something to Maury, who just kept nodding in reply. Maury was all but flying nap of the earth, at least as far as his skills allowed. John figured they were at least 10, maybe 15 miles out from Roanoke, and if anything was going to come up their tail, they would be scattered wreckage by now. He was about to say something when Maury banked sharply, turning southwest, Danny craning to look back over his shoulder and shouting that if the Apache was still following, he could no longer see him. Maury began to gently nose up, trading off a bit of speed for some altitude. They had gone over the flight plan before taking off, figuring from the weather pattern that higher up the prevailing winds would be west to northwest. Gone were the days of clicking on a computer for flight service info, at least for the one helicopter of the state of Carolina, so it had been decided that for the return flight they would stay at 1,000 feet or lower to avoid a strong headwind. When in a small plane, John always felt safer the higher up they climbed. If the engine quit, the plane just turned into a glider, and the higher up one was, the farther they could glide to an open field or nearby airport for a safe landing. In a helicopter, he always felt the exact opposite, having witnessed, during a training maneuver in Germany, a helicopter having a full engine failure while more than half a mile up. According to the book, the chopper should have easily auto-rotated down to a landing one could at least crawl away from. Halfway down, the rotor seized up completely, and it dropped like a rock, killing the crew and the 6 troopers on board. "Know where we are?" Lee said, looking over at John. "Heading home." "Thank God!" Lee gasped. At least this time he managed to use a baggie and seal it up. Groaning, he just leaned over while Forrest and Kevin looked at him with at least some pity, even as they traded a joking comment. John settled in, suddenly realizing that his left hand was absolutely numb from the cold. He unzipped his jacket and slid it in under his armpit and closed his eyes, trying not to listen too closely to the engine, for there was something definitely wrong. Maury shouted he was throttling back to put less strain on it, dropping their airspeed down to 100 miles an hour. John mentally clicked off the miles. With each passing minute in the air, they were subtracting an hour of laboriously walking through the winter snow to get home. Was this trip really necessary, he wondered, or just a folly on his part? He had harbored a fantasy that perhaps, just perhaps, he would hear Bob Scales's familiar voice on the radio, inviting him to come in, land, and talk things over. Tucked into his vest pocket, he had even brought along a photograph taken of Jennifer and Elizabeth the year before the day. What did happen over these last few minutes, he was prepared for as well, confident of the decision not to land, but still disconcerted that they had been fired upon. He closed his eyes, suddenly exhausted, the adrenaline rush over with, now just trying to look calm as they clicked off the passing minutes for what should, he hoped, be the hour-and-a-half flight back home. At least the message pod had been dropped, and he saw someone running over to pick it up. He had thought it out carefully the night before, writing the message on his old Underwood typewriter. To General Robert E. Scales. From Colonel John Hastings Matherson. Contact. Several days ago, a man claiming to have served with you, initials QR, arrived in the outskirts of my community. He had been badly beaten by marauders on his journey and died from the results of injury and exposure before I could personally speak to him. His message, whatever it was, never reached me. I do not have, as well, any means of verification to his claim of having served or to be currently serving with you. My flight to Roanoke is an attempt to establish contact with you. If you are reading this message rather than speaking to me personally, the reasons for my decision not to land should be apparent to you. Sir, I pray that you are indeed still alive and contact between us can be established. I will maintain round-the-clock monitoring of aviation frequency 122.9 for the next 7 days, 15 minutes after the top of any hour, day or night, if you should wish to speak with me. Please attempt to reach me first by radio rather than flying to my location. You are most likely aware of the confrontation that happened in Asheville this spring, and I regret to say any air intrusion without prior notification will be considered to be hostile and reacted to accordingly. I regret such a response, but prudence after the aggression endured by my community is necessary. As verification of who I am, you will recognize the 2 photographs enclosed. Also, sir, I regret to inform you that our beloved Jay died shortly after the start of the war. Respectfully, Colonel John Matherson, State of Carolina. He had written it out 6 times. If Bob was not alive, he had not given away any crucial details. He had also implied that his community now possessed air defense capability if the message should fall into hostile hands. For that matter, he was not even sure now if Bob was indeed still a comrade on the same side, or if that the tragic events of the last few years now placed them potentially on opposing sides. He had made no mention of Quentin's ramblings about an EMP, whatever that might now mean. The proof of who he was, Bob would know. One photo was from a visit Bob and his wife had made to Black Mountain, a poignant trip after he passed the word that Mary was in her final weeks. It was a photograph of all of them together, Mary still clinging to life and smiling for the photo, 6-year-old Jennifer and 10-year-old Elizabeth to either side of her, John and Bob standing behind them, trying to smile as well. The second was a photo of just the 2 of them in the field during Desert Storm, leaning against a Humvee, begrimed, grinning, for the ceasefire, at least for the next few years, had just been announced, their brief taste of America's first open war in the Middle East at an end. Thinking about it now caused a rush of memories. Were they still friends, or were they now enemies? Bob had been his mentor, taking a liking to John, who, fresh out of ROTC, had been assigned to Bob's staff. As Bob went from colonel to general, John had followed the more intellectual route of a military career, going on to graduate work in military history, their paths crossing again at Carlisle, where John had the pleasure of teaching for a year after Desert Storm. If enemies, it made him think of the life of Robert E. Lee, who was somewhat of a namesake for his friend. Lee had served as superintendent at West Point in the early 1850s. 10 years later, more than one of his young cadets from West Point faced him across the other side in the fields of Antietam and Gettysburg, the burning woods of the Wilderness, and the nightmare slaughter in front of Cold Harbor. After such blood-drenched fights, Lee would read in captured newspapers accounts of yet another of those young cadets' deaths, and knew deep within that the cause he fought for with such tenacity had resulted in those deaths. Is Bob my enemy or my friend? John now wondered. If my enemy, would he kill me? Or at least try to warn me at first? And was that the reason Quentin had been sent? Or, for that matter, is this all some sort of cruel, existentialist joke? A vibration running through the chopper snapped him out of his musing. What was that? He could see a look of concern now in Forrest's eyes, and those of Milady as well. Might be one of the turbines starting to break up, Forrest said calmly. I think I dozed off. Where are we?" "We passed Statesville on our left about 5 minutes ago," Forrest said.
"My God, it's all gone, John. Burned out, looted, looks like a wasteland. Those rumors that the posse and other gangs like it just tore it apart are true. Sick bastards."
Another vibration, this one more pronounced.
"We're shutting one engine down," Danny shouted, looking back at John. "We gonna crash?" Lee asked. "It can fly on one," Forrest replied. "Not fast, but at least keep us going."
John wondered if Maury even knew the proper procedure for shutdown while in flight, or whether this was a learn-on-the-job situation. For that matter, how would the helicopter's flight characteristics change, and could Maury handle it? Seconds later, he began to find out when it felt like the chopper falling out beneath them and Maury then pitching the nose forward. At least he had 1,000 feet of altitude to figure it out, but at their speed that meant a matter of seconds. He could hear the difference in engine and rotor pitch, and then the additional strain on the one remaining engine as Maury pushed it to the max, finally leveling out just a few hundred feet above Interstate 40. Going against safety procedures, John unclipped from his harness and crawled forward. He didn't say a word to Maury, who was completely focused on keeping them aloft, Danny talking to him on the intercom, offering either some advice or just encouragement. John could see the airspeed indicator. They were down to 70. He was not sure if it was miles per hour or knots.
"I think I smell something burning,"
Forrest shouted, and John picked up the scent as well. What the hell was it?
"That's Hickory up ahead," Danny shouted. "Still Indian country in places. We're trying for the Morganton Airport, which is 10 miles farther on." "If it holds together," Forrest replied. "The airport in Morganton is ours. Can we make it?" "My thoughts," Danny shouted. "Hangar's still intact. Old Bob Gillespie still lives there, used to work on choppers."
Passing the outskirts of Hickory, flying low, they passed within easy landing distance of that far larger airport, but it was still an area not really secured, and as if in answer, there was a sharp rattling beneath them.
"Some bastard down there just hit us," Forrest announced. "Thank God this isn't a Huey with no armor. I might have caught one in the ass."
John crawled back to his seat and strapped back in, Danny shouting they were just minutes out if things held together. Crossing over narrow Lake Rhodus, John could clearly see the Morganton Airport straight ahead, one long runway up on a slight bluff. Maury aimed straight for the middle of it, approaching the runway at a right angle, not bothering to swing out the few extra miles for a standard runway approach. He began to ease off the throttle, pulling in the collective, the nose flaring up, view forward changing to nothing but sky for John. He looked over at Lee, trying to offer a reassuring smile. His old friend and neighbor, a man with 6 generations of family history in their valley, a man he would want more than anyone else by his side in a fight, was definitely having a hard time with his first flight. In spite of the cold, sweat was beating down his face and his eyes were closed, his lips moving in silent prayer.
"Almost there,"
John shouted, putting a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder. Lee simply nodded and then leaned forward to retch again.
"Brace yourselves!"
Danny shouted. Forrest leaned over to unlatch the side door and slide it open. The cold blast of air swirling in, a refreshing shock, washed out the stench of vomit and whatever it was that was burning. The landscape outside was tilted at a crazy angle. With a lurch, the helicopter banked sharply to port, and John was now looking nearly straight down at a runway 50 feet below. Maury straightened the wounded bird out, throttled back more, the ground coming up fast. There was a final blast from the rotor, slowing their rate of descent, and with nose high, he slammed down hard on the runway while still going forward. They bounced and came down again for another bounce, and then he cut power back so that with the third bounce, the wheels stayed on the ground. They were still rolling forward at a fair clip, Maury or Danny working the brakes, and they finally rolled to a stop.
"Out! Everyone out!"
Maury shouted. John was definitely not going to hesitate with that order. He reached over to help Lee, who was fumbling with his safety harness, the buckles slick with frozen vomit, so that John could not help but gag as he helped his friend to his feet and pushed him out the door. Command instinct told John that he should be the last one out.
Forrest and Kevin, still acting as if the day were routine, were already unbuckled and out the door, while up forward, Maury and Danny fumbled at switches to shut the Black Hawk down. Maury looked back at John and motioned for him to get out. John needed no further urging, reaching over to pat Maury on the shoulder before exiting. Overhead, the rotor was still slowly spinning but winding down. As he stepped out, he was greeted by the smell of burned metal. Old training reminded him not to breathe deeply. Burning aluminum and titanium were toxic. "Son of a bitch!" Forrest cried, pointing at the port side turbine mounting. "Either damn lucky bastards or damn good shots." The housing was scored with half a dozen deep dents, standing out clearly, the paint having been blown off. Black smoke was trailing out from the exhaust pipe, the northwesterly breeze whipping it around them. John covered his mouth to go up and look closer with Forrest by his side. "None of the rounds penetrated?" he asked. "So what happened? Supposed to be proof even against 20-millimeter rounds, as long as they're not armor-piercing, but still, it dings the metal and bends it in. Sometimes fragments of bent metal pop off inside the engine housing and get whipped into the turbine. We most likely cracked a turbine blade. If we had shut down immediately, it wouldn't have been so bad. Now I'm not sure how much damage it did." The rotor came to a stop, Danny exiting the aircraft, coming aft to join them, fire extinguisher in hand, reaching up high to hose down the intake and then exhaust ports. John stepped away from the Black Hawk, knees feeling rubbery. Lee was just lying in the snow, breathing deeply, looking up at the sky. John went up to his side and knelt down. "John, we've been friends for Lord knows how many years," Lee gasped. "But I'll be damned if I ever go flying with you again. For that matter, I'll be damned if I ever go flying again, period." Kevin Mulady, who had knelt down on the other side of Lee, chuckled. "Hey, that was a piece of cake." "Kiss my butt," Lee gasped, before rolling onto his side and retching again. Maury finally climbed out of the cockpit, took off his helmet and tossed it back inside, and then, to John's surprise, he got sick to his stomach as well. John stood to one side, waiting for his friend to regain his composure, while aft, Forrest had climbed back inside to fetch another fire extinguisher to hand out to Danny, who continued to douse the engine. The smoke was subsiding, the aircraft's metal ringing with metallic pings as it cooled down. "Here comes Bob Gillespie," Danny announced, and he pointed to a four-wheel all-terrain vehicle turning out from the taxiway and onto the runway. Its driver, an elderly man, capless and bald-headed, was slowing down to a near stop 100 feet out with shotgun at the ready. "Who the hell are you crazy bastards?" he shouted. Danny held his arms up, cursing back and identifying himself. The driver relaxed, set his shotgun down, and drove up, dismounting, reaching to the rear seat to pull out a heavy fire extinguisher and dragging it up behind the chopper. "Danny McMullen, just what in hell are you doing out here?" "We just went for a little ride." Turning, he introduced the rest of the group. John had heard about Gillespie, who until the day owned the airport and spent his life fixing nearly anything that could fly. When contact was reestablished with Morganton back in the spring, Danny had tried to recruit Gillespie into moving to Black Mountain to help with the L3 and Black Hawk. Gillespie had managed to survive by going hermit and lying low when the posse had been rampaging through the area. With no family, his wife having passed away years earlier, the airport had become his family. The old man merely nodded a reply to the introductions because he was all eyes for the Black Hawk, and without a word he slowly walked around it, taking a few minutes to look at the bullet-pocked turbine housing, poking his head into the cockpit, and clucking before finally going back to Danny. "So which of you screwed up $6 million worth of aircraft?" They all looked one to the other, and John started to step forward. "I've seen more than one crash in my career, and by God, 10 minutes ago I figured I was about to see a bunch of fools die. That was without a doubt one of the most god-awful landings I have ever witnessed. Whoever was flying this, do us a favor and stay on the ground. You bent the wheels, Strut, you idiot." As he spoke, he pointed to the port side strut, which was indeed cantered out at an angle, and John now noticed the chopper was actually listing. "How about the engine?" Danny asked. "Don't know until I strip it down. Most likely some cracked turbine blades for starters. Let me guess, you kept them spinning after you got hit until things started to burn out." Everyone looked over at Maury, who was suddenly red-faced. "Damn it! Like I told you 6 months ago, it's been 20 years since I flew one of these things. At least we're still alive." It was Forrest who broke the tension, reaching into his jacket pocket to pull out a pack of Dunhills. Popping one out, he then held it up, offering it to the others. "Oh, my God!" Gillespie cried, reaching out for one. "Can this guy maybe fix it?" John whispered, leaning over to Danny. "Don't know until we strip the engine down." "I think Forrest has something to trade for the work," John replied. Danny nodded, and to John's surprise, he went over to Forrest's side and motioned for a cigarette. A minute later, all of them, except for Lee and himself, were smoking, Maury now shaking from adrenaline and fatigue, nervously inhaling and coughing as he exhaled, but then continuing to smoke. Forrest looked over at John. Again, that seductive offer. He was standing downwind of his friends and, of course, breathing in the delicious scent. And then there was the memory of the photograph of Jennifer with her dying mother and the promise he made. While putting together the drop package, he had come upon the idea of including the photographs as proof of the validity of who he was if it was actually handed intact to Bob. Fishing around in the basement of what had once been Jen's house, he found the photo albums. Going through them had caused deep stabs of pain, and Michaela had found him thus, crying softly as he looked at the photos of Mary holding Elizabeth as a newborn, and then Jennifer. And as well, old photos going back to Mary's childhood, the day they announced their engagement, the day they got married. She had not said a word about finding him thus, accepting without question his comment that he was looking for a couple of photographs to enclose in the message capsule as proof of who he was if the situation was too dangerous for them to land. Looking out across the snow-covered landscape, still smelling the burning cigarettes, his friends unwinding and laughing, as men do after a close shave with disaster, he wondered where all of this was leading, and what his reception from Michaela would be when they finally got into downtown Morganton, made the long-distance phone call to Black Mountain, and found a way to get the last 40 miles back to home. I hope this was all worth it. His thoughts were more like a prayer. Bob, for God's sake, I hope you are still alive, that whatever Quentin was raving about was just the memories of a dying man. He so wanted to believe it, that not only was Bob alive, but that he was on the side of Bluemont, the mere thought of him being on their side a reassurance that, in spite of the tragedy of the spring, it was a government he could still work with. Chapter 6. It's 7 days now without a word from Roanoke or anywhere else. John sighed, looking over at Maury Hurt, who, along with several of the ham radio operators in their community, had been monitoring 122.9 around the clock. The response was silence. Could it be a signal couldn't carry that far? John asked. It used to be an open channel for uncontrolled airspace, one of the hams replied. With a handheld unit, I sometimes picked up traffic 60 miles away. The antenna I've got set up now picks up some distant chatter. Not sure from where, I suspect down toward Charleston, so we should have heard something. And we're certain it was monitored 24/7 at 15 minutes into each hour? No holes? No one asleep? The small group looked at each other, shaking their heads. John, we set up a regular rotation, at least 2 monitoring at any given time. 0. Zilch. Nothing. Okay, thanks for coming over, John sadly replied. The 4 left his home, Michaela seeing them off and then coming back to sit next to John, who was gazing absently at the fire blazing inside the wood stove. Feel it was all for naught? She asked. He winced slightly as she took his left hand to examine it. He had lost a glove while leaning out of the chopper, and by the time he had finally arrived back home, his hand was completely numb with a touch of frostbite that was healing but still troublesome, along with the wrenched shoulder from getting slammed against the outside of the chopper. Michaela had hovered over him ever since their return, muttering in stern nurse manner about busted ribs and other assorted injuries from the past, with this new one now added in. The trip had drained him, again reminding him that he was no longer a young lieutenant or captain in the field. Those days were more than half a lifetime ago. Once home, Michaela held him in a fierce embrace, stifling back tears, whispering that when their return was long overdue, everyone had begun to fear the worst, that they had crashed, been shot down, or foolishly landed into a trap and taken prisoner. He was beyond grateful for her response, given the anger she was feeling when he left and the way she snuggled up close to him after feeding him some hot soup and then packing him off to bed for 12 blessed hours of sleep. A day later, another storm had rolled in, dropping an additional 10 inches. Before the day, such a storm, though significant for the South, was just part of life. Lifelong residents of the area were now saying it was beginning to look like the worst winter in decades. And given how precarious living now was, a long, snowy winter could indeed turn into a starving and freezing time. In the last 3 weeks, John calculated that he and Michaela had gone through 6 to 8 weeks' worth of firewood. With a baby due in just about 2 months, it was becoming another source of worry. He dreaded the hours of work splitting and stacking an extra cord of firewood. The other source of worry was the apparent loss, at least for some time to come, of their Black Hawk. Bob Gillespie was stripping down the damaged engine. One of the turbine blades had indeed fractured. The wreckage of the 3 helicopters destroyed in the battle around Asheville Mall back in the spring had been dragged into the old Sears building to get it out of the weather and still rested there. John had agreed to allocate yet more precious gas reserves for Danny and Maury to go to Asheville to see if replacement parts could be salvaged from the wrecks and then transported all the way down to Morganton. This apparently failed venture to try to get a message to Bob Scales had cost the community several hundred gallons of precious fuel already, along with the possible permanent loss of their captured Black Hawk. He had long ago learned to compartmentalize the multitude of issues and anxieties that had become part of his daily life, and he had to do so now, forcing a smile as Michaela gently massaged his still tender hand and then checked his shoulder, which was still sore as well. The room was quiet, warm. John sighed and leaned up to kiss her on the lips as she stood beside him. "You know, this could kind of lead to something," he whispered, and she hugged him. Several seconds later, he received a solid kick from their baby. "And that little devil is a mood killer if ever there was one, John Matherson." She laughed. "Maybe come spring we can get back to some fun." He sighed, content to just hold her, both of them chuckling as the baby continued to squirm and kick. He finally looked down at his old-style wristwatch, hugged Michaela tightly, and then reluctantly stood up. "I really should go up to the college. Ernie and the Hawkinses want to show me what they're up to." She helped to bundle him up, went into the kitchen, and came back with a quart mason jar of canned peaches, stuffing the bottle into his pocket. "That poor girl nursing twins needs these more than I do right now. Send her my love and tell her once it's safe to walk, I'll come up to check on her." She watched as he went out the door, calling for him to stay in the middle of the road in case he fell. Maury had brought word to them this morning that one of the Wilson boys had been found dead the day before. Out hunting, he apparently slipped on some ice, fell, compound fractured his leg, and lay there helpless until he bled out and froze. In the few years prior to the day, when cell phones had become a part of everyone's daily lives, such an accident was all but unheard of. If in trouble while out in the woods, one simply called and cried out for help. Falling where no one could see or hear you replaced the worry last summer about the plague of copperheads and rattlesnakes that had erupted in the area, at least a dozen getting bitten and, with no antidote, 2 children dying. Warmly wrapped up, wearing a scarf which he had always disdained before but was now grateful that Michaela had wrapped one of hers around his neck, he trudged down to Montreat Road by the abandoned tennis courts and headed north for what used to be a short hike up to the campus. In a different time, he would have soaked in yet another beautiful morning after a snowstorm. No wind had followed the storm down here in the narrow valley, the trees canopying the road bent under the heavy weight of the wet snow, forming a tunnel-like vista ahead of him. A couple of heavy branches had snapped off, which he had to climb over, a barrier that road crews once took care of within minutes. To his right, Flat Creek was still roiling downstream through the park where he used to take his children to play. A couple of students were down there enjoying the morning, laughing, the girl chasing the young man, tackling him, the two, not suspecting someone might be watching, rolling together, laughing, and then kissing passionately. He smiled as he surreptitiously watched for a moment, again aware of the desire he had felt for Michaela just moments ago, and then, seeing where their frolic might lead, he figured it best to quietly move along.
Even in the midst of death, there was still life, and young life. He recalled a favorite science fiction series, Battlestar Galactica, when after the near annihilation of the human race, survivors aboard a few remaining ships fled their home worlds. A fierce debate ensued, with one character demanding that they make a final fight, while the newly appointed president declared they should flee, and that if there was a priority now, it was to have children. Lots of children. In the midst of death, life was again trying to reassert itself. The historian in him knew such was true. After every brutal, annihilating war, the primal instinct was to repopulate, to replace with a new generation all those who had been lost. It made him think of Jennifer. She'd be 14 and a half now, no longer his little girl, on the cusp of becoming a young woman. The baby would be Michaela's first child, but for him, in a symbolic way, was the baby about to be born a replacement for the one he had lost? He glanced back at the couple in the snow, definitely behaving like a young couple in love, ignoring the coldness of the snow for a moment, this next glance telling him it was definitely time to move along. A wisp of a sad, understanding smile creased his features as he pushed on, leaving the secluded park behind, reaching the road bridge over Flat Creek, walking up the steep slope past what was now the community's source of electricity. To his right was Anderson Auditorium, converted into the town factory for turning out turbines, generators, and wire, the fundamental building blocks of late 19th and early 20th century technology. He felt he should drop in to at least say hello, but he realized those working away inside the factory might see it as some sort of inspection tour and be thrown off their routine, and he therefore pressed on. The road steepened for 50 yards or so, memories flooding in of one icy day when classes were dismissed early, and he wound up driving down it sideways, laughing students helping to push him out of the ditch where he had finally come to a stop. It was distressing to realize now that this short walk up a slope, trudging through nearly 2 feet of snow, left him so winded that he had to stop for a moment to catch his breath. As he rested, he turned to look around at his valley. After a snowstorm, all sound was all so muffled. When still living near Ridgecrest, he delighted in the fact that the distant rumble on Interstate 40 ceased for a day or so during and after a storm. From childhood, there were memories of the sound of the few cars still on the road, tires wrapped in chains for traction, rattling by, and, blessing of blessings, days off from school. Now, except for the distant sound of hammering from Anderson Auditorium, all was silent. Whoever had penned Silent Night knew and understood it, as did Robert Frost when he wrote about stopping in the woods on a snowy evening. It used to be his favorite time of year. It no longer was, with all the worries about survival to spring for his family and community. The worry was compounded by the unanswered questions. Was Bob Scales still alive? Had Bob indeed sent one man on a desperate journey to reach him, and if so, why? And overarching all were Quentin's dying words about EMPs, the obsessive question haunting him. Were they ramblings of a delirious man slipping into death, or a dire warning? The thoughts of that terminated his moment of peaceful contemplation, and with breath somewhat back to normal, he turned to climb the last few 100 yards to the library. Rounding the corner of the road by the chapel and the library, he was amused to see some of the students out sledding. Beyond their work schedule and rotation periods as community guards with the militia companies, the fact that they still had energy to enjoy such a beautiful winter day was, to him, a testament to the resilience of youth. Going through the darkened entryway to the library, he was greeted by the musty scent of tens of thousands of books that, for the last couple of years, had been exposed to no temperature control and runaway moisture. The Hawkinses' living quarters in the back corner were blocked off with several layers of plastic sheets, and once through the swinging doors to the rear office, he was greeted with cheery warmth. Becca looked up at him, smiled, and put a finger to her lips. He looked over to the cribs where the twins were tucked in, fast asleep. She smiled and offered him a chair by the wood stove that they had installed, which was giving off a cheery warmth. "Just got the little ones down at the same time for once," she announced, and without asking, she scooped a ladle of soup from a kettle on the fire, dipped it into a bowl, and offered it to John, who politely took it. Old Southern customs of greeting a guest with food still held, even now. The soup was watery thin. There was a hint of some kind of meat in it, wild onions, and he wasn't really sure what else. They chatted for a few minutes about the babies, who were thriving, John remembering to pull from his jacket the canned peaches, which she clutched with gratitude. Finished with the soup, he asked about the guys, and laughing, she pointed to the staircase to the basement. "Those computers and all the other stuff have nearly turned me into a widow. Do me a favor and order Ernie to get the heck out of here at day's end and for Paul to remember he has a wife." "Will do," John replied with a smile, and he headed for the basement, which had been renamed the Wizard's Workshop. A joke that few caught was that long ago it was the name for Tom Edison's lab in Menlo Park, where he developed the incandescent light bulb and helped trigger the electrical revolution of the 19th century that they were struggling to restore. As John opened the basement door, he was surprised by the profligate use of electricity. The room was now brightly lit with fluorescent lights. He had always hated that type of illumination, but it used less juice than a standard incandescent bulb. A wood stove had been rigged into the basement, so it was no longer a damp, bone-chilling room. And, indeed a wonder, a dehumidifier was humming away. The stench of mold had at least abated somewhat as a result. 6-foot stacks of magazines still cluttered most of the room, but a work area had been cleared in the far quarter, additional workbenches dragged over from classrooms and offices around the campus. Piled up around the benches were several dozen old computers, half a dozen more Apple IIes, early PCs, Commodore 64s, old Gateways, Dells, and half a dozen other models. Ernie, with Paul by his side, was hunched over a green computer board, and as John came up behind them, Ernie grunted out a curse and tossed the board to one side. Cooked, damn it. I would have liked to have had that one. "How's it going?" John asked the two, obviously so intent on their work they had not heard him approach. "Good and bad," Ernie grumbled without bothering to look back at John as he picked up another board from a pile on the table and started to examine it. "We've got half a dozen machines cobbled together," Paul offered in a far cheerier voice. He pointed to the restored computers off to one side, and John went over to examine them. 3 were Apples, one of them an early Mac with its ridiculously small blue-screen monitor, beside them a couple of 1980s PCs and a Commodore 64. The 64 was turned on, the old television it was hooked to flickering, a popular fantasy adventure game of the 80s running, little stick figures being chased by a stick-figured dragon. While in college, John remembered, he had splurged on buying an Atari 2600 game machine. He and his friends consuming endless beers while driving 2 tanks around an obstacle field and shooting at each other. It had triggered the first fight with Mary, who became fed up that he was spending more time on that damn game than with her. He hated to disturb the two at what was obviously an obsessive task, but he felt he had to. Paul had been absent from the factory ever since the discovery of a functional computer. It was at least keeping Ernie busy and out of his hair, but still, Ernie's skills could perhaps be better devoted to working with the ham radio operators or helping as well with the production of generators and alternators to provide power to their ever-expanding state of Carolina. Ernie and Paul were both hunched over a computer board wearing magnifying glasses, absorbed with testing the board, quietly arguing whether it was fried or just one chip was bad. "Mind if I interrupt?" John finally asked. "In a minute," Ernie replied without looking up, overriding Paul's objections as he pried a chip off the board, fished a replacement out of a plastic tray and snapped it in. "There," Ernie announced, pointing to a voltmeter that surged to life once the chip was replaced. "It's good to go. We can use it." John sighed. "I hate to do this, but can I ask what we can use that board for?" The two looked up at him as if he was a peasant rudely interrupting a royal banquet. "If we can just get some computers back online, it's a huge step," Ernie announced, still wearing his magnifying glasses, which gave him something of a crazed look when you were staring straight at him. "For what purposes that we can use right now?" John asked, regretting that his query did sound somewhat blunt. "All right, John, we'd better settle this priority right now," Ernie replied sharply. "I'm just asking where this can lead us, that's all," John said defensively.
You two are a couple of our most valuable resources. I just want to make sure we're spending those resources wisely. You suggesting I go out on a wood-cutting detail instead? Ernie snapped. No, damn it! Paul stepped between the two and put his hands up in a soothing gesture. John's right, Ernie. We're spending a lot of time on these old machines. There has to be a profit in it, and he has a right to know what we're thinking about regarding all of this. All right, then, Ernie retorted. God knows how many times when I was with IBM or contracted to NASA, I'd be working on something, and some damn project manager would come along, question its worth, and shelve it. IBM could have been years ahead of Apple, and the whole PC revolution if people like me had been listened to. Let me take this, Paul said softly, sensing that Ernie was heating up. Fine, Ernie snapped, but if our supreme leader is here to tell us to shut this down, I'll just hole up at home and keep at it myself. My family and I survived through the first year without the interference of others, and, John, you were damn glad to have us blocking the left flank on the day we fought the posse. Why don't you three arguing fools come upstairs for some tea and talk it out up here? They looked back to where Becca stood at the base of the stairs, holding a teapot up as a peace offering. John nodded a bit sheepishly and followed her back up to the sunlit warmth of the old library office. The twins were still asleep, so after gratefully accepting the herbal mint drink, John followed Paul out into the main area of the library. It was cold, but one corner of the vast room was sunlit and offered the comfort of overstuffed leather chairs. The three settled down. I know the machines we are working on look like toys, Paul began. Compared to what we had just before the war, they are toys, but in their day they were cutting-edge technology and used as such. Funny that we never thought about it before. The vast majority of computers being tossed aside were not broken. It was just that advances were coming so rapidly. It's not like old cars that got sold and resold until they finally just died. Most computers getting junked simply just had a hard drive cook-off or a motherboard going bad, but the rest of the unit was still good. They were just junked with no resale in mind because after 3 to 4 years they were antiques. Moore's Law at work. Refresh my memory, please, John asked. Ernie sighed as if asked a dumb question by someone who should know better. Paul said, Moore's Law, named after one of the founders of Intel back in the 1960s, postulated that computing power as defined by the number of transistors per square inch will double in a very rapid progression. It meant that computing power, speed of calculations, storage, all of it, will increase at a geometric progression, while at the same time cost per unit, such as a hard drive, for example, will plummet. That Apple IIe we first brought online had around 64K, not megabytes or gigabytes, but 64 kilobytes worth of chips in it for around $3,000 in 1980s money. 8 years later, it was obsolete and thus wound up in the basement down here, and I bet in Black Mountain alone we could find a couple of hundred of them, not plugged in on the day things hit the fan, and therefore perhaps still viable. Imagine if we had 200 of your old clinker Edsels. Unlike computers, they were run and resold until finally just junked. Not so with computers, and that is what has Ernie and me fired up. Your average $500 computer just before the war wiped out nearly everything that was hooked up online was equal to the military's top Cray of a couple of decades earlier. Therefore, John pressed, that's the whole interesting point that we all seem to overlook, Paul continued. I remember the year the college purchased new laptops for every faculty and staff member. Great idea, but 3 years later they were obsolete. 5 years later they were in our junk pile or just tossed into a closet and forgotten. I remember seeing a whole dumpster load of them, recalling when they cost a couple of $100,000 on delivery, and 5 years later we couldn't give them away, so we just tossed them out instead. There was no secondary market for 5, let alone 8 or 10-year-old computers. Files once stored on 5-inch floppy disks, or even reel-to-reel, were transferred to 3.5-inch disks, and then to just memory sticks downloaded into the hard drive of your new machine, and the old machine's tossed. Those files are still alive, John, but we've got to dig up the hardware to read them again and then build off that. Build what? I'm worried about having enough food and firewood to see us through the winter. Everyone is screaming for more electricity now that we've got something up and running again. Hey, I'd love to have a computer in my office, even an old green screen machine hooked to a printer. I'm sick of my old Underwood typewriter with the dang F and J keys sticking half the time.
But the time to get even one computer up and running, especially now? He pointed to the blowing snowdrifts outside the window, and a thought flashed of the young couple down in the park. He wondered if the cold had finally driven them back inside. It's stuff we can use now, databases for one, Paul replied. We were lucky to find hard copies of all the IEEE journals from the 19th century, so we could figure out how to start rebuilding using the same designs Westinghouse, Tesla, and Edison did. It'd be nice to have all those millions of words in a searchable database. Even the library cataloging went online years ago, so we are no longer even sure what we have in the book stacks around us. And that would help us... John let the question trail off. Okay, I agree, Paul continued. A computer working here, one in Asheville, another in Morganton. Big deal other than the convenience of using writing machines we once took for granted. To talk with others, we already have some telephones up and running, cell phones and Wi-Fi. Forget it for years to come. So yeah, I can see your point on that score. I agree our more immediate concerns are firewood and food. I'm not saying stop working on this, John interjected. It's just that as of the moment I'm not seeing the short-term benefits. We replicate computer technology of the 1980s, maybe the 90s, and then what? We eavesdrop, Ernie said with a smile, acting at least somewhat non-confrontational for a change. Like I said the other day when Paul showed you the first machine up and running. Come on, John, I'm talking about Bluemont. You're ex-military. When you were in the Middle East, how did the White House and Pentagon micromanage every move you guys made? Commodore 64s and Apple IIe's, John replied with a cynical smile. Not much better, actually, if you go back a few years. When Linda and I were writing software for Apollo, its guidance systems were 40K computers. 40K! Think of it. We went to the moon on 40-kilobyte computers. Ernie sighed and looked out the window at the snow-covered lawn in front of the library. America did that in the 60s, and it seems crazy today. The first shuttle flights had little more than a meg on board. All that data going back and forth on something your cell phone, at least before the system fried off, trumped 1,000 times over. Again, Moore's Law. So with what you are doing downstairs, you think you can hack into Bluemont's communications? How? First of all, the data goes up and down. SATCOM. Even low-Earth orbit satellites are super hardened against EMPs generated by the sun, coronal mass ejections. For military use, hardened against EMP hits as well. But a lot of that stuff goes all the way up to geosync orbit. How did you get your television before the crap hit the fan? John started to smile. An 18-inch dish. Exactly. But it's encrypted, isn't it? It all comes down to zeros and ones in the end, John. When Linda and I left IBM, we set up our own business, writing software and providing some of the precision hardware for large array tracking dishes. Mostly civilian business contracts, but a few overseas governments as well. Recall a scandal a few years back of a high government official with an unsecured server in their home that was hacked by some guys in Poland, Romania, somewhere overseas? John had some recollection of it. So much of what happened before the day, which had once seemed all so important, was now becoming hazy memories. John, you remember this college was starting on a cybersecurity major before the war started? He nodded with memory of that. President Hunt had even asked him, as an historian and ex-military, to think about creating a course on the history of technology. The idea had intrigued him, and he had even done some preliminary research into the fascinating history of World War II, the tales about Enigma, Ultra, the tapping into Japanese and German radio traffic, the work of the legendary Turing and the team at Bletchley Park, England. Is that where these two were leading? Take me to the conclusion, John said, looking out across the wind-swept yard in front of the campus library. Lowering clouds were sweeping in from the northwest, a light sprinkling of snow flurries swirling down. If another storm was coming in, he wanted to get home, split some more wood, and huddle in close to the wood stove with Michaela before it hit. Remember those huge satellite dishes folks used to have in front of their homes 20 years ago? Ernie asked, pressing in. John chuckled. It was a bit of a stereotype of ramshackle trailers with a dish half as big as the trailer planted in the front yard for television.
They nearly all disappeared once the big mainstream servers came in with an 18-inch dish you could tack to your living room window. John nodded, remembering installing one himself when he and Mary moved here with 2 young girls. 100+ channels to choose from, and he had visions of all the educational programs that could be offered, rather than what most stations had degenerated into with the advent of the nauseating reality show craze. If I could get my hands on some of those big old dishes, which hopefully were offline and disconnected on the day, and cobble together parts that were not cooked off, I think in a few weeks I could be tapping into communications traffic. Of Bluemont, for starters, Ernie replied enthusiastically. Raw reportage from BBC uplinking and downlinking out of Canada, even the Chinese. They still must be using ComSat systems. You just point, listen, download, and evaluate. Just? You make it sound easy, Ernie. So you got gigs of data flying around, and chances are the stuff we want to know about is highly encrypted. They're no fools. No chain is stronger than its weakest link. No data is foolproof. Turing built a system from scratch and was able to break down the German codes, looking for patterns of usage coming from those German Enigma machines that supposedly could be programmed to create billions of variables and thus thought to be uncrackable. Come on, historian, how did we figure out the Japanese were going to hit us at Midway in June 1942? John smiled at such an easy underhand pitch. You know as well as I do if you ask the question. Paul, do you know? John looked over at his electrical wizard, who had once been a student, and was surprised to see the quizzical look and shake of a head. I remember you being in my World War II class, Paul. Sorry, sir, I was diverted a lot that year, he replied, smiling. John remembered how Paul and Becca had shared the same class and spent most of it staring at each other. All right, then. We were picking up radio chatter about a Target X, indicating the Japanese were preparing for a massive naval strike. One of the cryptanalyst guys at Pearl Harbor came up with the idea of Midway Island sending out a report that their desalinization plant to provide fresh water on the island was offline and they were desperate, the message to be sent via a code we knew the Japanese had already cracked. The message was sent, and only hours later, radio traffic from Japan was monitored that extra desalinization equipment would have to be shipped to Target X once taken. Bingo. We knew where their next offensive would hit. We had our carriers waiting to receive them and wiped out their carriers in a surprise counterstrike. It is a textbook example of code-breaking changing the course of a war. How many kids from this school's old cybersecurity program are still here? Ernie asked. I'm not sure, John sighed. Too many of his students were now long gone, killed in the fighting or dead from disease and malnourishment. Those left were serving in the community's defense force, working in the ever-expanding electrical parts factory down in Anderson Hall, or assigned to other equally crucial tasks. If I could pull in 4 or 5, even just 2 or 3, and put them to work to help me, Ernie pressed, with Paul nodding in eager agreement. John, I just might be able to get something useful out of our tinkering in the basement. Just imagine if you had known Fredericks' orders before that piece of trash even came to Asheville. Ernie pressed in with his argument. Hell, for all we know, 500 troops with more choppers could be on their way here right now, and we are clueless until they arrive. Or suppose what that poor guy Reynolds said is true, Paul interjected, that something is up regarding another EMP. Who is thinking about it? Why? When? Do you want the answers, or do we sit back passively and wait? John looked back and forth at the two, and then back out the window at what was obviously another storm coming on. He sighed and finally nodded. Okay, you got it. The two broke into grins, the elderly Ernie and young Hawkins high-fiving each other. Quietly, and I mean quietly, run a query today. If any of our old students were in our cybersecurity program, pull them off whatever they are working on now. I then want this building secured. Tell Kevin Mulady and Grace Freeman I want a guard on here henceforth. Nothing overt, just that we learned with our encounter with Fredericks that he did have spies inside our community. If we're going for something like this, I don't want it broadcasted all over town.
John, we'd be a lot more secure if we moved this entire operation over to my place, Ernie replied. Why so? Simple. It is out of the way of prying eyes. Easier to maintain security. Plus, my diagnostic tools are there. I can run things 24/7 at my place. Come on, it's the logical choice. John hesitated as he thought it over and then just simply nodded. Your place then, Ernie. I'm not going to mention this to our council. We keep it under wraps for a while. The kids stay at your place. He hesitated and then smiled. You house them and you feed them as well. That will justify their being pulled off of regular work details. To his surprise, Ernie did not object to that additional requirement. You two got that? There were eager nods. He sighed, wrapped his scarf tightly around his neck, put on his old forage cap that looked like a relic from the Civil War, stood up and started for the door. Once he was outside, the cold was a bracing shock, the snow coming down hard, so that he pulled his hat brim low to protect his eyes. He shuffled down the path out to the middle of the road, trying to let all the concerns of his life slip away at least for a few minutes. The weather was triggering so many memories. As he walked against the renewed snowfall, he found himself recalling a time when, as a boy, a storm like this would send him out hiking up to the South Mountain Reservation a few miles away from where he lived to find a favorite secluded spot in a pine grove. Knowing the reservation patrol officers were nowhere about on such a day, he'd build a fire and enjoy the snowfall, youthful imagination taking hold, that he was a sentry for General Washington, posted along that low ridge line to keep an eye on the British over in Manhattan. But now he simply longed to be back at his home for the rest of the day, sitting by the wood stove with Michaela. Unfortunately, without any scotch to sip or cigarette to enjoy, but at least there was her company awaiting. He glanced over at the park along Flat Creek as he stepped out onto Montreat Road and chuckled softly. He couldn't see the amorous young couple, but there was a plume of wood smoke swirling up from within a grove of trees, and he smiled with the assumption that the two were nestled in there, enjoying the storm and solitude while being together. He shuffled on in silence, turning up the steep hill to his house above the old tennis courts, glad to see smoke rising from the chimney. Stamping the snow off his boots, he stepped inside and was surprised to see Maury Hurt in the sunroom, Michaela by his side. "John, where in the hell have you been?" Maury asked excitedly. "What's wrong?" "It's Bob Scales," Maury announced with a grin. "We just got a message. He wants to meet." Chapter 7. John slowly read the message again, out loud, looking around at the nearly dozen men and women crammed into what had once been the office of the president of the college. I lament the sad news of the loss of our beloved Jay. I recall a day in May when I last talked to her, the same date in May that holds different connotations now. My friend, please return so that we can meet and discuss so many things of importance to both of us. He put the transcript down and looked around the room. "And that is it?" Reverend Black asked. "Just that?" "I think it is fake," Ernie stated, arms folded across his chest. "I don't," John replied. "Why?" Ernie's query was picked up by several others in the overcrowded room. "Jay is obviously my Jennifer. The day in May, he knew that was Jennifer's birthday. We were on the phone talking when the EMP hit, thus his reference to connotations that others held regarding that day of days. It is something only Bob and I knew, a code to tell me it was really him, but tapped out in Morse code, for heaven's sake, with a preface to first switch to a different frequency to receive the message, that in Morse code as well?" Billy Tyndall snapped. "It's like some bad movie. Apparently it had been going out for several days until one of our ham listeners even realized it wasn't just interference and remembered enough to start copying it down. Why not voice? What is this, 1941 or something? How many people even know Morse code today?" "Maybe that's the point," Maury said in response. "Who knows how many people saw the dropped message before it got into Bob's hands? If this Bob is even alive, is he someone we can trust?" Forrest growled. John sighed and looked at the old Underwood typewriter resting on his desk. absently tapping the F key to see if his tinkering with it had solved the problem. The damn thing still continued to jam. "Let's add in this latest news from the BBC," John now added. "All correspondents within the territory of the United States to be deported because of an alleged breach of national security." BBC? England? Perhaps our only ally left in this crazy world? Something is up. We all know that, but what? And do you think your friend, if still alive, holds the answer? Anyone have a better suggestion? John asked. If so, put it out there. He looked around the room. Most just sat with heads lowered. Maury was shaking his head. "I've got to take the chance and meet him." "Back up there? How?" Maury snapped. "Gillespie thinks he can replace the coolant line, which was damaged as well, in a week or so, but the turbine blade is proving to be a real problem. But then what? Fly in after being shot at last time and expect the red carpet treatment? John, you and the rest of this council can order me to go, and I'll tell you to kiss off for your own good." Maury looked over at Forrest for support. "I only go into a hot LZ once, John, no repeat trips. I'm with Maury on this." "And the fuel," Danny McMullen added. "We burned through a lot of Jet A just going up there and back. I thought the intent was we keep that fuel in reserve in case we ever needed the Black Hawk for defense here. Even if they are ready to kiss our butts when landing, will they refuel us? John, they'll seize that chopper as stolen government property, and if we're ever let go, it will be one hell of a long walk back home." John looked over at Michaela, who insisted upon attending this meeting, and saw her nod of approval. The room fell silent again, the only sound that of hammering and sawing from the adjoining chapel, where half a dozen students were at work, still laboring to restore it to what it had once been before being partially destroyed during the fighting back in the spring. John took it all in and realized if he put it to a vote, no one would support his going. This was one of those times he wished he had not relinquished the power he once held as virtual dictator of this community during the first year after the attack. He returned his gaze to Michaela, who sat in stoic silence, but her glance in reply said everything. Like most women in their final months of pregnancy, she held the trump card with her husband, if he in any way cared for his wife. "All right," he finally said with a sigh. "Alternatives? This guy, if he is real, is trying to reach out to you," Reverend Black said, forcing a smile to try to ease the moment. "If real, he tried to reach out to you with that tragic messenger. Now this cryptic reply in Morse code. Those two methods," Black paused for a moment, "tell me that there is some important reason behind this entire affair, and he wants to keep his cards close, perhaps even from those around him. Acknowledge receipt of the message, counter with some alternative." "If it is so all damn important, tell him to come here," Forrest snapped. "Why not?" Black intervened. "Forrest is onto something. Tell him to come here." The answer was so simple and obvious. As he contemplated it, John found himself wondering why he had not thought of that first. Perhaps a touch of the old hierarchy of command still held sway within him. When a general summoned a colonel to a meeting, it was, "Yes, sir, where and what time do we meet, sir?" and that was it. John smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll go for that. How and where?" "Asheville?" Frank Nelson, now the mayor of that town, suggested. John shook his head. "Too public. A helicopter coming in there just might spook folks who survived the fighting back in the spring to take a pot shot at it." "The Asheville airport, then?" Frank pressed. "We disabled the runway," Black interjected, "and it means an overflight of all our territory around here. Chance for a good recon if he is not on the up and up." 9A9, Danny said quietly. "What?" John replied, not sure what he meant. Old FAA designations for airports. All airports in public use were given a 3-letter code. CLT for Charlotte, AVL for Asheville. Shiflett is an old grass strip airport in Marion, which is our territory. You come in over the mountains to the north, and there it is. No overflight of our territory. "Then why not Morganton?" Maury asked. "Our disabled chopper is there,"
Danny replied. Even though it's in a hangar, if he or the people with him poke around and see that and then they try to take it back, it would become a confrontation. Even if they don't try to take it back, they'll know our bird is down. Also, if they are planning some sort of nasty surprise, bringing in a lot of troops aboard an old C-130, we're not offering them a big paved strip. Stripped down, they can land at Shiflet, but take off with all that snow on the ground? He chuckled. They can land, but then try to take off. If we see a C-130 coming in that can carry up to 100 troops, we just bogey off and leave them stuck in the snow. Shiflet would be ideal, John. Couple of dozen hangars, most of them ramshackle affairs like out of the 1930s. We put some heavily armed people in there as backup if they try to pull any stunts with a couple of choppers. Hell, we might even pick up an extra bird or two if they try any crap. Plus, 9A9, you transmit that on Morse code. Some geek listening in might not even recognize it and figure it is code for something else. I say 9A9 Shiflet. John looked around the room and finally saw nods of agreement. All right, then. Send out a response on the new frequency they shifted to. Ernie, can you and Danny figure it out? Something like 9A9, a date, and then Zulu time and see what the response is. And if they reply no deal, we go to meet them? Politely tell them to go to hell, Michaela replied sharply. On the walk back from the meeting, John held Michaela tightly by his side to ensure she did not slip and fall. You aren't trusting this, are you? He asked. She laughed softly. I never understood just how much a pregnancy can mess up one's thinking. I want my husband by my side when the baby comes. I want him by my side as our baby goes through all those moments that then follow. The first smile, the first belly laugh, the first crawl, the first step, then the little hellion running amok around the house, and then one day... She paused and began to choke up. Damn it, I was never this way before, John. Yeah, someday if this world ever turns sane again, that we watch our child graduate from college. Your college, and still are together when they one day come through the doorway carrying their child. Our child, the same way you look at Elizabeth and her toddler. I want that, and anything that might snatch it away fills me with dread. She struggled to hold back her tears. You heard Elizabeth after the father of her child was killed, Michaela continued, and now the tears were flowing. Bringing a child into the world with the baby's father dead, the way she would cry herself to sleep at night, the times she would look at her boy and we could sense she could see the boy's father being there, but he was not and never will be. Don't get me wrong. Her husband, Seth, is an incredible, decent young man, the spitting image of his father, Lee. The fear she carries now is that something will happen to Seth the same as it did to Ben. I carry that same fear. At least the idea of this mythical friend of yours coming here alleviates some concern. But even then, what if it's a trap? Let's just say that rather than your friend coming in to meet you, it's half a dozen of those attack helicopters, or for that matter, some plane loitering at 30,000 feet, and they pinpoint your being at this remote airport and drop one of those fuel air bombs I hear people talking about, or even one of those neutron bombs as payback for what you did to Fredericks. If they really wanted me dead, they would have taken this place off the map months ago. That's why I have to believe that Bob Scales is real, most likely in command of the forces up in Roanoke, and is trying to reach out to me, perhaps to prevent further bloodshed. It still makes me anxious. He did not reply that it filled him with the same concerns and fears. If there was no reason for anxiety, if Scales was indeed alive, the overture to meet would have been overt, out in the open. Not like this. Whatever the reason, he did know one thing for certain. He had to find out the truth, and find out now. Chapter 8. The Black Hawk, which had crested over Linville Gorge just a few minutes earlier, came sweeping in low over frozen Lake James, crossed over the railroad bridge that spanned the Catawba River where it emptied into the lake, and came sweeping down the length of the snow-covered runway at well over 100 miles an hour. John shaded his eyes against the glare of the early morning sun,
watching as it raced in, scanning it carefully with a pair of field glasses, feeling a touch of nostalgic pride at the sight of the chopper, painted in faded desert camo, taking him back to the desert of Iraq so long ago when, filled with awe, he watched scores of them sweeping out ahead of his armored battalion. He spared a quick glance to Forrest, who was watching intently, silently, wondering what this torn-up veteran of Afghanistan was feeling at the sight and sound of a machine that meant that friends were overhead, ready to protect, ready to attack anything in their way. The chopper thundered past, the Doppler roar dropping in pitch as it passed, and then it pitched up in a steep turning climb. The pilot was hot-dogging a bit, but then again, if he was coming into a potentially hostile site, it was standard to do at least one high-speed pass, and if they drew any fire, to get the hell out fast. He had more than 50 with him, concealed in several hangars and scattered in the woodline across the runway. If this was a setup for a trap, it was about to turn into one hell of a fight. Danny, who stood beside him, clutched a flare gun firmly in his gloved hand, ready to fire off the signal if anything looked even remotely hostile. The day was cold, crystal clear, perfect for keeping a sharp watch aloft. Several of his people, concealed under white blankets, were doing just that, sweeping the sky overhead for any telltale glint or whisper of a contrail indicating that someone was hovering up at 20,000 feet. Just waiting to unleash a hellfire or gravity-dropped munitions. The chopper, leveling off from its high-speed pass, circled around, the sound shifting as the pilot throttled back, pitching the nose up slightly to bleed off speed as he started to make a landing approach. "So far, so good," John whispered, as if to himself. He looked around at his friends, Danny, Maury, Forrest, and Lee, who stood to either side, all watching intently and waiting for the slightest suspicious act. A hell of a world we have become, John thought. There was a time when we never would have doubted the sight of a helicopter with that star on its side, but now? The chopper continued to settle, kicking up a near whiteout of swirling snow, the pilot edging it toward where John had ordered that Forrest's 4x6 should be parked as an indicator of their presence. "If this goes bad," Forrest complained, "you owe me a new vehicle and the gas that took it here." John said nothing, the chopper all but invisible as snow swirled about. A glimpse of it then, touching down, turbine engines throttling back, and as the snow began to settle, he saw the side door swing open. Even from this distance, he could see that it was indeed him. It was Bob. John stepped out of the concealment of the hangar, ignoring the protests of his friends, Lee cursing and then stepping out behind him and protectively moving in by his side. The rotors continued to wind down, and he started to lift a hand to cover his face from the stinging blast, but thought better. He wanted Bob to see that it was indeed him and not some sort of setup. Bob leaped down from the doorway, nearly fell, and came up slowly, and John could see that his friend had indeed aged. Remembering long ago how in so many training exercises, inspection tours, and their brief hours of combat together in Iraq, Bob would always be the first one out with a leaping bound and confident stride, radiating self-assurance and leadership. The snow from the 3 storms that had rolled in within as many weeks was nearly 2 feet deep at the level, even down in the Piedmont region of Marion. The chopper's rotors had blown most of the ground cover back as Bob moved slowly toward him. Perhaps, John realized, it was to make sure he did not slip and fall, and it be misinterpreted by his crew, and what John could now see was the security team inside the chopper that he had been shot. Bob pulled back the hood of his parka, John doing the same, and with this mutual gesture, the 2 old friends could now see each other's grinning features. Bob had indeed aged, his thick, short-cut thatch of gray having gone completely white, features ruddy, heavy, bushy brows squinting nearly shut from the morning glare and the blowing snow. They stopped 6 feet apart, and old instincts kicked in, John coming to attention and raising his right hand in a near reverent salute. "General, sir." Bob, coming to attention as well, silently returned the salute, the 2 gazing at each other, and then Bob made the final steps forward and threw his arms around John. "My God, John, it really is you! Thank God you made it after all!
Sir, I thought you were—" John was overcome by emotion, and he fell silent. "I wish," Bob began, "I wish I could have seen Jennifer again just one more time." Those words nearly broke John completely. Bob had stood as godfather for both of his girls. Childless himself, he had formed a special bond, especially with Jennifer, who used to call him Uncle Bob. A most memorable moment, at a formal review that was just wrapping up, Jennifer had shaken free of her mother's hand and raced up to Bob, who was standing in the middle of the platform where he was at rigid attention, reviewing the troops marching by. She threw her arms around his legs and loudly asked what beanie baby he had brought for her that day. And in spite of all the formality of the moment, Bob had motioned to the ever-present aide that hovered by a general's side. The young captain with grave features had reached into Bob's attaché case to produce a stuffed golden retriever puppy for my girl. And with that, the memory flooded to completion. The aide that day was Quentin Reynolds. There was a squeal of delight as she clutched the latest addition to her collection, Bob picking her up and showing her how to salute the last company of troops marching by as he held her. There was not a soldier in the ranks of that company able to conceal a grin as they marched by. It was the exact kind of gesture that, rather than creating smirking laughter, later endeared him even more to his troops and their families who had witnessed the moment. It defined the man that John was now hugging with open warmth. John finally broke the embrace and stepped back, but Bob reached up, for John towered over him by a half-foot or more, and put his hands on John's shoulders. "Son, it is so good to know that at least you survived. And you too, sir." There was a moment of awkward silence, and the two reverted back, a bit, to remembrance of command, that at such a moment so many were watching them for the slightest signal or gesture, friendly or hostile. John looked back at the chopper. There were at least a half-dozen heavily armed men in the crew compartment, while Bob's eyes darted past John to take in the old airport, obviously evaluating. "Yes, sir, I've got a lot of people concealed around here," John said softly. "So let's defuse them, okay?" Bob nodded as John turned away from him for a moment and raised his arms high, waving them over his head to indicate that all was well. "We've got a wood stove ready to light in the airport clubhouse and packed along some MREs. Let's get your team in and get mine out of the woods," John announced. "This damn cold makes me long for the desert again." Bob motioned for his security team to get out, gesturing as well for them to sling their weapons, while John stepped away from the chopper so those in the wood line could clearly see him, waving his arms and shouting for them to stand down. The 6-man detail in the chopper got out, weapons slung over their shoulders, but still obviously wary as they spread out into a loose circle around Bob, watching as Forrest stepped out of the hangar, M4 held casually in his one hand, followed by Maury, Danny, and Lee, who had yet to shoulder their weapons. "Your friends?" Bob asked. "Yes, sir." "The one-armed character with the eye patch?" "Airborne, sergeant in Afghanistan, Silver Star, and obviously a Purple Heart." Even though he was moving slowly, Bob was still in his usual form as he walked up to Forrest and, without going through the formality of a salute, just extended his hand. "Trooper, I'm honored to meet you." The gesture forced Forrest to sling his weapon, catching him off guard, and John breathed a sigh of relief when Forrest actually forced a bit of a smile and extended his hand. "First time a damn general ever offered to shake my hand, sir," Forrest announced. "Maybe you're okay like John said." "I hope I am. If we get time, I want to hear your view on some things." Bob's comment had a casual air to it, the type of line many in high command used as a friendly gesture but still a brush-off. But from Bob it was indeed genuine. When in command of John's battalion, Bob was the type of commander who would swoop in on a unit before dawn, ignore any officers who might be fumbling around, head straight to where breakfast was being dished out, get a cup of coffee, and then start peppering the cooks and dishwashers as to how they saw the unit. Dishing out his own meal, he'd then sit with a table of enlisted men and ask questions. At the end of more than one such inspection swoop, an officer might very well be on his way out to reposting in some godforsaken place. Chances were that, regardless of their friendship, Forrest might be asked a few pointed questions as to how he felt about John's leadership.
It was a technique John had learned as well. If you want the straight dope, go to those at the bottom of the food chain of administrations, not the middle or the top. The two old friends turned to look back at each other. "Any place where we can sit and talk one-on-one?" Bob asked. "It will be crowded in the airport clubhouse. Let our people get out of the cold, grab something to eat, and mingle." John did not add that Forrest, along with Grace and several others, had been thoroughly briefed that if the two sides did get together, they were to break out a jar or two of moonshine and pump for any information they could glean. He realized that chances were at least one of Bob's security team was his intelligence officer who would be doing the same. Forrest should be able to sniff that out quickly enough. "The hangar we were waiting in is out of the wind and catching the morning sun. Let's you and I settle in there," John offered, pointing the way. John fell in by Bob's side, subtly gesturing for his friends to leave them be and take care of their guests. He looked back to the chopper. The rotors were slowly turning over in idle. "Your crew can shut down if they want. There's no threat here, Bob." Bob just smiled but did not reply to the offer, and John did not press him. Getting out of the snow, they stomped into the hangar. Its long-gone owner had turned it into an aviator's man cave, posters of World War I and II aircraft papering the walls, along with a couple of classic pin-ups of nose art from that era. There were a couple of overstuffed lounge chairs next to a long, cold space heater, the chair smelling unpleasantly of mouse or some other rodent. John dragged the two chairs into the morning sunlight while Bob examined the posters and, brushing the dust off the windshield, looked into the cockpit of a long-grounded Aeronca Champ, its tires cracked and deflated after years of sitting idle. "I actually learned to fly in one of these," Bob sighed. "Sweet plane, post-war version of that L3 I heard you have up and running." John looked over at his friend. Of course he would know what John had. There were so many questions, but Bob opened first. "John, what happened to Jennifer?" The question took John aback, and with it returned all the pain of those tragic days. He looked away from Bob, gaze unfocused. "She died, Bob, the way so many died. In her case, diabetes." He fell silent, not wanting to say more. It was not the conversation he wanted for now. Bob reached over and in a fatherly gesture patted John on the knee. "Sorry I brought it up. Last time we talked, it was her birthday, remember?" "Of course I remember." John could not keep the bitter edge out of his voice. Her last birthday, thanks to whatever triggered all this madness. He looked back at his friend. It was, of course, not Bob's fault. "And you, Bob, how is Linda?" "I'll never know." Bob sighed. "She was visiting friends in Florida when it hit." A pause. "You most likely know what Florida turned into. I somehow knew she was dead within a few weeks. You know how that is with someone you love. You just wake up in the middle of the night, you know they are there in the room with you, and they are dead and have come to say goodbye. I just pray it was gentle and swift." "Jennifer's wasn't," John said, and he instantly regretted it, seeing the hurt in Bob's eyes. "I'm sorry I said that, Bob." Bob did not reply, the two old friends sitting in silence for a moment until John stirred from his seat. Remembering the thermos of coffee left by Forrest, he picked it up from the floor and motioned to it, Bob nodding agreement as John poured out the hot brew into two battered cups, handing one to his friend. "The real stuff?" Bob asked. John nodded and could see the look of surprise. Bob reached into his parka jacket, produced a flask, motioned to John's cup. John could pick up the welcome scent of scotch and looked quizzically at Bob, who just smiled while he poured several ounces into his own cup before raising it in a toast. "Now thank God you are still alive, John. Here's to those we lost." "To those that we lost," John whispered. The two sipped their drinks, and it helped to relax the tension. "Bob, a personal question?" "Sure." "How the hell did you survive? You were in the Pentagon the day it happened. What happened up there?" Bob looked down at his drink before taking a long gulp. "Some of us got lucky. Most tried for their homes to get their families out. Washington went into total chaos within hours. Those that had set out to try to reach their families, some with 40 miles or more of a hike ahead of them, never heard from again. Me, Linda was in Florida. No reason to try for home. Some of us struck out for Fort Meade and hunkered down there until we tried for Fort Belvoir, the rumor being that local assets were trying to regroup there. From there, well, for a while I was out on a carrier. The Navy with assets overseas fared better than the Army on that count. What really happened, Bob? We got hit and we lost. That's simple. We got hit and we lost? There was a sharp edge to John's response. About all I can say. All you can say, or all that you know? Again, a moment of silence. John, you were on the phone with me when it hit. You know I and all those around me were as off guard as you, and a minute later literally in the dark, same as you and the rest of the country. Pearl Harbor and spades. And if I remember my history, a couple of lectures from long ago at the War College, the warning signs for Pearl were clear enough to read. After the fact, Bob interjected, after the fact the patterns fell into place, but before? Some read it correctly. Don't tell me you were buying into some conspiracy shit, Bob snapped. You've too sharp an intellect for that. With everything we had? Surely. Bob did not reply. John fell silent and looked at his friend closely. Bob had answered a little too sharply and quickly. Was there something he was holding back? Even before the day, Bob held many a secret that generals held while those under him were kept in the dark and knew better than to try to ask. He filed the suspicion away. Bob would only share what he felt he could share at this moment and nothing more. Bob had aged 10, 15 years since he had last seen him little more than 3 years ago. Though there was still something of his once sharp, penetrating gaze of confidence, there also seemed to be an infinite weariness behind the eyes. His shoulders were rounded over slightly, as if carrying some unspeakable burden. Gone was the ramrod-straight posture, that certain look and feel of command. There was a slight tremor to his hands as he held the warm mug. Was it just exhaustion of the moment or something far deeper? And out there? John finally asked, shifting the topic away from the personal for the moment. Where? The world. Everything. Anything. We no longer trust Voice of America out of Bluemont. We try to glean what we can from the BBC, even China and their News to America program. What's the straight dope? Bob sighed, set his coffee mug down, unscrewed the cap to the flask of scotch, and offered it to John, who took another ounce while Bob emptied the rest back into his cup. It surprised him. Bob always had a taste for good 12- and 15-year-old scotch, but only after hours and off-duty. John, the world has gone 3/4 of the way to hell and is tottering on the edge of the final abyss. John sipped his coffee and waited. From the shores of the eastern Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, oil is no longer the export. Maybe when things finally cool down enough, they can sell glass where once had been a score of cities. Who? Israel against the rest. Their ballistic missile shield held protecting Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, but the rest. Their government is now underground in bunkers somewhere out in the Negev desert. It was a full exchange. Then India and Pakistan cut loose on each other, not much left on either side. Russia? China? Europe? John asked. Holding off. Mutually assured destruction at play there. Russia was brushed by the EMP hit that went off course. St. Petersburg abandoned. Moscow, where it is some semblance of order there, the government holed up somewhere out in Siberia with their fingers on the trigger. John, the moment America was taken out of the paradigm of the balance of power, a vacuum was created. While survivors here were trying to just find the next meal, the rest of the world tottered to the edge and, at least for the moment, have held back from the final descent into the apocalypse. It was the apocalypse here. John reached over to the thermos to pour out some more coffee for the two of them. The sun was climbing, radiating at least some warmth into the hangar, the icicles hanging along the eaves, dripping puddles of water near their feet. "John, we hang by the slenderest of threads. We still have a lot of nukes. The Navy's boomers are still out there, each one packing a couple of 100 warheads. The surviving carriers and their escorts pack more." "Surviving?" "Guess we wouldn't admit it. When all hell broke loose in the Persian Gulf the week after the EMP strike and we launched on Iran in retaliation, they took out 2 of our carriers with nearly all hands. In the wake of that, with the emergency back home, the assets we had over there, we pulled out." He nodded to the Black Hawk 50 yards away, rotors stilled but turbines still humming if things here went sour and Bob decided to pull out quick. "John, most of what we have here now in the States we pulled out from the Middle East and Europe. After North Korea was taken off the map, equipment from the Pacific was pulled back stateside as well. We try to keep China in check by letting them know if they try anything with nukes, a boomer parked out in the Pacific will hit them with over 200 nukes, starting with an EMP, of course, sort of Damocles over their heads if they push us too hard. But Bluemont is ceding half our country to them, Bob. I don't get it." "Let's just focus on the here and now," Bob replied, obviously diverting the direction the conversation was taking. That triggered another suspicion for John, but he knew better than to press the issue, and besides, Bob was right. It was the here and now that he had to focus on. "Blunt question, Bob, for the here and now." "Go for it." "You got other assets nearby just in case this meeting went bad?" Bob nodded. "Couple of Apaches and an extraction team set down on the far side of Linville Gorge. Sorry, but that's the way it is." "Hell of a position for 2 old friends, isn't it?" "Yeah." "So why are you here?" "To talk, as we are right now." "Why?" "John, you most likely know the political and military situation for our country. BBC has been rather close to the mark, and I assume you've been monitoring that." "We have. I eventually was assigned out west, Commander Center in Cheyenne Mountain for a stint. We all knew it was a no-win with China. Sure, humanitarian aid was the guise. They wanted it to look like another Marshall Plan with hearts and minds thrown in. Can't blame the folks out in California and on the rest of the West Coast. Infrastructure down, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, even Vancouver turning into snake pits of chaos. Someone trying to keep their family alive, feel that our government has utterly failed to protect, and container ships flying red flags start coming in. Rations, water purification plants, medical supplies. He paused. "Things like insulin, John. What would you have done?" That barb, if it was intended as such, stung deeply, and he did not reply. "Their first troops even wore UN blue helmets. 3/4 of the population out there already dead. People forget L.A. was built on what was near desert. Without the Colorado River being pumped in from hundreds of miles away, along with a dozen other reservoirs offline, people were killing each other for a lousy bottle of water after just 3 to 4 days. Someone hands your kids water and a meal, so they are there to stay. Is that it? Unless we want to go to nuclear war, yes." These reports that we are abandoning the line along the Continental Divide, military assets pulled back to east of the Mississippi? It's being defined as neutral airspace to diffuse any chance of a confrontation. That and Mexico, with backing from 6 Central American countries pressing up over the Rio Grande. What do we do? It was once our country, Bob. Argue that with Mexico, who now claims we ripped them off in a long ago and forgotten war. And they ripped it off from those who were there before them. History, John. It has always been thus. Take the veneer of civilization off, a major power receives a visceral blow and totters. Nature abhors a vacuum. Amazing. The years of political correctness pumped out in our colleges became an education of national guilt. Some out there along the West Coast actually say we deserved what we got for our past sins and welcomed a chance to try out socialism. Just feed us and we'll get along with whoever is in charge. Anyone fighting back? Yeah, Texas, of course. Voice of America isn't reporting it, but some group in Texas declares they're the new government. Cite what they claim was the original treaty of annexation from the 1840s, and they are justified in withdrawing from the Union. They got representatives with them from half a dozen other states saying the same. It is ripe for a blow-up. Logical, therefore, that our regular military pull out completely to avoid the prospect of this going really bad and what is left of our country getting sucked into the conflict. Meaning nuke? The Chinese are just as afraid of that as we are. They know if we pop 3 or 4 EMPs over their mainland, they would be in the same boat we are. But if we do that, they blanket what's left of our country with ground bursts. We do the same back. Who wins other than death? Thus, we concede west of the Mississippi, and Bluemont focuses on bringing everything east back under their control. Are those the orders you're following, sir? Again, Bob did not directly reply. Full-scale war with China now, he finally said. Then who gets to grab what's left of the radioactive pie? Mongolia? John actually chuckled and shook his head. Some years back I was over there for a conference, Bob continued. Great people, beautiful country. Remember camping with the head of their military up in a northern province for a weekend of fishing. He smiled wistfully and took another sip of coffee. Anyhow, we were finally talking shop. That guy said they assumed someday it was all going to hit the fan. Russia against us, China against Russia, or just the whole world goes crazy. He then said, and I swear the guy was serious, that when the dust settled and radioactivity cooled off, they would mount up and ride again. Maybe that's who wins if this unravels any further. John, we are balanced on a razor's edge. A couple of third-rate powers triggered all of this. I swear that pudgy nutcase in North Korea did it just to see if they could do it. Iran joins in on the plot for whatever it was they used to believe about their hidden imam returning. We allowed them to get their nukes and missiles to hand off to terrorists like ISIS. Damn all who allowed that to happen. Any idiot could see eventually they'd go for us. Anyhow, he said, sighing wearily and staring into his coffee cup, I saw the report that where the well is that their imam is supposed to come out of is now a crater 1,000 feet deep. Same is true for the cities controlled by the terrorists in all of North Korea. Some vengeance. That's all moot now as far as you and I are concerned. It happened, and we lost. The job now is to pick up the pieces of what is left and try to reassemble some sort of united front. A United States out of what is left, and project outwardly that, though our backs are to the wall, we're standing again as a united country. If not, we completely cease to exist. There was a long moment of silence, the two friends sipping their Scotch-laced coffee, a cold breeze sweeping into the open hangar so that they zipped their parkas back up, while outside the helicopter turbines continued to turn over with a low, steady hum. John wished he had not accepted the Scotch. Never have a drink, even with a once-trusted friend, until whatever issue was between them was settled. You're here to either pull me in or take us out. Is that it, Bob? His friend looked over at him and slowly nodded. What exactly is your job now? Military governor of this entire region. Everything east of the Appalachians, from Charlottesville down to the wreckage of what was once Florida. Navy is working the coast. I'm to deal with everything inland. I assume you know what happened between us and that idiot Fredericks that was sent down here back in the spring. Yeah, don't look at me, John. I had nothing to do with that screw-up and the idiotic idea of the Army of National Recovery. Those of us left from the regular military were appalled with that idea.
You can't pull a bunch of kids out of surviving communities where they are needed most right now, throw a weapon in their hands, give them 12 weeks of basic, and send them into hellholes like Chicago, Pittsburgh, or what had once been D.C. or New York City. It was the same kind of stupid thinking about how to fight Vietnam, and remember, I'm old enough to have been in on the tail end of that one. Draftees who barely knew how to wipe their own butts out in the jungle without getting jungle rot or snake bit didn't stand a chance. Same with the ANR. After that battalion got taken prisoner in Chicago and every last one tortured to death by the gangs running that place, the whole concept was quietly dropped. That's why what is left of our regular military was pulled back from the face-off with the Chinese and Mexico out west and redeployed here. We got to get things back into a single unified whole, at least east of the Mississippi. That's my job now.
Did you send a courier to me by the name of Quentin Reynolds? John asked.
He was a good man, Bob sighed. Said he grew up in the area and knew his way around. After we took Roanoke, I wanted to get word to you outside regular channels.
He paused, obviously carefully choosing his words.
Let's just say that Major Quentin took it upon himself to try to reach you with that and some other things.
What other things, sir? John asked.
Let's stick to Quentin for now. He left with several others in a Humvee. Did he get through?
He's dead, Bob. Don't know about those who came with him. Some of my people found him along Interstate 26, on foot, badly beaten. It is still no man's land up in parts of these mountains, and he met the wrong folks. Only thing one of my men got out of him before he died was that you sent him and wanted to talk. Bob sighed and then stared straight at him.
Obviously he had some contact to you, otherwise you wouldn't have tried to reach me. What exactly did he say?
The way Bob spoke the last few words, John could sense his friend was tense. I never spoke to him directly, sir. He reached an outlying community run by my friend Forrest, the one-armed Afghan vet. They fetched me back to meet him, but Quentin died before I could talk to him. Again, silence from Bob. Why him? John asked. A trek from Roanoke to here by land, that is damn near suicide, especially at this time of year. Why not just send a message in the clear? You got the air assets. John nodded out to the Black Hawk that, in a profligate display, was still burning precious Jet A fuel.
I couldn't, John.
Why? Bob stood up, downing the last of his coffee and setting the cup on a cluttered workbench next to the dust-covered Aeronca Champ.
Because I have orders to kill you. Kill you and either rein this so-called state of Carolina into line or wipe it out.
Bob turned his back on John as he spoke, and John wondered if his old friend and mentor did so because he could not look him in the eye as he spoke.
John, I would like you to come back to Roanoke with me to talk this thing out further. I promise you no harm will come to you or your community while you are away. I'm asking you to trust me on this.
Is that an order, sir, or a request from a friend?
I prefer the latter.
He paused for a moment.
John, I'm doing this as a dark op. No one further up the line knows I'm here talking to you privately. I'm doing this as a favor to a trusted friend. Please come back with me for your own good and that of your community.
And if I say no? Bob sighed and turned back to face John. John shifted his focus to the pilots in the chopper. One appeared to be talking, attention focused toward Bob. Had there been some sort of signal? Was something being called in if he refused Bob's request?
John, I hate to say it, but I think you can assume I can bring hell down on this place in less than 5 minutes. I assume that the men who were with you when I landed are some of your closest friends and advisors.
They are.
If this goes bad, they will be caught up in it as well.
I know that.
Therefore,
John looked into his eyes, and could still see his old friend, a commander he respected and would have given his life to protect. Was he really capable of doing this? Why, Bob? Orders. That left him stunned, and he lowered his head. I recall an ethics class you personally taught at the War College, John said softly, voice tinged with sadness. A code that stated that an officer must refuse an immoral order, even if it meant his career or even his life. Bob, I know you too well to accept that you are, and God forgive me for saying it, only following orders. Bob bristled at the reply and did not speak. I sense this order is one that you yourself have inner questions about, sir. What the hell do you think? Bob replied sharply. An order to either arrest or kill a man I saw as a son, his children substitutes for grandchildren I would never have. Just what the hell do you think? You know I won't go with you. I kind of assumed that. So, I guess this is at an end, John said, coming to his feet. It's your call, Bob, and I'm leaving it to you. You asked me what Quentin had said. And as I just told you, by the time I reached his side, he was dead. But he did spill something beyond the fact that you were alive. John paused. At least what he rambled about to my friend Forrest and the nurse trying to save him. Like I said, the poor man was damn near dead when he was found and out of his head. And he said what? Something about another EMP. Bob stiffened and broke eye contact. Bob. John, I'll ask you one more time. Come back with me to Roanoke. We can talk further then. Bluemont wants you dead. If I've got you stashed away in a safe place, believe me, it's for your own good. Sir, I'm not going back with you, and if all was reversed, you'd say the same. Yeah, I assumed it would be thus. So, what's next? John asked. You're free to go. I won't stop you, and you knew that before you even stepped foot off that chopper. You get your people back in, lift off. I tell my people to scatter, and in 5 minutes, you and I are personally at war. Is that it? Bob did not reply. Kind of like what we read happened at West Point a long time ago, when the superintendent was ordered to hold on charges of treason any cadet or faculty that would not renew the oath of allegiance to the Union. Instead, he told the Secretary of War to go to hell and let his old friends and students, now enemies preparing to serve the Confederacy, leave without a fight. Is that it? Bob nodded. I've served my country over 45 years. If not for this current mess, I was about to retire out, settle down with Linda. She was already picking out a place down on Marco Island, and you know how it is. Old soldier writes a book or two, kills the boredom by fishing, and quietly grumbles how the country continues to go to hell, but there is nothing he can do about it. And now instead I'm here, freezing my ass off. Then why did you really come, Bob? Really? Your comment a few minutes back tells me that if I don't go, you are most likely expected to lift off, and 5 minutes later this place is toast. Is that what Bluemont expects? Bob did not reply. So why not do it? In reply, John, I assume there are at least a few heavy weapons stashed in this hangar, and you got extra personnel in a hangar next door to this one. You could hold me hostage and back out. Chances are, if I'm taken prisoner, in spite of my orders to hit you, even if I am being held, my people would hold back on a strike, allowing you to escape. John sighed, shook his head, and gestured for the general to sit back down by his side. You know I wouldn't do that to you. And unless this damn war has twisted you inside out, I know you won't order a strike on me, at least not like this." "Oh, damn all this shit to hell," Bob whispered, and with a weary groan he returned to sit at John's side. "It's cold out here, so damn cold." "Yeah, I know." John emptied the last of the thermos, most into Bob's cup, the last few drops into his. "What did they used to call it? A Mexican standoff or something like that, though I guess that became politically incorrect to say years ago." "Something like that. Mutually assured destruction kind of fits better at the moment. Both of us die or both of us walk away." "Stupid, all of it." "You need not tell me, sir. So, who ordered me dead?" "Bluemont." "Again Bluemont. Can you give me a straight answer?" "Maybe." "Just who the hell are they? They claim to be the legitimate government of the United States, claim line of succession as defined in the Constitution, but who are they really?" "They are the government, John. At least that's something." "How did they survive?" "By coincidence, on the day things went down, there was a simulation attack training exercise with some people evacuated up to the FEMA fallback position, which was the Bluemont facility. You know, the president went down while aboard Air Force One. Damn fools in charge had never hardened it to the current level of a high-yield EMP. Congress wasn't in session, so nearly all those people were scattered around the country. Therefore, the survivors lucky enough to be at Bluemont were it." "You ever meet them or been there?" Bob looked down at his coffee, swirling it around in his cup before drinking down the now tepid brew. "No, I was bounced around after the day, out west, briefly in Cheyenne Mountain. Like I said, out on one of our surviving carriers that for a while served as a joint command center. Then took over assets coming back from the Middle East and the Far East that began to deploy out of what was left of Norfolk, with orders cut several months ago to, as I already told you, reestablish control in the Southeast. No, I've never been there, at least on the inside." "Mind if I ask a few questions, sir?" "Maybe." "Why keep meeting me a secret? Do your friends in Bluemont know you did this?" "Did what?" "Came down here like this, based on a somewhat cryptic transmission back and forth. Why didn't you tell them?" "John, to be honest, at the moment, I'm really not sure." "Come on, sir," John replied sharply. "Do you trust Bluemont?" "What?" "Just that. You claim you have never met anyone up there face to face. Do you trust them?" "I trust the Constitution of the United States, which I am sworn to uphold. We have to have something to hang on to. There's nothing else out there now, John. Bluemont is at least something." "I took the same oath, sir, to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic." He emphasized the last word, domestic. Bob stared at him and finally nodded. "I'm not in the loop on a lot of what is going on. Just the rumors, you know how it is, and my focus is the mission to bring this entire region back under control. Your community, what you folks are calling the state of Carolina, is part of that mission." "But you've been hearing rumors." Bob nodded in reply. "Quentin rambling about an EMP, is that a rumor or fact, and from whom?" "John, my entire life I've served. I served under some brilliant men in the White House, and yes, some that I thought at best were naive when it came to the harsh realities of the world and what warfare truly is. And yeah, I served under more than a few I thought were an outright danger to the survival of my country, at least my country as I saw it. But always in the end I saluted. I recall Lincoln once declaring that across 4 years, No president could do ultimate, fatal harm to the Republic, and at the end of those 4 years, the people could vote him out and replace him with someone they thought more capable. Even when I passionately disagreed with the president, I took solace in that and forced myself to salute even when I felt the person I was saluting was unworthy of that. At such moments, I saluted the office and not the person. EMP, General Scales. John pressed in, unable to contain the question any further. Fact or rumor? If fact, by whom and when? I can't give you a straight answer. Because you aren't sure yourself? Or if you are sure, you can't say? Damn it, John, don't press me on this, Bob shouted back, an action so rare in the past when they served together that it startled John. He stared straight into his old commander's eyes. I believe you at least suspect something is up, that perhaps I'm even tied to it, directly or indirectly. Bob returned his gaze without blinking. I suspect you are disobeying them right now, John whispered, as if someone might overhear their conversation. You said you had orders to detain or kill me. But here you are when it would have been just as easy to lure me into this meeting, confirm I was here, and then take this whole place out. Bob stood back up. I'm freezing. Let's at least go outside and stamp around a little bit and stretch. John followed him out of the hangar. The glare reflecting off the snow was so intense that John wanted to put on his old scratched sunglasses, but decided against it. Sunglasses were often the cheap trick of concealing a man's eyes. Or worse, the way some cops used to wear them, to intimidate. The air was sharp, crisp puffs of wind kicking up crystals of snow that glimmered and danced in the morning sunlight. If not for the presence of the Black Hawk, the landscape would have been one of peace. It was an unnatural sound now after more than 2 years of near-total silence with the death of nearly all man-made machines. There were times he missed those sounds, the hum of traffic on the interstate, the near-constant whispering of jets passing high overhead, all the multitude of sounds of an advanced technological world. Now it was usually silence except for the whispering of wind in the trees, the delightful sound of summer thunderstorms coming down off the mountains, and what had always been his favorite, the winter sound of wind cracking the ice out of trees, the hissing and tinkling of snow swirling down, and the scent of wood fires carried on the breeze. As they walked along the row of hangars, he could catch a glimpse back to the airport's cinder-block clubhouse. Smoke was wafting up from the chimney. A bit of a crowd gathered outside, weapons shouldered, his people pumping Bob's for information and Bob's troops undoubtedly doing the same. His orders had been that if such a situation developed, to be friendly but reveal nothing about their numbers under arms, praised the food situation as well supplied, though the reality was that it would be tough going by spring, and convey confidence that all was well. The precious supply of moonshine that Forrest had brought along was to be applied liberally to any of Bob's people who were willing to try a swig, but except for Danny and Forrest, who seemed to have a prodigious capacity for holding their liquor, the others were to refrain. He assumed nearly the same orders had been given by Bob to his personnel. Things seem okay over there, John announced, nodding back toward the clubhouse. I understand you have created a highly capable fighting force. Old tradition of militia. Remember a favorite movie of ours, Drums Along the Mohawk. We had to defend ourselves or go under. John, there are a lot of places like yours, actually. Not around the cities. They all became death traps. The enclaves of those who had tried to prepare beforehand. Some survived a year or more, and then the barbarians just finally overran them. You most likely know that every major city of 250,000 or more east of the Mississippi is gone. A twisted, burned-out, perverted wasteland that just were not sustainable without modern technology. That and all social order broke down within a matter of days. But once you got farther out, some of the smaller cities like Asheville somehow hung on. Those in the South had a better chance during the first winter, but even in the North, remote rural areas banded together. A fair part of West Virginia rallied around an eccentric old congressman 100 miles west of here in Tennessee. There's an area nearly as big as what your community claims to be, the state of Carolina. They're reviving the old name of the state of Franklin. More than a few, especially in mountain areas where folks rebuilt long-abandoned hydro dams, even have power again. So you are not just the only pocket of survival. So why does Bluemont want us suppressed? I saw my mission as assimilating back in. Ever hear of the Borg? Jennifer was fond of the old reruns of that show. And Bob, it looked like you had one hell of a fight going around Roanoke when I was up there a few weeks ago. Obviously, whoever was there was not happy about being assimilated. It hasn't been easy. I heard about that posse group you took care of. There's a lot like that still out there. Most have pulled back into what is left of the cities, gleaning whatever can still be looted and raiding out into nearby countryside. That's why nearly every major urban center is dead ground. As for Roanoke, that was what we were fighting to put down. A number of decent folks were hidden in there and glad to see our return, but there were holdouts who we had to finish off. Did you know a group of maybe 1,000 or more are still dug in at Winston-Salem? Chances are they've been eyeballing you for some time. That did catch John by surprise. Of course they would be fools not to assume that Charlotte, Winston-Salem, and major urban areas were hotbeds of groups like the posse who had taken to settling into one spot and systematically stripping out anything that could provide another meal until absolutely nothing was left and then striking out again. It was a good bit of intelligence. With the small city of Hickory coming into the state of Carolina, he'd have to look at beefing up their security. Thanks for that info. It is the upside of why I took on this assignment. The ANR was a total failure. I saw my mission as reaching out to communities like yours. In more than a few, I had to separate the wheat from the chaff, and it got tough. But most survivors want to be pulled back into the fold, bring stability and law and order back. That is the upside of my job, tough as it is. Network them together. I heard you've got electricity strung up. Sooner or later, after you get some electricity flowing again, you might start digging around in closets, basements, and realize that computers that had been tossed aside and not online the day we were hit just might still be functional. That caught John off guard. Had someone leaked that info, and if so, how had it reached Bob so quickly? Surely it had to be a guess or an observation of what had happened somewhere else. But as he looked at Bob, he was all but certain that it was a warning that someone within his own community was at the least talking too openly, or perhaps far worse, was a spy for Bluemont, maybe slipped in by Fredericks. Interesting guess, Bob. Just an observation, that's all. Sir, we've drifted from the question I asked earlier. And that is, do you trust Bluemont? Are they truly the legitimate government of the United States as defined by the Constitution? There was no reply. Do you? Bob remained silent, finally breaking the moment by shading his eyes to look at the snow-covered mountains to the north. Beautiful spot you have here. Linda wanted us to retire to Florida, and after following me from pillar to post for near on 40 years, how could I say no to her? But this is where I wanted to come. I even remember visiting this airport once. Thought about after retiring, getting my pilot's license again, buying a plane like the one in the hangar we were just in. A nice club here to join. Sir, dare I press that you are dodging me? John said softly. Yes, John, I am. The old general sighed and slapped his hands together several times to get the circulation going. I'd better head back. So that's it? Kind of. It's good to know you're alive, sir. And you too. I have a strong sense of faith, John. Your reason for coming here so many years ago was motivated by a tragedy, the illness and impending death of your wife, and a place to raise your girls after she was gone. But as I look at it now, I feel you were led here by God for a higher purpose. You helped to lead me here, sir.
Be that as it may, I'd like to think there is a purpose to all of this, and a purpose for the position I know you must take.
If it means we will wind up as enemies, it is one I can barely grasp after everything you, I, and our country have been through.
You've given me food for thought. The trip was worth it.
Bob reached out, taking off his glove to grasp John's hand.
As used to be said back during the Civil War, if a day comes when you and I must face each other across a field of conflict, each of us doing what we believe our duty compels us to do, know that I will do what I must do as my sense of duty and honor compels me to act.
He sighed, his voice going thick.
And it will be the worst day of my life.
For me as well, sir. The handshake turned into an embrace. Looking over Bob's shoulder, John could see that the gathering outside the clubhouse stood silent, looking their way. John finally let go of the embrace, stepped back, came to attention, and saluted. Bob stiffened and returned the salute.
God be with you, John.
And with you, sir. Bob started to turn away, hesitated, and then turned to face John again.
A word of warning. Watch your back. Please watch your back every single minute until we meet again.
John stood silent, parka hood back, hand up to shield his face from the stinging blast kicked up by the rotors as the Black Hawk lifted off. Fortunately, he could explain the tears clouding his vision as a reaction to the bitter cold. "I think we'd better get the hell out of here," Danny shouted as the chopper lifted heavenward. "I managed to get one of those guys a bit toasted. Some of what he had to say doesn't sound good. They've got 4 Apaches just on the other side of Linville. They can rip the shit out of us in 5 minutes. John nodded. "Order everyone to disperse, no vehicles. Just scatter out for an hour and see what happens. If we don't get hit by then, we rendezvous and head back to Black Mountain. But it won't happen now, today, I'm certain of that." "Why?" "I trust him." "A general working for Bluemont?" "No, because I trust him as a friend. He came here to warn us." "Of what?"
"That a war is coming."
Chapter 9. This is the BBC News. It is 3 o'clock Greenwich Wartime. As stated in prior broadcasts, all our correspondents have been ordered to leave their posts within the territories still controlled by the United States immediately. We can report that our correspondent, who was briefly stationed in Bluemont, was this day placed under arrest and is in detainment with the charge that he had disseminated false information harmful to the goal of completing the reunification of the United States east of the Mississippi River. We have no information at this time as to his safety or whereabouts. It has been reported by other sources that the government's efforts to regain control of territory along an east-west axis, Norfolk to Richmond and Roanoke, Virginia, has been completed with minimal loss to either side, and that former local governments in the latter 2 areas have greeted the return of central authority. This same source that we are now relying upon added that the next step shall be the establishment of a new zone of unification and security along an axis from Charleston, South Carolina, west to Atlanta, and shall include urban areas amongst which are Raleigh, Charlotte, and Asheville, North Carolina. It is claimed that significant progress has already been made in those areas, though there are reports of significant resistance as well. It shall be recalled that in the spring, the central government faced a major setback in the Asheville area with the report that an entire battalion of ANR troops had been annihilated, with no prisoners taken, though contacts in that region denied the reports of the refusal to take prisoners. On other fronts, China has again issued a stern warning to Bluemont that it must regain secure control of any and all weapons of mass destruction, or that China, in order to defend the security of the regions it has extended humanitarian aid to, will be forced to take, and I quote, "rapid and stern action." It was the first time John had actually been to Ernie's house, located out on the edge of town above Ridgecrest. John could see that the well-concealed, so-called Franklin clan had built their mountain retreat with an eye toward security, though before the day, to an untrained eye, as it came into view, it would just appear to be yet another upscale mountain home built for its remarkable view of the Mount Mitchell Range. John was getting extremely weary of bouncing around in old open-air all-terrain vehicles, but today the journey was in Maury's World War II-era Jeep. It was open air, but given the history of the vehicle, it was a pleasure to experience a ride without racing to some confrontation, or, as happened in the spring, dodging the choppers that Fredericks used against the town. Nevertheless, it would eat up a couple of more gallons of their ever-diminishing gas supply. Just the day before, he had learned that the fuel within one of their remaining storage tanks had gone bad in the extremely cold weather for lack of the proper preservative. It meant that come spring planting, the few remaining functional tractors would have to burn some sort of recycled oil. He did have hopes that a team of old hobbyists living in Morganton were making progress in actually getting a couple of steam-powered machines up and running. They turned onto Ernie's steep driveway, Maury shifting into low four-gear drive, and ascended the short road with ease, even though it was snow-covered. Ernie's house was solidly built, most of it poured concrete, and John noted what looked like small bunkers flanking the driveway, covered by snow for now, but that regardless provided clear fields of fire. The bunkers were assets that had saved Ernie's home when the posse had attempted to flank the town's defenses 2 years ago and found themselves confronting a well-fortified position. They pulled up to the front of the house, Ernie opening a garage door and beckoning for them to pull in and get out of the lightly falling snow. As they climbed out of the Jeep, John looked around with envy. Ernie had a full workshop in the basement garage, and not just the workshop of a casual handyman. There was arc welding equipment, tool and die-making equipment, and a hoist for pulling an engine block out of a vehicle, and lining one wall were boxes of unopened rations. Ernie noticed John looking around and smiled. "Were you a Boy Scout?" he asked. "Yes, made Eagle." "Well, Boy Scout, remember, be prepared. My family and I took it seriously. If everyone had, we wouldn't be in this damn mess now." Ernie led the way upstairs to a spacious 2-story-high living room, a cheery fire roaring in the fireplace, radiating warmth. Ernie's wife Linda was in the kitchen in the vast open room, looking up, smiling and coming around the corner, carrying 2 cups of coffee, no less. John sighed. Why is it everyone seems to have a stockpile of coffee stashed away except me? Again, Boy Scouts, be prepared. John tried not to bristle. Ernie could be so darn annoying at times, rubbing in these types of things. But on the other hand, whether the final incident with Fredericks had been a setup by Ernie or not, he had dropped the guy, and now he just might be on the verge of unlocking some deadly serious questions as a follow-up performance. The rest of Ernie's extended family came out from the far side of the house to meet them, his sons, grandchildren, and daughter, and her reclusive author husband, the daughter offering to help John and Maury shuck off their parka scarves and gloves. Ernie produced a bottle of fine brandy from under the kitchen sink and offered to put something extra into their coffee, and though tempted, John declined. This was not a social visit. The business was dead serious, and he wanted a clear mind to evaluate why Ernie had so urgently requested his visiting the Franklin Enclave, as everyone now called it, a visit that few had been permitted to experience. "Let's head upstairs," Linda announced without further ado, and social small talk with the rest of the family. Linda had rarely attended community meetings, and John thought her to be somewhat standoffish until Michaela, after meeting her, told John she suspected Linda had Asperger's. Unlike most, John knew what it meant, and for him it carried no negative stereotypes. An Aspie, John knew, might not be up to par on most social skills, especially the ability to wander a crowd, meet and greet, and engage in small talk hour after hour. They tended to be mono-focused at times, to the point of absolute obsession. It might be something society might think inane, the history of pinball machines and how to repair them, or 19th century railroads and the hauling capability of every engine ever made back then. In fact, If he could find people with that knowledge, he would have embraced them and put them to work to actually make such a machine to use on the abandoned Norfolk and Southern rails. For Linda, it was software design, and in a long-ago world, she had been one of the first programmers for the guidance systems for Saturn V rockets. She was a lone woman in a sea of techno-geek males of the early 1960s, writing guidance software for computers that had yet to even be made. So intense was the space race back then to get it done within President Kennedy's timeline. He had learned that Linda's task was to write the software for the third stage of the Saturn V rocket, several years before it was even built and flown, for what was called TLI, Translunar Injection. It was software that at a very precise moment would fire off the third stage rocket to propel the Apollo spacecraft out of Earth orbit and send it soaring toward the moon at nearly 25,000 miles per hour. The challenge? She was aiming at an imaginary place in space where the moon would be 3 days later in its orbit around the Earth, so that the Apollo spacecraft would skim past the edge of the moon at a precise angle just 60 miles above the lunar surface. It was compared to aiming a pistol shot at a piece of paper set edgewise at 50 yards. Miss by even a fraction, and the command module would crash into the lunar surface. Too far out, and lunar gravity would not sufficiently grab the spacecraft, and it would just go winging off into deep space with no hope of return. She did all of that before she was 23. Reaching the second-floor landing, John paused for a moment to soak in the view of Mount Mitchell, hidden briefly by a snow shower and then standing out again, cloaked in deep snow. The heat from the fireplace radiated up from the living room below, and John took off his sweater and enjoyed the warm, comfortable feel. "Good morning, sir." Several of John's old students were sitting at a long table where half a dozen computer screens were set up, several of them old Apple II screens, the others a mix from a first-generation Macintosh with its terrible blue 9-inch cube screen, and 2 PCs, one in full vivid color. As always, John felt a touch of embarrassment with his inability to remember names, though he recognized the young faces who at one time had sat in his 100 and 200 level history classes, but could usually be found across the hall from his classroom in the room set up as a lab for the college's cybersecurity program. Linda motioned to a couple of chairs set up behind the three, and then pulled up a chair herself in front of the color monitor. "Ernie just finished another calibration this morning on a GeoSync SATCOM device we think is of interest." "Froze my ass off up on the roof in this damn weather," Ernie growled. "Samantha, that's your job from now on." He tapped the shoulder of one of the girls sitting in front of an Apple screen. The young woman's hair was unruly, pulled back in a ponytail, and definitely needed a good washing. John remembered her as someone who had been quietly defined as 4F, for service with the college's militia due to asthma and a propensity for catching any bug floating around, and had been down with pneumonia more than once. If not for the town's production of antibiotics, the last bout would have killed her. She had finally been tasked with helping to weave the wire for the generators being produced down in Anderson Hall, and was doing a rather poor job even with that. But now she apparently had found her niche. "Ernie, you keep this girl out of the cold," Linda said protectively. "She's needed more right here." "So I freeze at my age and she sits here snug and warm." "Just shut up and leave her be." Even as the two started to argue, Samantha pointed at the screen where an endless stream of numbers and letters without any semblance of order or reason were cascading down at a near blinding rate at times. "There it is again, same pattern." Samantha hit a button on the keypad, which froze the image with an old-fashioned screen capture. Ernie leaned over her shoulder to look. "What is it?" John asked, curiosity filling him. "Encrypting," Ernie announced, continuing to stare at the screen. "Bluemont?" "No way of knowing yet. If we were sitting on top of a hill looking down at the Bluemont facility, that would be easy enough. Aim a little eavesdropping antenna at one of theirs and start listening in. Most people just assumed everything on computers just flashed around on fiber optics or microwaves, but a lot was going up and down as well, especially government stuff, and of course it was encrypted. You have the right software on your computer, and what looks like gibberish in raw form becomes standard text. Do you remember Kindles? You buy a book, and 30 seconds later it's in your computer. But what was sent was not the actual real text and photos. It was all encrypted to keep hackers from snatching it and then torrenting it out on their own. Torrenting? The bane of every author, for starters. Easy, actually. Some bum just scans the text of a book into his computer and then just put it out there as a PDF file. They make $1 or $2. The author gets ripped off. Go downstairs and ask my daughter's husband about it, and he'll start raving like a crazy man about getting robbed of hundreds of thousands of dollars from torrenting. Ernie continued to stare at the screen while talking. All those internet sources for books, music, like Kindle, Nook, iTunes, were dependent on encrypting, and they were damn good at it and were updating their codes almost daily, so that is what we've got to get around. John looked at the other screens. The color one that Linda was sitting in front of was actually showing a wavering video image filled with static. And that? Linda smiled. Raw feed from the BBC. Off-the-air stuff. A reporter somewhere up in Canada cursing about getting kicked out of the country. Stuff like that is going out all the time. Can we talk to him? John asked, hopefully. Linda shook her head. We don't have any kind of uplink here, just listening. Should we get our ham operator guys to try to establish contact with them? Already doing that, Ernie replied. Remember one of them talked with us several days after we snatched that Black Hawk, Maury interjected. Then nothing. We can only run the radio and the chopper for so long before we have to fire it up to recharge. John looked around at the equipment scattered on the table. Boxes of additional equipment, computer boards, old empty mini-frame stacks, heavy-duty backup batteries that used to be standard external equipment for most home computers, so that if the power blinked off, the battery kept the system running. John spared a glance into the open door of a bedroom across the hall and saw where there were yet more boxes piled up, some of them stamped Montreat College. A couple of more students, whom he had vague recollection of once being in his classes, were in that room, leaning over a ubiquitous green computer board, probing at it with a voltmeter. John caught Ernie's eye and motioned for him to follow, not sure where to go until Ernie gestured toward a back room, a spacious affair, and within were yet more boxes, stripped-down computers, television monitors, some flat screens, others old-style, heavy 14- and 16-inch monitors. There was barely room for a desk and a couple of chairs, with Ernie gesturing for John to sit down in one, while from under the desk he pulled out a bottle of brandy, opened it, and without asking poured a couple of ounces into 2 rather dingy-looking glasses. John did not argue the point this time, and was glad for the warmth of the drink coursing through him seconds later. Ernie also pulled out a cigar and looked to John quizzically, at least for this offer. John reluctantly refused, and Ernie shrugged, bit off the end of his smoke, produced an old-fashioned friction match, and lit it up, the blue smoke curling around John. "Something bothering you?" Ernie asked. John wasn't sure how to start as he sipped his drink. "For starters, I finally relented and said it was okay to recruit a couple of kids for this scheme of yours. Then I find out you all but hijacked the equipment from the college library basement and hauled it all over here without a bayou or leave. I now see 5 or more kids working here. Where did you get them from?" "Paul Hawkins recommended them." John nodded slowly. "And what jobs did you take them from?" "Here and there," Ernie said with a bit of a grin. "I would have liked to have known." "John, you know, you are sounding a bit like a bureaucrat with that. Were we supposed to ask permission?" "Ernie, you know how many mouths we have to feed between now and when food starts to get produced come late spring. Every hand counts. And we've got hundreds working on making generators, retrofitting vehicles to burn alternate fuel, even some on your obsession with steam-powered tractors or some sort of mini locomotive. We try to find a job everyone can do, but unless under attack, our first priority is food, and more food. And those tech nerds out there, how much food or whatever can they make versus what they are doing now?" John nodded, finishing his drink and putting his hand over his glass in refusal, while Ernie poured several ounces more for himself. "Dare I quote someone we both disdain?" Ernie pressed. From each according to his ability, you know the rest. I'm not saying that, Ernie. Well, in defense of what I am doing here, I'm saying it. Those kids are bloody geniuses when hunched over those old screens and damn near useless when it comes to canning beans, trapping rabbits, or toting a gun through the woods without accidentally shooting themselves or someone else. I'm maximizing their effectiveness, and their effectiveness might actually mean figuring what in hell is really going on out in the rest of the world and how it might hit us. Hell, you're the historian. You tell me what role kids like that played in previous wars. John took that in and finally nodded. You telling me you got a Bletchley Park out there in the next room? Could be. Maybe one of them is the next Turing who will figure out how to crack the German Enigma code by building a machine to mimic how it works. Maybe not that dramatic, but if you are here on some kind of inspection tour and are about to order them back to whatever they were doing, I'm kicking you out of my house. The Franklin clan will close up the gates and survive on our own again. And those kids stay here. John looked up to see Linda standing in the doorway, most likely having listened to the entire conversation. You feeding them as I requested? John asked. That's right, Linda replied with a smile. You have that kind of surplus? Be prepared, as my husband said. John looked down at the freshly opened bottle of brandy stashed beneath Ernie's desk, the cigar resting in the ashtray, and wondered how, after 2.5 years, this family still seemed to have enough to keep going without ever asking for additional help. But as he had resolved back in the first days when the responsibility fell upon him to try to organize his community to survive and defend itself, when it came to those who had prepared before the day, his policy of don't ask, don't tell had to stand. He was not a commissar out to redistribute what was left or, as most likely happened in far too many places, point a finger at the 1% who'd had the foresight to be ready and shout for the other 99% to kill and loot them, just so all could fill their stomachs for a few extra days and then go back to starving. We'll feed and house them, Linda announced, pressing in on John's musings. That poor skinny rail Samantha was half-starved to death. Most of her peers pitied her but saw her as not good for much of anything other than consuming a ration a day. Here she is back where she belongs, and the others view her as some sort of guru, and definitely a leader they turn to for advice. John, in the vicious triage of the world you have to deal with, and God save you, I know what a hell it must be, that girl most likely would have died before spring, and except for a few close friends been mourned by few. Linda's words were a slap of reproach, and they stung. He lowered his head. Point made, Linda, she stays. So many like her had indeed died, so ill-suited to be hunters, at times hunters of other men, or gatherers and sowers. Samantha was the luxury of an advanced technological age that so many like her had actually created, a world that all others once lived off of, even though they did not understand the hows or whys, but would curse if their 60-inch flat screen hooked to a satellite dish went on the blink during a Super Bowl, or news of what some star had done that day to further titillate a society even as it headed to the brink of disaster and then fell. The nerds in the basement, which too many once mocked, even while dependent upon them for their jobs, their entertainment, and indeed their very lives when it came to the infrastructure, had been held in mocking disdain by far too many. Little did anyone realize their importance until the moment everyone was brought to their knees in sharp flashes of nuclear light, far above the atmosphere. All right, it stays as it is. Now tell me your goals, John said. Ernie, seeing that John's hand was no longer covering his glass, poured him a few more ounces, and for once John did not resist. Linda and Ernie were running the show for the moment, and he realized it was time to just listen and perhaps relax a bit. Something is about to happen, Linda announced. Ernie and I worked in our fields for about 50 years. Good years with NASA, IBM, and then our own business with the satellite antennas. We were good because we learned to have a gut feel for things at times and stay a jump ahead of the game. What she is trying to say, Ernie started to interject. Damn it, Ernie, I know what I am about to say, she snapped, and John could not help but smile. Ernie might intimidate most folks in town, but in this house He could see it was an open fight at times, and at times Linda won. We knew Apollo would work, but the shuttle was an insane design. Putting a manned crew atop solid rocket boosters that could not be turned off once lit, the way a liquid engine could be shut down, was asking for disaster. We and others warned and were ignored. We, along with others, tried to point out the fatal flaw of the insulation coating in the liquid fuel tank as well. It might just be spray-on foam, but if a piece the size of a kitchen counter snapped off and struck a wing during liftoff, it could prove fatal. The math was simple. Regardless of mass, it was about velocity at impact that counted. Again we were ignored, and then we watched in horror as Columbia broke up on re-entry because of that exact reason. She was digressing from the discussion of the moment, but he let her continue, knowing she was reaching toward a significant point and expressing frustrations that still haunted her. IBM was going to miss the boat with the PC market. We tried to tell the management idiots in business suits that. Their reply, no one really wanted a computer in their house, but would rely on them to provide big mainframe systems run, of course, by IBM people in white jackets. Of course, that meant all of America would pay to be able to dial in and pay yet another fee via old AT&T to hook into our machines. I remember them pitching that in one of their World of Tomorrow programs at a World's Fair. So here we are, in the world of tomorrow, she said with a sigh. She gestured back to the room where the students were working. They just might crack something, and it might mean the difference between our surviving or not. Your friend the general was giving you a warning. He is going to come down on us. He wants it to be without bloodshed, but regardless, he has his orders already. But what are the orders? Not just against us, but long term. He didn't say anything about what that poor dying fellow— what was his name? Quentin. What that poor man said about an EMP. And your friend didn't reply. Why? I think he isn't sure himself, John replied, hoping that was the real reason, and not because he was already aware of some plan and going along with it. Then let's find out. John downed the rest of the drink Ernie had poured for him, and it did go to his head. It was a welcome relief. He realized Linda was right. Something was coming, and unlike the threat of the posse, or even Fredericks, who showed his hand before he fully struck, this time he just was not sure what the hell was about to happen next. And something else is worrying me, John. What is it? You. The general was giving you a personal warning as well. I pray for you every day, and that prayer now includes that you take heed of his warning. John smiled but said nothing. Be careful, John. Very careful. Of course, he said, trying not to sound dismissive. And okay, you win. Put them to it, and while you do, you feed and house them. Is that all right with you two? Linda smiled. You see, Ernie, I know he'd see it our way. 5 extra mouths to feed, Ernie sighed. Sure we can't draw some rations for them, John? 5. I only saw 3 in that room. There's 2 more up on the roof installing another 10-foot wide satellite dish we salvaged yesterday from a trailer down near Old Fort. As John had already conceded who fed and housed the students, there was no sense in arguing about 2 more, and he let it go. Those things will be damn visible on your roof, John ventured. Don't worry, we already thought of that, Linda replied. They're screened with some camouflage made from bed sheets to blend in with the snow covering our roof. John shook his head. If anything, he was feeling a twinge of guilt over the kids like Samantha, until the realization that there were at least some computers capable of being restored, put back online, and then turned to a useful, perhaps crucial purpose. Kids like her had languished, no longer fitting in, and without doubt more than a few of them had died in this harsh new world. If they again had purpose, perhaps a crucial purpose, then he felt at this moment their society had at least taken yet another small step out of the darkness. I think you Franklins have more than enough rations to go around for 5 extra mouths, at least until the next harvest starts to come in. Ernie barely cracked a smile. Be prepared, John. If all of us had thought that way, we wouldn't be counting every bean or ear of corn and calculating if we should throw them to a pig or eat them ourselves. Yeah, we can feed them." "Point taken," was all John could say. "Fine, then. Now I've got a stew ready to ladle out. You and Maury stay. Agreed?" John felt no guilt with accepting. Too often someone else would offer a meal of watery soup or a stew with some fragments of squirrel or raccoon mixed in with wild onions and greens, and he always politely refused such paltry fare, not because he wasn't hungry, but because it was one extra meal that whomever he was visiting could better use with their raggedy-clad children. The entire extended family, Franklins and their newly adopted charges, gathered around their dining room table, Ernie standing to offer grace while all joined hands. The room was actually warm in spite of the cold, wintry blast swirling outside their south-facing windows, the fireplace glowing hot with heavy, crackling logs stacked in. John felt a wave of nostalgia with the gathering. He often lost track now of exactly what day of the week it was. In warm weather, going to church on Sunday had become a looked-forward-to weekly event in the college's chapel, which was still under repair from the battle back in the spring. But with the harsh weather of the last month and Michaela's advanced state of pregnancy, the walk from their home up to Gaither Hall had been set aside. It wasn't just the gathering around a family table for a filling meal that hit hard. It was the way everyone held hands with heads lowered, offering a prayer of thanksgiving that filled him with emotion. Perhaps Linda and Ernie were putting on a bit of show for their guest and new lodgers, but then again, he knew they were above that. It was a continuation of old Southern traditions, of family and friends gathered together for a Sunday afternoon of sharing and thanksgiving. And that realization hit him now as well. When was Thanksgiving? Was it next week, or was it already past? Had they lost touch with that after but 2.5 years? As Ernie ladled out each bowl in turn and passed it on, John found he could not help but watch it hungrily. The meat did not strike him as fresh. It most likely came from a freeze-dried can of emergency rations, but it was still meat, mixed in with what appeared to be real potatoes and a sprinkling of greens. What truly set his mouth to watering was not just the stew, but the scent of freshly baked bread as well. Part of the modern kitchen fixtures had been pulled out long ago, with an old-fashioned kitchen wood stove set in as a replacement, with Linda leaving the table for a moment to pull a large loaf of bread out of the oven and setting it down in front of Ernie to be cut into thick slices, and then passed around as well. Stew and bread set before him, he looked down at the feast and found it hard not to fill up with emotion, wishing that Michaela was here as well. He felt guilty that such a meal was before him. "John Matherson, don't let that get cold." He looked up and saw Linda gazing at him, not sternly, but with a glint of affection, as if reading his thoughts. "There's more than enough to go around, and I'll have a bowl and a slice of fresh-baked bread for you to take home to your good wife." He could not find the voice to reply and simply nodded, not used to such maternal gestures, especially now that Jen was gone. He ate in silence and barely listened to the family chatter, teasing of a brother to their daughter implying she might be expecting, the grandchildren announcing that they planned to go sledding down the driveway, Ernie admonishing that there was still the wood splitting and hauling detail to see to. As for the students now living with them, Linda, without any overt show, just quietly walked behind them with a steaming ladle and put a bit of extra stew in each of their bowls. And no one else at the table complained about this second helping, and John felt a flood of emotion as Samantha looked up at Linda, whispered a thank you, and then struggled and failed to hold back tears of gratitude for a meal unlike any she had most likely seen in years. Linda leaned over to hug her, and the girl began to cry openly. No one spoke, and then, to help cover the girl's embarrassment with her emotional display, one of the grandchildren insisted she go sledding with them after the meal was done. It was the most John could recall having eaten in weeks. Or was it months? Perhaps the meal the evening after the battle that had taken out Fredericks, when he and those who had fought that day were each handed to eat at one sitting, at John's insistence, an entire MRE from the stockpile they had captured. Nearly 4,000 calories of food, all in one sitting. As he looked around at those gathered with him, a favorite hymn came to mind that Aaron Copland had titled Simple Gifts. As if they were some sort of mental prompting, with the meal done, the daughter got up, went over to the piano in the living room, thumbed through a layer of sheet music, picked out a piece by Debussy that John recognized, and began to play. There was a moment of silence from the others as they listened appreciatively. It flashed John to the day he was in Gaither Chapel with Michaela, and a student was singing the haunting song, Try to Remember, a song that so symbolized to John the world they now lived in. The daughter just simply playing a song took John to the thought of a world that must have existed even before his own time, when a family would gather for Sunday dinner, and then afterwards someone would play the piano, and perhaps others might even sing. We've lost so much, he realized. But then again, maybe we are learning again about the simple gifts of still being alive, the gifts of a warm, filling meal, family and friends together, and rather than the cluttering noise of some ridiculous game turned up too loudly on a television afterward, it was instead a family entertaining themselves while the cold wind of winter swept down from out of the mountains and across icicle-coated orchards and snow-drifted fields beyond. He realized that at this moment, whatever was about to come, it was good to be alive. Chapter 10. John, wake up! Wake up! We're under attack! It was the dream, the jumble of dreams that always ended with him bolt upright in bed, sweat-soaked, shivering, out on the desert, the Bradley up ahead burning, racing forward to find the medics already pulling out the charred bodies, 2 of them still alive, faces burned black, red mouths open, screaming, and he stood helpless, could do nothing other than stare in shock. Doc Keller pulling back a blanket revealing Ben, the father of his grandson, features contorted in the agony of death. Then Jennifer. John, wake up! He was sitting up, shaking, the room freezing cold, Michaela's arms around him, kissing him awake. He opened his eyes. This time there was no soothing, kissing his forehead, wiping the sweat from his face, whispering it was okay. It was just the dream again. You've got to wake up now. Reverend Black's on the phone. We're being attacked. He nodded, standing up, bare feet hitting the freezing cold floor, shocking him, Michaela helping him to put on a heavy bathrobe, steadying him as consciousness returned. Who's calling? Reverend Black. John, there are helicopters circling. She started to lead him to the sunroom where the phone was. Who? Where? She picked up the receiver of the phone, an old-fashioned black rotary unit, and handed it to him. Matherson here. John, is Black. I'm at the campus office. We've got 3 Apaches overhead. Can't you hear them? That finally startled him awake, and he realized the room was reverberating with a low, steady rumble. He walked to the sunroom window, which was half covered with frost, looked out, and caught the glint of flashing rotors sweeping by overhead. Any shooting? Not yet. John continued to look out the window. The choppers were staying high, circling out along the crest line of Lookout Mountain. He watched them for a moment, catching glimpses. Any coming low over the campus? Not yet. He could hear the nervousness in Black's voice. Get on the phone to downtown Black Mountain, Asheville, any connections we have. Tell them not to shoot unless fired upon first and report anything they're seeing. I'll be right up. He hung up. Michaela was already scrambling to fetch clothing and boots, helping John to get dressed. What is it? She asked. Not sure, but if it's a surprise attack with intent to kill, they'd already be hitting us. Pulling on his boots, he heard a vehicle outside, and opening the door, he saw that it was Maury in his Jeep. John ran out to him, looking up, the distinct thump of a helicopter rising in pitch as the chopper raced by overhead, still keeping altitude. What the hell is going on? Maury shouted as John climbed in, brushing snow off the passenger seat before sitting down. They're military, desert camo pattern. They must be with General Scales. Get me to the office. Maury spun the Jeep around through the deep snow and set off downhill to Montreat Road, the vehicle skidding as he hit the base of the road and went sideways onto the main street through the village without slowing. Maury edged off the road to get around a tree that had fallen in the last storm and had yet to be cleared, and then turned to race up to Gaither Hall. As they skidded to a stop, John looked up again and saw that there were several Black Hawks as well, slowly circling at more than 1,000 feet above the narrow valley. Black was at the office door, motioning for John to come in. Out on the snow-covered front lawn, a dozen or more students were looking up, all of them with weapons. One of them was Grace. "Do not point your weapons at them. Everyone get the hell inside," John shouted. "Someone on the ham radio asking for you." John went to the radio, the tinny-sounding speaker crackling. "Matherson, this is Bob Scales. Please respond." John picked up the old-fashioned handheld mic and clicked it several times before replying. "Matherson here. Bob, are you overhead?" A momentary pause. "Affirmative, John. Assumed you were in that Jeep." "Yes, sir." "Nice vehicle. I'd like to see it up close." John hesitated for a moment. "You're welcome to land, but flag off those Apaches and send them home." "Can't do it, John. Please listen carefully. I'm asking for your immediate surrender." "You've got to be kidding." "John, I've got assets over you that can take down your campus and all those kids in 5 minutes. We're already landing in Asheville. You might have disabled the Asheville airport, but I have 2 C-130s touching down on the interstate next to it. I've also got a support column on the ground coming up from Greenville, and they have some Bradleys. It's your call. I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over." John put the mic down and looked at Reverend Black and Maury. They were silent, staring at him. The phone began to ring. Black picked it up, listened for a moment, simply said, "We already know," and looked at John, still holding the receiver. "That was done in downtown Asheville. He said several Black Hawks have touched down near the county office complex. They'll be in his office in another few minutes." "Any fighting?" Black relayed the question, sighed, and looked back to John. "One of the security team there is shot. Bad. Fired on them as they landed." John looked back out the window, helicopters still circling, and in spite of his orders, students were coming out of buildings, some already in winter camo, weapons up. "John, what are you going to do?" Black whispered, still holding the phone. He looked at his troops, his kids. Against the posse, even against Fredericks, it was one thing, and those 2 fights had cost dearly. This time, it would be a bloodbath, and for what? "We don't stand a chance against them," John sighed. "I know, Bob Scales. This is the A-team, not those pathetic ANR kids they threw at us last spring." "John, I need your answer now." It was Bob again on the radio. "I just got a report a couple of your people and mine were shot in Asheville. Stop it before it turns into a full-scale fight." He wanted to shout back that it was Bob who was starting it with this surprise assault coming in at dawn. "John, they've got us," Maury said softly, and John finally nodded. "Reverend, tell Dunn to stand down, disarm, and surrender. Get on the phone to all locations, tell them not to fire, to stand down, and await word from me later. Repeat, do not resist. You got it." Reverend Black sighed. "John, you're making the right move." "Yeah, I know," he replied bitterly. "Maury, get outside, tell those darn kids to get back inside. Find Kevin Mulady, tell him everyone is to return to their rooms, stack weapons, and show no resistance. Got that?" Maury could only nod and went back out the door as John picked up the mic and clicked it. "Okay, Bob. We surrender on your word that my people are to be treated with respect. No reprisals or arrests. It's got to be the code we once lived by, sir." "Agreed." "Wait 15 minutes so I make sure the word is out. There's a baseball field above the campus. You can set down there." 15 minutes, then. Bring your Jeep up to meet me, John. Make sure your people do not fire. If they do, you know what I have to do in reply." Understood. He could hear Bob click off. "I should have expected this," he thought bitterly. But then again, what could I do differently? After 2.5 years of successfully managing the defense of his community, to be caught like this was galling. Frustrated, he threw the mic down and walked outside. The rotor of the Black Hawk came to a stop. John at last able to lower his hands from his face as the swirling snow settled down. 3 Blackhawks had landed, troops piling out of the first 2, weapons raised, forming a defensive perimeter, while overhead the 3 Apaches continued to circle. Their nose guns were turned away, outward and not in toward the campus, a smart gesture on Bob's part, but their presence was menacing nevertheless, the sounds, the sights, and smells taking John back to the desert of Iraq so long ago. John stood by the jeep, Maury at his side. The world felt cold, empty. Could he trust Bob? Or was this all a ruse? He'd grown used to winning, to always somehow pulling the chestnuts out of the fire. And now, after 2.5 years, the game was up. Whatever it was that Bluemont wanted, they now had it. How brilliantly it was done to send in a man John once served under, had trusted, respected, and considered to be his friend. It was all up to Bluemont now. He had defied them because of Fredericks, the type of man who across his years of military service he had learned to hold in contempt. The quintessential bureaucrat, the type where, in the face of all logical argument, at times with the lives of men in the balance, would smile that disdainful smile, implying that an Ivy League degree in public administration trumped reality in the field. Was that what Bob was serving? If so, regardless of the promises made minutes ago, John could see what would follow. Local community control was finished. The high talk back in the spring of a reaffirmation of the Constitution, of their expanding out across the Carolinas, bringing at least some semblance of a technological infrastructure back online to themselves and their neighbors, gone. There would be no fight now. Perhaps the first gesture to smooth things over would be a bribe of reassurance. Some truckloads of MREs brought up from the coast, perhaps even already packed along with the column invading up from Greenville, South Carolina. Then, a new administrator, another Fredericks, and with him new rulings, the logic that a local militia was no longer needed for self-defense now that the regulars were here, but the young men and women of his community would be needed elsewhere and an order given. He could see it all so clearly, even as he felt a surge of emotion as the side door of the 3rd Black Hawk slid open and Bob Scales alighted. Behind him a detail of 8 well-armed men, some in desert camo, others in winter uniforms, who joined the defensive perimeter. John did not make the gesture of going forward to meet Bob, waiting as he struggled alone through the knee-deep snow, moving slowly. Bob stopped 6 feet away from John and gazed into his eyes, saying nothing. "Sir, if you are expecting me to salute this time, I'm sorry, I can't." A flicker of a smile creased his old friend's features. "At least present your sword as a token of surrender, and I'll return it graciously," Bob replied. John kept his features fixed. Memories flooded in of his year with Bob at the War College, participating in the traditional staff rides to Gettysburg, the hours spent together analyzing the battle while walking the fields with the rising young officers who were their students and getting a lesson not only about the battle itself, but also the traditions of the military in which they served, that they would fight ferociously for the cause they believed was right and to which they had sworn their sacred honor, but could as well show compassion and share the last drop of a canteen with a foe who had tried to kill them but minutes before. "Okay, forget the sword, but can we at least get out of the cold?" Bob suggested. "Can I request that you call off those Apaches overhead? They're making my people extremely nervous. Last time we had Apaches here, they shot up our chapel and hospital and killed dozens." Bob nodded. "You can assure me that where they set down no action will be taken?" "If they land back at the airport where we met, there is no one there. Close enough to cover you if needed, far enough away to ease things here a bit." "Your word of honor on that, John?" "Yes." He hesitated for a few seconds. "On my word of honor, sir." "By the way, I already have a team there," Bob announced. "Why there?" "Seemed like a good staging area, and besides, they're looking for a lost Black Hawk. Figured it might be stashed in one of the hangars. All right, I'll order them back to that airport." Bob turned and shouted an order. One of the troopers deployed on the security perimeter around the choppers nodded and went to the pilot's window of the Black Hawk Bob had come in on. Seconds later, the three Apaches turned sharply to the southeast and began to climb out of the valley. "Satisfied?" Bob asked. "It helps." "Now can we get in out of the cold?" John nodded and pointed to the jeep. Bob climbed into the passenger seat. The trooper who had passed his order to the pilot shouted a protest and started to come forward, weapon not pointed toward them directly but raised to the ready. "It's all right, Captain," Bob shouted. "Wait here." "But, sir, I'm with friends. Order the men to keep perimeter and wait. I'll be back in 1 hour." The captain nodded reluctantly, saluted, and turned away. "He gets a little too nervous about me at times," Bob said. "I hope he doesn't get nervous while we're gone." "Not a threat, sir, but there are well over 100 heavily armed people down there." He nodded back toward the campus. "I trust you. Just make sure they stay away from where the choppers are waiting." John did not reply. "You do know that if I am not back in an hour, things can quickly grow ugly." "Are you doubting my word?" He paused. "General?" Bob looked back at John, who was climbing into the narrow back seat, smiling but glance firm. "I trust you. We both have to trust each other now." Again John did not reply. "Take us together, Maury," John said to Maury, who switched the jeep's engine on and put it in gear. "Your name Maury?" Bob asked. "Yes, sir." "Nice jeep. Original?" 1942 Wills. During the short drive back to Gaither, Bob chatted with Maury about the jeep, its history, and how he always preferred them to Humvees. As they passed the library on one side and the girls' dorm on the other side of the road, John could see anxious faces peering out of windows, nearly all still in winter camo, weapons slung on their shoulders. Milady stood in the doorway of the dorm, ready to go. John told Maury to stop. "Kevin, keep everyone inside, weapons grounded. And for heaven's sake, no one is to go near where the choppers landed. You got that? Once you feel things are secure with our people, report to me down in Gaither." "Yes, sir." Kevin made the gesture of saluting, even as John told Maury to head on to Gaither Hall. They turned into the rear parking lot of Gaither, slid to a stop, and dismounted. Bob offered his hand to Maury, who reluctantly took it, and thanked him for the ride and brief history lesson about jeeps. John climbed out of the back of the jeep and led the way inside. The corridor was packed with anxious students and staff, all of them suited up, all of them armed. John stopped, looking over his shoulder at Bob, who came in behind him, pulling back the hood of his parka. The old general did not hesitate or show fear. He actually smiled, coming up to John's side. It was a tense moment. John took a step forward and held up his hand in a calming gesture. "This is General Scales. He is an old friend from long before the day. General, these are some of my troops." Bob actually stiffened and offered a salute, which some then returned, though many continued to just stand in silence, their hostile gazes obvious. "Colonel Matherson, my compliments. You have a good-looking command here." "Good-looking?" John tried to not show any reaction. In an earlier age, a world long ago, those standing in the hallway would have been described as a ragtag-looking bunch at best. Winter camo made out of bed sheets, most of the young men unshaven, all of them thin, wiry after 2.5 years of privation and 2 deadly campaigns behind them. A few had offered salutes in return, but the rest were wary, eyes cold and obviously expecting that before the day was out it would turn into a fight to the death. And though scared, were ready to face it. "All of you," John said in a calm voice, "we are in stand-down. I want you to keep your weapons slung and follow proper procedure to ensure chambers are empty. We don't need an accident. Remember what I told you about how things went out of control at Lexington Green. We don't want that here because one hothead takes matters into their own hands. Do we understand each other?" "Sir, are we surrendering without a fight?" one of them cried. "We are not at war here. The general is here to talk things over." "With Apaches as an opening move?" another student shouted angrily. "All of you listen to me.
This is not Fredericks. I know this man. He could have come in here with gunships tearing us apart before we even knew what was hitting us. He's here to talk. So I want all of you to relax, get back to whatever your assigned duties are, ground your weapons, and for now leave them in Fellowship Hall if you are going outside. No one is to go near the ball field. The troops up there have firm orders to protect those helicopters, and that means shoot first and ask questions later. Your venturing up there could be seen as a hostile approach, and then Lexington Green again. You all got that? There were nods, a few soft, "Yes, sir," replies, all of them saluting John while avoiding eye contact with Bob, an obvious gesture to indicate who was still in charge, as far as they were concerned, and the group started to disperse. John opened the door to what had been the president's office, motioned for Bob to step in, and then closed the door behind him. "You handled that well, John, thank you. What else was I to do? Order them to shoot you and then storm the field and get slaughtered?" Bob looked around the room, offering a smile as he took his parka off. "Lord, I do recall this room. Remember I visited this campus years ago." He paused for a moment. "Mary was buried out of this chapel. Our friend Dan Hunt was president. I sat in here with him after the service for Mary. I remember he was in tears for you that day." John offered a chair at the long meeting table and turned away for a moment so emotions wouldn't show as Bob conjured up the memory of that day. It was Bob who had recommended John for the job at this college, having served with Dan Hunt, the two of them classmates from West Point. "I don't see him here," Bob said softly. "He didn't make it. Died during the starving time after everything went to hell." He looked back at Bob, who was gazing at Dan's favorite painting, George Washington kneeling in the snow in prayer at Valley Forge. "The list goes on," Bob said softly. "All those who didn't make it." "I wondered about you across these years, sir," John replied. "But now you are here." "You take inspiration from that painting?" Bob asked. "Is that why you kept it?" John studied it for a moment. "Only recently started to use this office just for state council meetings. I felt it was kind of a shrine to a good leader, but yeah, on a day like this, it's worth studying." Bob did not respond to John's obvious touch of cynicism. How Washington kept his strength through that winter at Valley Forge is beyond me at times. If he had lost his way, the American Revolution would have truly been lost. That's worth thinking about now. Bob turned his gaze from the painting to John, and there seemed to be a flash of warning. "Let's get to business, John," he announced, and he sat down at the far end of the table. "Formal surrender, is that it, sir? It's Appomattox, you're Grant, and I'm Lee. I prefer not to think of it that way. Call it rejoining the Union we both swore an oath to." "You mean Bluemont?" Bob hesitated. "You seem damn hostile to them." "I have every reason to be hostile. This community lost over 100 dead to that tin-pot dictator they sent down here back in the spring. Before we leave, I want you to take a look at our chapel. We're still repairing it. Those troops out in the hallway, they have every reason to mistrust. They all buried friends, several of them spouses by the time it was done. How else should we react?" "Were they students of yours, John?" "You mean now or before the day?" "You know what I mean." John smiled sadly. "Yes, that girl who spoke up asking if we were surrendering." "You mean the one who would not salute me but definitely saluted you?" "That one, yes. She was a Bible studies major. Loved history. Good kid from a good family that came up here every month to visit, and all of them would sit in on one of my evening classes. Her family lived in Florida." With the mention of Florida, he saw the sudden look in Bob's eyes. "Sorry I mentioned that place, sir." Bob sighed. "Like I said, I know my Linda is gone. I just pray it was peaceful." "Same for that girl. She got married in our chapel across the hall a year ago. Had a baby 3 months ago. No husband now. He was killed in the attack where Fredericks was holed up at the end." "I understand the tough edge to her now," Bob replied. "We all have tough edges now, sir.
No father for her baby. Nightmares as to what happened to the rest of her family. This school is all she knows now. He hesitated. She feels she has nothing to lose if she dies fighting to defend it. There is no need any more to fight, John. Really, sir? He could not control the sarcasm in his voice, but Bob did not react. Damn, I'm cold and thirsty. It's a dry campus, Bob. At least we try to keep it that way. Coffee, then? Bob asked hopefully. None of that either. All those K-cups of coffee belong to my friend Forrest. You remember him, the sergeant who left an arm in Afghanistan, but I can roust up some herbal tea. Please, if you don't mind. John nodded, left the office, and leaned over the Dutch door that led down to the old business office, which had been converted into the formal administrative office of the town. He shouted down the stairs, Reverend Black opening the door down below, and John passed along the request. He returned to the president's office, where Bob had returned to staring at the painting of George Washington. Do you think he really prayed like that in the snow of that winter? Bob asked. He was a man of faith, and if ever this country needed faith, it was that winter. So yes, I believe it is real. So do I, Bob said softly. The two were silent for a moment, both gazing at the painting. The historian in John knew that the weather during that first winter at Valley Forge was nowhere near as severe as the one at Morristown, New Jersey, a couple of years later when the Army was encamped at Jockey Hollow. Several units, unpaid, unshod, desperate, and hungry, had finally mutinied. Washington had taken the hard choice of executing several of the ringleaders, and in a tense standoff was ready to order troops still loyal to the cause to fire, if need be, on the regiments in mutiny. The revolution had indeed hung by the slenderest of threads on that desperate day. Only Washington's strength of character and leadership had prevented a complete breakdown of the army and the collapse of his years of effort, with all disintegrating into chaos and most likely dictatorship or capitulation. There was a tap on the door, his friend Reverend Black bringing in 2 steaming mugs of herbal tea. John thanked him, and there was a moment of hesitation. John made the formal introductions, Bob coming to his feet to shake Black's hand. Everything all right? Everyone standing down? John asked. It's not good over Asheville. 6 dead and wounded. I spoke on the phone with some officer who said he had just placed our person Dunn there under arrest. John looked over at Bob. I'll straighten that out once I'm done here, John. So are we all under arrest? John asked coldly. I didn't want any bloodshed, Bob replied. I promised to straighten it out. Tell that to the families of the dead, Black snapped back. Bob nodded, keeping his composure. If you're still on the phone with them, tell the officer there, it's most likely Major Manecci, that I am safe and secure here. We'll be up there in 2 hours and expect a full report. If fired on, he is not to return fire unless the situation is life-threatening. Can you help me with that, Reverend? Black looked over at John, who gave a nod of reassurance, and he left. You could have given us warning, John said. It would have prevented what happened in Asheville. Maybe, maybe not. The way I read things when we last met, I knew I could trust you. But my people who mingled with yours while we were talking, it wasn't good. Reports back were that your people would fight if we just tried to walk in. Can you blame them after what the last attempt to bring us into the fold of Bluemont turned into? I balanced all and finally felt this was the right approach. It's tragic that anyone had to die. God knows after what happened in Roanoke, Richmond, and Lynchburg, I know the cost. The only way I felt could work was to show overwhelming force in the first move and count on you being moral and sane in response. It could have been far worse, and you know it. So my next question, Bob. Why this? I already told you that before. I've been tasked with establishing a reunified state east of the Appalachians from central Virginia down to the old border of Florida. Why not Florida as well while you're at it? Again, he could see the flash of pain in Bob's eyes at the mere mention of that place. We've written off Florida. I remember some years ago, I think I read it in American Heritage or some magazine like that. until DDT and air conditioning came along. Except for the coastal regions, the state was relatively empty. But it most certainly turned into that after the day, with tens of millions living there, a high percentage of them elderly and dependent on that air conditioning, modern sanitation, a reliable supply of medications, modern hospitals, a freezer full of steaks, cold margaritas out on the screened-in lanai every evening, and, of course, mosquito control. Word is the few left down there again face malaria, cholera, Nile Valley, you name it. He paused, obviously not appreciating having to dwell on what for him was personal history as well. Remember, Central Command for our operations in the Middle East was based in the Tampa-St. Pete area. Within 2 months they collapsed. The survivors, the lucky survivors evacuated by our Navy, from Miami to Jacksonville, on the other coast, Fort Myers to Pensacola, disintegrated into a sinkhole of anarchy, looting, murder, and then disease and starvation. There are some pockets of survivors along the coast, living again by what they can harvest from the sea as long as pirates don't get them first. The Navy tried to control the waters around there for a while and clean out the pirates, but finally gave up. Florida, like I said, is a write-off. It was obvious to John that he wanted to leave that subject behind. Florida's gone, but you were ordered to take this place, is that it? I'd prefer not to use the term take, John. Call it unite, reunite. Bring you back in under a central federated government. But after Fredericks, suppose we don't want to join. John, you have no choice. To be blunt, it is unite or die. John chuckled at that and shook his head. I seem to remember that was on our flags during the revolution against an overbearing authority 4,000 miles away. You're taking it the wrong way, my friend. Bob, who actually are you serving? I mean, really serving? Bluemont or the oath you swore to the Constitution? Bob fell silent, and there was a look of anger in his eyes. My trust for Bluemont? It's about as far as I can spit into a hurricane, John interjected. My God, John, so you are going to take that decision upon yourself. You don't trust them, so go to hell and leave us alone, and that's it? John offered no reply. I have my orders. I hope you can trust me to see them through and avoid a senseless conflict that you know you cannot win. He wanted to retort with a conjuring of memories about military ethics classes, the tragic, horrific example of the German army in the 1930s, when the oath of allegiance was one day switched from defending the state to accepting without hesitation all orders from the Führer. So what are your orders regarding here, what we have come to call the state of Carolina? A bit aggrandizing, that name, isn't it? State of Carolina. Last time I checked a map, your state here controls, 5,000 square miles? What about Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh? For that matter, there is a garrison in Greenville-Spartanburg put there by Bluemont, and they have a corridor of control all the way down to Charleston. It's a start, John offered, and if left alone, will continue to expand in an orderly way. Groups like the Posse either move out or, if need be, we take them out. We were doing okay with local folks reaching out to the next community and inviting them to join in. Unite or die? Maybe it's unite and live. John, there are 100 enclaves like yours that are making a start, as you put it, from here clear up to Maine. But then what? We devolve into 100 feudal-like states that eventually balkanized the way Europe did after Rome collapsed. You and your friends have done a masterful job of restoring order, civilization, and, from what I could observe, even bringing some technology back online. But reunite everything? Do you have any idea what some other so-called states have devolved into? You most likely know about Chicago, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, New York, even D.C. I've heard some stories. You haven't seen it. I have. D.C. is, of course, gone. A write-off, same as Florida.
There are some whack jobs running what they call a kingdom not 150 miles from here that are told to worship their leader as the Son of God, and if you don't go along, you are crucified.
So why not go after them first? John offered.
Weak argument, John. Bait and switch logic. It is precisely places like here, where things are being restored, that old values still hold, that we need in our fold before I can take out places like that.
So we are back in the fold, is that it? Bob nodded, finally sipping his tea and grimacing slightly.
Damn, this is awful stuff, John.
Sorry, but that is what we live on. Don't take it as a bribe, but once we get this settled, I've got a convoy coming in with 200,000 MREs. Remember, each of them has a packet of coffee.
Do you still smoke?
John shook his head.
Why, I remember you as being really addicted.
I promised Jennifer before she died. Bob lowered his head.
Sorry.
John could tell the emotions were genuine.
We can talk later about all that we lost.
And your specific orders. Bob looked back up at him and sighed, obviously not happy about what he had to say next.
I'm ordered to place you under arrest and transport you in an expedient manner to Bluemont, to stand trial for murder, the execution of prisoners, and treason.
Oh, really? John said, and he could not help but offer a sarcastic grin. Can I have time to say goodbye to my wife?
Wife?
Guess you wouldn't have known, or would you? I assume Fredericks, before we killed him, was sending up reports.
Actually, I didn't know. Who is she?
John offered a brief explanation to his old and perhaps now former friend as to how he and Michaela had met on the day and all that had transpired afterward. I had hoped to see my child born, John concluded, but guess you need to haul me out of here ASAP. Bob shook his head.
I'm not going to do that.
Bob, you have orders to follow. Bob's gaze turned icy cold.
Don't push it, John. I'm putting my neck out as is. The original orders were to take this place by force.
So why didn't you?
Again, don't push it. Just that I knew there was a better way. And part of that better way is to leave you in peace.
So I can be a puppet figurehead?
Damn, you are hostile,
Bob replied.
I have every reason to be hostile,
John snapped back. We were doing just fine until 2 hours ago.
There is a far bigger world out there than this state of Carolina, as you call it.
I know that.
No, you don't. Not really.
Enlighten me, then, sir.
Bob began to stand up. I understand your feelings, but if this is how it's going to be, then let's just cut the crap. I'm not going to put you under arrest and transport you to Bluemont, nor anyone else here.
He paused.
I just implore you to keep things stable with no resistance. You do that for me, and I can skirt around that other order for a while.
Aren't you breaking orders?
Come on! You know there is always leeway for a commander in the field if he knows how to play it.
And something called the Fifth and Sixth Amendments of the Bill of Rights. Does Bluemont even have the right to accuse me of treason, prosecute me for a capital crime? And the Sixth Amendment is about being tried in my state or district where the alleged crime took place by a jury of my peers. Something about our revolution and protest against those being arrested without warning and transported away. It was so important an issue back then that we wrote it into the Constitution. I could cite a few other points from that document as well.
Damn it, of course you know I am aware of that.
And Bluemont isn't? I find that troubling, Bob.
Again, don't press me, John.
I'm not pressing you, sir. Perhaps it is you who are pressing yourself.
Damn it, listen to me. Just listen for a minute.
John nodded and sat back, breaking eye contact and deliberately focusing his gaze on the portrait of Washington at Valley Forge.
Asheville and Greenville-Spartanburg are to become the staging area to bring Atlanta back under control.
My God, sir, who is your head of intelligence? Atlanta is a hellhole. You'll be facing tens of thousands down there, the survivors of a dog-eat-dog existence the last 2 years. I know. The southern extent of which you dismissively call the state of Carolina is not 100 miles away from there, and we still, on occasion, have refugees staggering in from there. Word is that Fort Benning collapsed within weeks after the day. After that, posse-like groups moved in and looted out weapons from there. Your force might be facing some nasty ground-to-air stuff. Bob, taking back Atlanta? He sighed. It will make Sherman's job look easy in comparison. I already know that. Look, John, we've got to get our act together east of the Mississippi, and Atlanta is part of that job. This world is still tottering on the edge of a full-scale nuclear exchange. We are all playing a game of brinkmanship now that we have been pushed off the table as the one remaining superpower we thought we were back in the 90s. It's as bad as, if not worse than, when you were a young lieutenant back in Germany watching the Fulda Gap against the Soviets. There's good intelligence the Chinese have moved surface-to-surface nukes onto our mainland aimed at here. That is a 7 to 10 minute launch-to-strike time at most. And our boomers out in the Pacific? I can't discuss that with you. Have we abandoned even that? John snapped.